Hey friends. Glad you're here at Cosmic Wand. We've cooked up something special. Dumbledore sealed Harry's true bloodline at birth, but at age 11 a voice said, "Merlin's heir detected, ancient magic unlocked." Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1. The voice in the blood. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and boot polish and something faintly sour that Harry had never been able to identify. He'd stopped noticing years ago, the way you stop noticing the sound of your own breathing. It was just the smell of where he slept. Where he'd always slept. He lay on his back with his knees bent because he'd grown 3 inches since spring and the mattress didn't care. A spider was building something ambitious in the corner above the fuse box, and Harry watched it work in the thin line of light that crept under the door. The spider didn't know it was nearly midnight. The spider didn't know that in roughly 4 minutes, Harry Potter would turn 11 years old. Harry knew, though. He'd been counting. Not because 11 meant anything special. Not because he expected presents or cake or someone to sing to him. The Dursleys had made the rules on that clear enough by the time he was 5. No, Harry counted because counting was something to do in the dark, and because birthdays were the one thing that belonged entirely to him. Dudley couldn't take a birthday. Vernon couldn't shout it away. Petunia couldn't scrub it out of existence with her yellow rubber gloves and her tight-lipped disapproval. July 31st. His. 3 minutes. From upstairs, Dudley's snoring rolled down through the ceiling like a slow avalanche. The house ticked and settled around him. Somewhere outside, a car passed on Privet Drive, headlights sweeping a brief golden arc across the wall above his head. 2 minutes. Harry closed his eyes. He did this every year, lay still, held his breath, and tried to feel the moment when one age became another. He'd never felt anything before. It was a stupid ritual. He knew that. But he did it anyway because it was his, and because some small, stubborn part of him, the part that had survived 10 years of being told he was nothing, that his parents were drunks who died in a car crash, that he should be grateful for the cupboard and the hand-me-downs and the silence where love should have been, that part of him believed that one day, the feeling would come. 1 minute. Harry held his breath. The clock in the kitchen, the one Petunia had bought from a catalogue and was unreasonably proud of, began to chime. 12 thin, tinny notes. On the 8th chime, Harry felt it. It started in his chest, not his heart, deeper than that, somewhere behind his ribs in a place he didn't have a name for. A warmth. Not unpleasant. Like the first sip of tea on a cold morning, except the warmth was spreading outward through his blood, into his arms, his fingers, the back of his skull. His skin prickled. The hair on his arms stood up. On the 10th chime, the warmth became heat. On the 11th, the heat became light, or something like light, something he could feel but not see, pressing outward against the inside of his skin as though his body was a bottle and someone had poured the sun into it. On the 12th chime, the light bulb above his head exploded. Harry's eyes flew open. Glass rained down on his blanket in a fine glittering dust. The thin line of light under the door had gone dark, the hallway light was out too. From somewhere deeper in the house, he heard the refrigerator shudder and stop. Every electrical thing in number 4 Privet Drive had died at once. And then the voice spoke. It didn't come from outside him. It didn't come from inside him either, not exactly. It came from somewhere in between, from the blood moving through his veins, from the marrow in his bones, from whatever it was that made him him and not someone else. It was old. Not old the way Vernon was old, or the way the house was old. Old the way stone was old. Old the way the earth was old. It said, "Merlin's heir detected." And then, softer, like a lock turning in a door that had been shut for centuries, ancient magic unlocked. The cupboard door blew off its hinges. Not violently, cleanly, the way a leaf detaches from a branch when it's ready. The door simply separated from the frame and clattered into the hallway, and Harry sat up in a shower of powdered glass and felt the world rearrange itself around him. He could feel the house. Not see it, feel it, the way you feel rain on your skin. The walls, the pipes, the wiring, the wooden bones of the structure. He could feel the three people sleeping above him, Vernon, a dense angry knot of heat, Petunia, thin and cold and tightly wound, Dudley, a sprawling mass. He could feel the garden outside, the grass, the worms moving through the soil, the neighbor's cat sitting on the fence post with its eyes half closed. He could feel farther. The street. The town. The countryside beyond, rolling and dark and alive with things he didn't have words for, currents, like rivers in the air, flowing and branching and converging. Magic. He didn't know the word yet, but he knew what it was. He'd always known, the way you know how to breathe without being taught. Boy. Vernon's voice came thundering down the stairs like a boulder. Boy. What have you done? The upstairs hallway light flicked on, the power returning as suddenly as it had gone. Heavy footsteps. Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs in his nightshirt, face already purple, mustache bristling. He stopped dead when he saw the cupboard door lying in the hall. What, how, you little, he came down the stairs at a near run, which for Vernon was more of an aggressive waddle, one meaty hand already raised. Harry stood up. He stepped out of the cupboard and into the hallway, glass crunching softly under his bare feet, and looked up at his uncle. Something in Vernon's face changed. He stopped 3 steps from the bottom. His raised hand wavered. Later, Harry would understand that what Vernon saw in that moment was not a small boy in oversized pajamas standing in a pile of broken glass. What Vernon saw, what some old, buried animal instinct in Vernon Dursley recognized and recoiled from, was something that should not be contained in a cupboard. Something that should not be shouted at. Something that was looking at him with bright green eyes that, for just a moment, seemed to hold a light of their own. Don't, Harry said. He didn't shout. He didn't even raise his voice. He just said the word, and it landed in the hallway like a stone dropping into still water, and Vernon Dursley's hand fell to his side. Petunia appeared behind Vernon, clutching her dressing gown closed at the throat. She looked at Harry and made a sound, a thin, high sound, like air escaping a balloon. Her face went white. Not angry white, the way Vernon went purple. Scared white. The kind of white that meant she was seeing something she'd hoped she'd never see. It's happened, she whispered. Oh God, it's happened. Petunia, Vernon said, without taking his eyes off Harry. What's happened? What's the boy done now? It's not what he's done. Petunia's voice was barely audible. Her eyes were locked on Harry with an expression he'd never seen her wear before, something between horror and resignation, as if a bill she'd been dodging for a decade had finally come due. It's what he is. Harry looked at her. What am I? Petunia shook her head, pressing her lips together so hard they disappeared entirely. She turned and walked back toward her bedroom, and Harry actually felt, through whatever new sense had awakened in him, the fear rolling off her like heat off asphalt. Go back to your cupboard, Vernon managed, but the words came out wrong. Too quiet. Almost pleading. No, Harry said. And he walked past Vernon, up the stairs, and into Dudley's second bedroom, the one full of broken toys and things Dudley had thrown away. He shut the door behind him, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling while the house settled into an uneasy silence around him. He didn't sleep. He didn't need to. The warmth was still there, humming in his blood like a plucked string, and with it a sense of absolute, bone-deep certainty that everything, was about to change. He was right. The morning came gray and English and ordinary, but Harry was not ordinary anymore and he knew it. He sat at the kitchen table eating toast because his body wanted fuel even if his mind was elsewhere, and the Dursleys orbited him at a distance, like planets that had suddenly discovered their sun could burn. Dudley, who had slept through the entire thing and understood nothing, tried to steal Harry's toast. Harry looked at him. Just looked. Dudley's hand stopped halfway to the plate, and he pulled it back and ate his own breakfast in uncharacteristic silence. Vernon hid behind the morning paper. Petunia moved between the counter and the stove with mechanical precision, not once looking in Harry's direction. Then the mail slot clattered. "Get the post, Dudley," Vernon muttered from behind the paper. "Make Harry get it." "Get the bloody post, Dudley." Dudley went and came back holding a fistful of envelopes and a postcard. He tossed them on the table. Harry saw it immediately, the heavy parchment envelope, yellowish and thick, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, number 4 Privet Drive. No stamp. A wax seal on the back, bearing a coat of arms, a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Harry picked it up. The parchment felt alive under his fingers, a faint vibration, like a heartbeat. He broke the seal and pulled out the letter. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He read it twice. Then he set it down on the table and looked at Petunia. "You knew," he said. "You've always known." Petunia's back was to him. She was gripping the edge of the counter so hard her knuckles had gone white. "Your mother," she said, and the word came out like she was spitting a pit from a piece of fruit, "was one of them. A witch. She got a letter just like that when she was your age and went off to that school. And she met that Potter boy and they got themselves killed, and we got stuck with you, and I swore I wouldn't have any of that freakishness in my house." "It's not freakishness," Harry said quietly. "It is." Petunia whirled around, and for the first time there were tears on her face, not sad tears, furious ones. "It's a curse. It killed my sister. It'll kill you too." The kitchen was very quiet. Vernon had lowered his paper. Dudley had stopped chewing. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it in his pocket. "My parents didn't die in a car crash," he said. "It wasn't a question." Petunia said nothing. "How did they die?" Some madman. One of your lot. He came to their house and she stopped. Swallowed. You survived. No one knows how. They left you on our doorstep like a bottle of milk with a letter pinned to your blanket, and that was that." Harry sat with this for a moment. The warmth in his blood pulsed steadily, and with it came something that surprised him, not anger, not grief, those would come later, but clarity. 10 years of lies were crumbling, and underneath them was a truth that felt solid enough to stand on. "I'm going to that school," he said. "You are not," Vernon started. "I am." Harry looked at him. The kitchen lights flickered, just slightly, just enough. "And you're not going to stop me." Vernon opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Nothing came out. The light steadied. The toaster, unplugged and sitting on the far counter, began to glow faintly red before going dark. Harry took his toast and went upstairs to wait. Hagrid came that evening. The knock on the door wasn't really a knock, it was more of a structural event, the kind of impact that made the pictures on the walls swing and Dudley yelp from the living room. Vernon, who had spent the day alternating between bluster and silence, rose from his armchair with the resigned expression of a man approaching his own execution. He opened the door, and Hagrid filled it. Harry had come to the top of the stairs when he'd felt the approach, a massive, warm, shaggy presence moving up the garden path like a friendly earthquake. He watched over the banister as the enormous man ducked through the doorway, sending Vernon stumbling backward, and straightened up to his full height in the narrow hallway. "Dursley," Hagrid said, in a voice like boulders rolling downhill. "Fancy seein' you again. Where's Harry?" "There is no Harry here," Vernon tried, absurdly. "I'm here," Harry said from the stairs. Hagrid looked up. His face, what was visible behind the wild thicket of black beard, broke into a wide, crinkly-eyed smile. "Blimey, Harry. Last time I saw ya, you fit in one arm. Look at ya now." He started to say something else, and then he stopped. The smile faded, not into a frown but into something more complicated, surprise, confusion, and something that might have been awe. His beetle-black eyes went wide, and Harry saw his massive hands clench at his sides. "Harry," Hagrid said slowly. What's happened to ye?" "Something," Harry said, coming down the stairs. "I was hoping you might know what." Hagrid stared at him. Harry could feel it, the same thing Vernon had felt the night before, the same thing that had made Petunia go white. Whatever had changed in him wasn't invisible. It wasn't something you could see, exactly, but it was something you could sense, the way you sensed a thunderstorm coming before you heard the first rumble. "Your magic," Hagrid said. It's strong. Stronger than," he shook his enormous head. Right. Let's get ye sorted. Lots to do." "Got your letter, have ye?" "I have questions." "I'll bet ye do." Hagrid shot a look at the Dursleys that could have curdled milk. "Should have been told years ago. Criminal, what they've done. Dumbledore was too soft on the lot of them, if ye ask me." "Dumbledore?" "Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Greatest wizard of the age." Hagrid said this with the confident reverence of a man reciting scripture. "He's the one what brought ye here, after your parents, well. After you know who." "I don't know who," Harry said. "I don't know anything. I didn't know I was a wizard until last night." Hagrid's face went through several colors. He turned to the Dursleys. "You didn't tell him? You didn't tell him about Lily and James? About what happened? About what he is?" "We swore we'd stamp it out of him," Vernon said, with significantly less conviction than he probably intended. Hagrid took a single step toward Vernon. The floorboards groaned. "Stamp it out of him," he repeated, very quietly, and Vernon retreated until his back hit the wall. "Ye can't stamp magic out of a wizard, Dursley, any more than ye can stamp the wet out of water. And Harry ain't just any wizard." "What do you mean by that?" Harry asked. Hagrid caught himself. Cleared his throat. "Just, your parents, Harry. They were brilliant. Brilliant witch and wizard, the pair of 'em. Top of their class at Hogwarts. Your mum especially, never seen anyone with her gift for charms. And, your dad, quickest wand in a duel since, well, since a long time." He paused, studying Harry again with that odd, wary expression. "You said something happened last night?" "Yes." "Tell me." Harry told him. Not all of it, he kept the voice to himself, not out of secrecy but out of instinct, a feeling that some things should be understood before they were shared. But he told Hagrid about the power surge, the lights going out, the door, the sudden awareness of everything around him. Hagrid listened with growing unease, his enormous fingers twisting together in his lap. That ain't normal," Hagrid said when Harry finished. "I mean, accidental magic, sure, every kid gets that. But what you're describin', that's something else." He stood up abruptly. "Right. Diagon Alley. We'll get your school things, and I think there's some people who'll want to know about this. Will Dumbledore be there?" "Dumbledore? Nah, he's at the school. But I'll send him an owl." "Why?" "Because I think he already knows," Harry said. Hagrid frowned. "Knows what?" "What I am." Harry picked up his jacket, Dudley's old jacket, 3 sizes too large, the zipper broken. He put it on and walked toward the front door. "I think he's always known." Diagon Alley hit Harry's new senses like a wall of sound hitting a deaf man who'd just gained hearing. They'd gone through the leaky cauldron, where Tom the barkeep had recognized Harry on sight, and the entire pub had erupted into a frenzy of handshaking and babbling. "Bless my soul, Harry Potter, what an honor, welcome back, Mr. Potter," and Harry had smiled and nodded and catalogued every face and name while his blood hummed with the ambient magic of the place. He could taste it. Not literally, not like food, but the way you could taste a change in the weather, copper and ozone and something sweet underneath, like honey, like sunlight, like the first breath after being underwater too long. Then Hagrid tapped the bricks behind the pub, and the wall opened, and Harry stood at the entrance to Diagon Alley and felt the world get bigger. Magic was everywhere. It moved through the cobblestones, rose from the shop fronts in shimmering currents, flowed between the witches and wizards who packed the narrow street like blood through veins. Harry could see, know, perceive, the spells on every building, layers upon layers of enchantment worked into the very bricks, some fresh and bright, others so old they'd fossilized into the structure itself. It was beautiful and overwhelming, and he took it all in with the expression of someone stepping into sunlight after years in a dark room, not squinting, not flinching, just drinking it in. "Yeah, all right, Harry?" Hagrid asked, watching him. "I'm fine," Harry said, and meant it completely. "Where first?" "Gringotts. The Wizard Bank. Need to get some money from your vault." They pushed through the crowds, or rather, Hagrid pushed and the crowds parted around him like water around a boulder, with Harry moving in his wake. Witches and wizards glanced at Harry as he passed, some with curiosity, some with recognition, and more than a few with something that made them stop mid-stride and turn to stare. A witch in plum-colored robes was reaching for a door handle when Harry walked past. She froze, her hand still outstretched, and her eyes went wide. An old wizard sitting outside Fortescue's ice cream parlor dropped his cone. A group of teenagers pressed against a shop window turned to watch Harry pass with expressions of startled confusion, as though they'd felt a sudden change in air pressure and couldn't figure out why. Harry noticed all of it. He didn't react. He just walked. Gringotts was a white marble building that leaned slightly, improbably, as if daring gravity to say something about it. The goblins at the front door, small, sharp-featured creatures in gold-trimmed uniforms, watched Harry approach with professional indifference that snapped into rigid attention as he climbed the steps. One of them, the one on the left, actually took a step back. "Blimey," Hagrid muttered. "Goblins don't flinch at nothin'. What did ye do?" "I'm just walking," Harry said. Inside, the bank was a cathedral of marble and gold, and it smelled of old metal and something deeper, earth, rock, the bones of the world. Goblins sat behind high counters, weighing coins and examining gemstones and ignoring the witches and wizards who approached them with the majestic indifference of cats. Hagrid led Harry to a free counter. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal," he announced. The goblin behind the counter, Griphook, his nameplate red, looked down at Harry with an expression of irritated boredom. Then his eyes sharpened. He leaned forward, long fingers gripping the edge of the counter, and studied Harry's face with an intensity that went beyond curiosity. "Key?" Griphook said, but his voice had changed. "Cautious." Hagrid produced a small gold key from one of his many pockets. Griphook took it, examined it, then examined Harry again. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said. "Would you come with me, please? There is a matter regarding your account." "What matter?" Hagrid asked, frowning. "A matter for Mr. Potter," Griphook said, with emphasis. Hagrid looked at Harry. Harry looked at Griphook. The warmth in his blood, which had been pulsing steadily since they'd entered the bank, was pulling him forward, deeper into the building, downward. Something was down there. Something that was his. "Lead the way," Harry said. The cart ride down into the vaults was a screaming, rattling descent through miles of underground tunnels lit by flaming torches. Hagrid turned green and gripped the sides of the cart with white knuckles. Harry sat still, feeling the magic of the place intensify as they went deeper. The upper vaults hummed with protective enchantments, standard security, he somehow knew, though he'd never been here before. But as they descended past the numbered vaults into older, rougher stone, the magic changed. It became wilder, thicker, layered with something ancient and powerful that resonated with the energy in Harry's blood like a tuning fork finding its note. They stopped first at Vault 687, the Potter family vault. Griphook opened it, and Harry saw gold. Piles of gold coins, towers of silver, heaps of bronze. More money than the Dursleys would see in a lifetime. He filled a bag with what Hagrid estimated he'd need for school supplies and turned back to the cart. Griphook hadn't moved. He was watching Harry with an expression that, on a goblin's face, was difficult to read but seemed to contain something like anticipation. "There is another vault," Griphook said. "What other vault?" Hagrid asked. "Dumbledore only told me about the one, and Vault 713, of course. This vault is not in Dumbledore's records," Griphook said. "This vault predates the current classification system. It has been sealed for over 1,000 years. It can only be opened by one of the blood." He looked at Harry. "It activated this morning. We felt it through the foundation stone." Harry's blood surged. "Take me there." They went deeper. Much deeper. The cart descended through tunnels that were no longer lined with brick but carved from raw rock, and the air grew warm and thick with magic so dense Harry could feel it pressing against his skin. Hagrid was muttering nervously. Griphook's eyes gleamed in the torchlight. The cart stopped at a dead end. Bare rock, no door, no vault number. Just stone. "Place your hand on the wall," Griphook said. Harry stepped out of the cart and crossed to the rock face. He pressed his palm flat against it. The stone recognized him. That was the only way to describe it. The rock shuddered under his hand, and he felt a response, a pulse, like a heartbeat answering his own. Cracks spread from his fingers, not breaking the stone but opening it, lines of golden light tracing patterns in the rock that looked like veins, like rivers, like the roots of an enormous tree. The wall split apart and swung inward, and air that had been sealed since the age of Camelot rushed out in a warm, sweet exhalation. The vault beyond was not large. It was round, rough-hewn, and empty except for three things. A staff. Pale wood, twisted and organic, as tall as Harry and topped with a crystal that pulsed with soft white light. A ring. Simple silver, set with a stone that shifted color as Harry watched, green to blue to gold and back again. And a book. Bound in dark leather, clasped shut with a lock that bore no keyhole, resting on a stone pedestal in the center of the vault. "What is this?" Hagrid whispered, and his voice was small. Griphook said nothing. He was staring at Harry with an expression that had moved past professional interest into something like reverence. Harry walked into the vault. The golden light from the walls brightened as he moved, tracking him, welcoming him. He passed the staff, it hummed as he drew close, but he didn't touch it, not yet, and the ring, and he went straight to the book. The leather was warm under his fingers. The clasp clicked open at his touch. The first page was blank parchment, aged but pristine, and as he watched, words appeared in dark ink, written by an invisible hand in script that was old and elegant and somehow readable despite the archaic lettering. "If you are reading this, then my blood has found its way home. I am Merlin. And you are my heir. I am sorry for the burden. I am sorry for the silence. I sealed what I was, what you now are, because the world was not ready and neither was I. The power in your veins is not a gift. It is a choice. Every day. Every moment. What you do with it will define not only you but the age you live in. They will try to control you. They will try to use you. They will try to seal you again. Do not let them. The staff is yours when you are ready. The ring will protect you. The book will teach you. But the power was always yours. No one gave it to you. No one can take it away. Trust your blood. Trust your instincts. And when the time comes, and it will come, trust yourself to do what is right, not what is easy. Welcome home." Harry read the words twice. Then he closed the book gently, picked it up, and slid the ring onto his right hand. It resized itself instantly, fitting his finger as though it had been made for him, and the stone settled into a deep, steady green that matched his eyes. He left the staff. He'd come back for it. When he turned around, Hagrid was crying. Great, silent tears rolling down into his beard, his enormous shoulders shaking. Merlin, Hagrid whispered. You're the heir of Merlin. It seems that way, Harry said. But there hasn't been, the line was supposed to be dead, Dumbledore said. Hagrid stopped. His face changed. Dumbledore said the line was dead. Harry looked at him. Did he? The question hung in the warm, golden air between them, and Hagrid's expression shifted from awe to confusion to something that looked uncomfortably like doubt. Right, Harry said, tucking the book under his arm. Let's go buy a wand. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and crammed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes stacked in towering columns that defied architecture. The afternoon light filtered through the grimy front window and caught the dust motes that drifted through the air like lazy snow. A single spindly chair sat in the corner. The place smelled of wood shavings and something electric, magic, concentrated and sleeping, packed into thousands of wand cores waiting for a hand to wake them. Harry felt the wands react to him the moment he stepped through the door. It was like walking into a room full of people who all turned to look at once. Thousands of tiny presences, each one distinct, each one vibrating at its own frequency, and every single one of them oriented toward him like compass needles finding north. Boxes rattled on their shelves. A fine dust of wood shavings drifted from the upper stacks. "Oh," said a soft voice from the shadows. "Oh, my." Ollivander materialized from between the shelves like a ghost assembling itself from dust. He was old, pale-eyed, and had the look of a man who spent more time with objects than with people. He moved toward Harry with his hands slightly raised, palms out, as if warming himself at a fire. "I wondered," Ollivander said, barely above a whisper. "I wondered when you would come. I've been measuring magic my whole life, Mr. Potter, and I have never, felt anything like what just walked through my door." He stopped 2 paces from Harry and tilted his head, studying him the way a jeweler studies a stone. "Your mother was cedar and unicorn hair. 10¼ inches. Your father was mahogany and dragon heartstring. 11 inches. Excellent for transfiguration." He paused. "But you are not your mother or your father, are you?" "No," Harry said. "I'm not." "No." Ollivander's pale eyes were very bright. "Let us see what chooses you." What followed was the most chaotic 40 minutes Ollivander had experienced in a career spanning 6 decades. The first wand, beechwood and unicorn hair, shot out of Harry's hand the moment he touched it, embedding itself in the ceiling. The second, maple and phoenix feather, exploded. Not dramatically, not dangerously, but completely. One moment it was a wand, the next it was a small cloud of wood dust and a single glowing feather that drifted to the floor. The third wand set the chair on fire. The fourth froze the window solid. The fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth simply refused to do anything at all, going dead and cold in Harry's grip as though his magic was too much for them, as though trying to channel it through them would be like trying to pour a river through a garden hose. Ollivander was not distressed. He was delighted. With each failed wand, his eyes grew brighter and his movements grew quicker, pulling boxes from higher and deeper in the stacks, muttering to himself, practically humming. "Extraordinary," he kept saying. "Extraordinary. The core rejects, no, the wood rejects, it can't contain, extraordinary." He stopped. He was standing at the far back of the shop, one hand resting on a shelf at the very top of the highest column. His face went still. "There is one wand," he said slowly, "that I have wondered about for 30 years. I made it as a young man, and I have never understood why. The materials came to me, I did not seek them out. The wood was a gift from a tree that no longer exists. The core was freely given by a creature I have never seen since." He reached up and pulled down a box, dusty, plain, slightly larger than the others. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." He set the box on the counter and opened it. The wand was beautiful. Warm reddish wood, elegant, with a slight flexibility that made it seem almost alive. Harry reached for it. Ah, Ollivander said, raising a finger. That phoenix gave another feather, just one other. Its brother sits in the wand that gave you that scar. Harry picked up the wand anyway. The warmth in his blood, which had been pulsing, reaching, searching since they'd entered the shop, found what it was looking for. The wand sang in his hand. Not metaphorically. An actual note, pure and clear, rang through the shop, and golden sparks erupted from the tip in a fountain that reached the ceiling and rained down like stars. The boxes on the shelves stopped rattling. The dust motes froze in midair, then resumed their lazy drift. Everything in the shop settled, as if a question that had been asked for 30 years had finally been answered. But Harry felt something else too. The wand was his, he knew that with absolute certainty, but it was also, somehow, not enough. Like putting on a glove that fit perfectly but was made for a smaller hand. The wand could channel his magic, yes, but not all of it. Not even close. It was a brilliant instrument, but he was an orchestra. Curious, Ollivander whispered, staring at Harry with something that had gone well past delight into territory that looked a lot like fear. Very curious. The wand chooses the wizard, Harry said. The words came from somewhere he couldn't identify, from the book under his arm, or from the ring on his finger, or from the blood in his veins. But some wizards don't need choosing. Ollivander said nothing for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his pale eyes burning. Who are you, Mr. Potter? Harry smiled. It was not a child's smile. I'm still figuring that out. He paid 7 galleons for the wand and walked out into the sunlight. They bought the rest of his school things in a pleasant blur, robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool next to a pale boy with a pointed chin who talked endlessly about Quidditch and blood status until Harry said, "I'm Harry Potter," and the boy went satisfyingly silent. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry added 6 titles that weren't on the school list because Merlin's book had whispered the names to him. Potions ingredients from the apothecary, where the jars of specimen eyes tracked his movement across the shop. And then Hagrid, who had disappeared briefly on Hogwarts business, returned with a snowy owl in a cage and tears in his eyes again, and Harry named her Hedwig from a book of famous witches and wizards, and for the first time in his life, he owned something beautiful that was his. They ate dinner at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid worked through 3 bowls of stew and a loaf of bread while Harry ate a single bowl and thought. Hagrid, he said. Tell me about Dumbledore. Hagrid beamed. Greatest wizard in the world. I'd trust Dumbledore with my life, Harry. With anyone's life. He's the reason you know who, that's the Dark Wizard, the one who killed your parents, he's the reason you know who's gone. Only one you know who ever feared. Dumbledore took ya from the ruins of your parents' house himself, flew ya across the country, left ya with your aunt and uncle so the Blood Wards would protect ya. Blood Wards, Harry repeated. Your mum's sacrifice. She died protectin', yeah, Harry, and that act of love created a protection in your blood. As long as you call your aunt's house home, you know who can't touch ya. That's what Dumbledore said, anyway. Harry thought about the cupboard. The hand-me-downs. The silence where love should have been. A protection built on calling that place home. What else did Dumbledore say about me? Just that you were to be kept safe. Kept away from the wizardin' world until ya were old enough for Hogwarts. No special treatment, he said. Let the boy grow up normal. Normal. The word tasted sour. Did Dumbledore ever say anything about my bloodline? Beyond my parents? Hagrid frowned. Your mum was Muggle-born, first witch in her family. Your dad was a pure-blood, old family. Why? Just wondering. But he wasn't wondering. He was calculating. Dumbledore had left him with the Dursleys for protection. Dumbledore had said the Merlin bloodline was dead. Dumbledore had told Hagrid nothing about the vault beneath Gringotts. The book under his arm pulsed warmly, and Harry could almost hear it. They will try to control you. They will try to seal you again. Hagrid, Harry said. What would you say if I told you that Dumbledore might not have told you everything? Hagrid's face went through a complicated journey, loyalty and doubt wrestling visibly behind his beard. I'd say Dumbledore always has his reasons, he said, but the words came out slowly, and he didn't quite meet Harry's eyes. I'm sure he does, Harry said. I'd just like to know what they are. They left the leaky cauldron as the sun was setting over London, painting the rooftops gold. Harry carried his trunk and his owl and his new wand and a book written by the most powerful wizard who had ever lived, and he walked back toward a house that had never been a home, but that didn't matter anymore. Because in 31 days, he was going to Hogwarts. And when he got there, Albus Dumbledore was going to answer his questions. Whether he wanted to or not. The month at Privet Drive passed in a strange, suspended calm, like the stillness before a thunderstorm. The Dursleys avoided Harry with almost comical thoroughness, wide detours around his bedroom door, meals left on the kitchen table before he came down, conversations that died the moment he entered a room. Vernon made one attempt, 3 days in, to reassert authority. He stood in the doorway of Harry's room, Dudley's second bedroom, now irrevocably Harry's, and began a speech about rules and expectations and this being his house. Harry looked up from Merlin's book and the lights in the hallway behind Vernon flickered once. Vernon left. He did not try again. The book was extraordinary. It wasn't a textbook. It wasn't a manual. It was, as far as Harry could tell, a living record of Merlin's understanding of magic, not the formalized, wand-waving, Latin-incanting version taught at Hogwarts, but something older and more fundamental. Magic as it existed before wands, before schools, before someone decided to put it in boxes and label it charms and transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. The pages changed depending on what Harry needed. The first night, he'd opened it to a passage about magical awareness, the ability to sense and interpret the currents of magic in the world around him. He read, and then he practiced, sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, reaching out with that new sense until he could map the entire house, then the street, then the neighborhood. By the end of the first week, he could feel Hogwarts. 200 miles away, a massive, ancient, densely magical structure humming at the edge of his perception like a lighthouse on a distant shore. The second week, the book showed him how to move things without a wand, not the wild, accidental magic of a child, but controlled, precise manipulation. Telekinesis, a muggle might call it. The book called it directed will. Harry started with a pencil, then a book, then the furniture. By the end of the week, he could rearrange the entire bedroom without lifting a finger. The third week was harder. The book began teaching him about his own magic, its nature, its limits, its connection to the bloodline that ran back through centuries of squibs and half-bloods and, eventually, to Merlin himself. Harry learned that his magic was not like other wizards' magic. Other wizards drew from an internal reservoir, a pool of power that refilled over time. Harry's magic was connected to something larger. The ley lines. The deep currents of magic that ran through the earth itself. He could draw on them, channel them, direct them. His reservoir wasn't a pool. It was an ocean. The fourth week, the book was blank. Every page, empty. Harry sat with it open on his lap for an hour, confused and frustrated, before he understood. The book will teach you. But the power was always yours. It had given him the foundation. The rest was up to him. So he practiced. He practiced until the magic came as naturally as breathing, until he could light a flame in his palm without thinking, until the ring on his finger pulsed in steady rhythm with his heartbeat and the world around him shimmered with currents he could read like text on a page. And every night, just before sleep, he felt the faintest brush against his awareness from the direction of Hogwarts, old, powerful, careful magic, reaching toward him and then withdrawing. Watching. Measuring. Dumbledore. Harry let him look. Let the old man see whatever his instruments could show him. It didn't matter. The seal was broken. Whatever Dumbledore had bound was unbound, and no amount of watching from a distance was going to change that. On the morning of September 1st, Harry packed his trunk, carried Hedwig's cage downstairs, and walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive without saying goodbye to anyone. Petunia was watching from the kitchen window. He felt her gaze on his back, complicated, tangled, not entirely hateful. She'd told him the truth, in the end. He supposed that counted for something. The taxi to King's Cross took 40 minutes. Harry sat in the back seat with his trunk beside him and Hedwig hooting softly in her cage and the ring on his finger warm and steady and Merlin's book in his pocket, shrunken to the size of a playing card through magic he'd figured out in week 3. King's Cross was crowded and loud and thoroughly, aggressively Muggle. Harry stood between platforms 9 and 10 with his trolley and his owl and his quiet certainty, and watched a family of redheads push through the barrier between worlds like it was the most natural thing in the universe. He followed them through. Platform 9 3/4 opened before him, and the Hogwarts Express stood gleaming in scarlet under a canopy of wrought iron and steam, and Harry felt the magic of the train and the platform and the hundreds of young witches and wizards milling about wash over him in a warm, electric tide. He was going to school. He was going to learn what he was. He was going to find Dumbledore and look him in the eye and ask the question that had been building in him for 31 days, "You sealed me. Why?" The train whistle blew. Steam billowed. Harry pushed his trolley forward into the crowd and let the current carry him toward whatever came next. He was not afraid. He'd never been afraid of anything, really. The Dursleys had taught him something they'd never intended, that the worst people can do is try to make you small, and that doesn't work if you refuse. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Merlin's heir, a boy with green eyes and a lightning scar and magic that hummed in his blood like a song the world hadn't heard in 1,000 years, boarded the Hogwarts Express and didn't look back. Chapter 2, Sorting Fire. The corridor of the Hogwarts Express was a narrow gauntlet of chaos, students dragging trunks, owls screeching, a toad making a desperate bid for freedom between someone's ankles, and everywhere the electric buzz of young magic packed tight into a confined space. Harry moved through it all with his trunk floating 2 inches off the ground behind him, guided by a thread of will so casual he barely registered he was doing it. A compartment near the back was empty. Harry slid the door open, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat, and his trunk drifted up onto the overhead rack with the gentle precision of a leaf settling onto still water. He sat down by the window and watched the platform through the glass. Families clustered in tearful, fussing knots. Mothers straightened collars. Fathers gave last-minute advice that their children had already stopped listening to. A small girl with bushy brown hair was talking very fast to 2 adults who looked equal parts proud and terrified, the way people look when they're sending their child into a world they can't follow. A round-faced boy was being lectured by a formidable old woman in a vulture hat. A pale, pointed boy, the one from Madame Malkin's, stood apart from his parents with the practiced indifference of someone who'd been taught that showing affection was a weakness. Harry watched them all and felt nothing like envy. He'd made his peace with the absence of that kind of goodbye a long time ago. What he felt instead was curiosity. These were going to be his classmates, his peers, the people he'd spend the next 7 years alongside. He wanted to know who they were. The train lurched. Steam poured across the platform, obscuring the waving parents, and then they were moving, slowly at first, the station sliding past, then faster, the city giving way to suburbs giving way to the wild green sprawl of the English countryside. The compartment door slid open. "Sorry, everywhere else is full, do you mind?" It was the round-faced boy from the platform. He was clutching a toad in both hands with the desperate grip of someone who'd already lost it once and didn't intend to repeat the experience. His robes were slightly too big. His eyes were slightly too wide. Everything about him radiated the particular vulnerability of a person who expected the world to be unkind and was bracing for it. "Come in," Harry said. The boy sat down across from him, the toad immediately squirming in his grip. "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. This is Trevor. He keeps trying to escape." He paused, looking at Harry, and his eyes drifted to the scar. Recognition hit him like a small, gentle truck. "Oh. You're Harry Potter. I am. Neville's face did something complicated, awe and nervousness and something else, something deeper. My gran talks about you. About what happened? With you-know-who. He swallowed. She says your parents were heroes. Tell me about them, Harry said. It wasn't a demand. It was an invitation, offered simply and directly, and Neville blinked at it. People didn't usually ask Neville things. People didn't usually want to hear what Neville had to say. I don't know much, really. My gran knew your mum and dad. They were in the Order of the Phoenix with my parents, that was the group that fought against you-know-who. She says your dad was the bravest man she ever met, and your mum was the cleverest witch of her age. He paused again, and something shifted in his face, a shadow, old and familiar. My parents fought too. They were Aurors. Dark wizard catchers. After you-know-who fell, some of his followers came for them. The Lestranges. They used the Cruciatus curse, the torture curse, until my mum and dad. He stopped. The toad squirmed. They're alive. They're in St. Mungo's hospital. They don't know who I am. The compartment was very quiet. The countryside rolled past outside, green and indifferent. I'm sorry, Harry said. Not with pity, pity would have been an insult, and Harry understood that instinctively. He said it with recognition. I know what it is to lose parents. Mine are gone. Yours are present but absent, and I don't know which is worse. Neville nodded once, tightly, and Harry saw the boy's jaw clench. There was steel in Neville Longbottom. It was buried deep, under layers of anxiety and self-doubt, but it was there. What house do you want? Neville asked, clearly grateful for a change of subject. I don't know enough about them to have a preference. What about you? Gran wants me in Gryffindor. That's where my parents were. But I don't think, he stopped, shook his head. I'm not brave enough for Gryffindor. Harry looked at him steadily. You just told a stranger the worst thing that ever happened to you within 3 minutes of meeting him. That's braver than most people manage in a lifetime. Neville stared at him. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. No words came out, but a faint flush crept up his neck, and something in his posture shifted, a fractional straightening, barely perceptible, as if a weight he'd been carrying had just been acknowledged for the first time. The compartment door opened again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost, the girl from the platform, the one with bushy brown hair, stopped mid-sentence. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Her eyes were bright and sharp and moved rapidly, cataloguing the compartment, its occupants, the floating trunk on the overhead rack, which she clocked instantly, her gaze snapping to it and then to Harry with open fascination. Found him, Harry said, nodding toward Neville and his toad. Oh. Good. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read all the textbooks already, of course, and I've memorized most of the key spells, though I haven't had much chance to practice. Are you really Harry Potter? I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. That's a lot of reading, Harry said, amused. I like to be prepared. She sat down without being invited, with the unconscious confidence of someone who assumed her presence was welcome because she had useful things to contribute. Is your trunk actually levitating? Yes. How? We haven't learned any levitation charms yet. I tried Wingardium Leviosa at home and the book says you need very precise wand movements. I didn't use a wand. Hermione's mouth closed. Her eyes went very wide. She looked at the trunk, then at Harry, then at the trunk again. That's not possible, she said. Wandless magic in children is limited to uncontrolled bursts. Every source I've read agrees on that. Then every source you've read is incomplete, Harry said pleasantly. Hermione Granger's expression at that moment was a thing to behold, the look of someone whose entire framework for understanding the world had just been given a firm shove. She didn't argue. She didn't dismiss. She filed it away with the ruthless efficiency of a born researcher encountering an anomaly, and Harry could practically see her reclassifying him from famous peer to unsolved problem. "I'm going to have a lot of questions for you," she said. "I look forward to it." The countryside continued to pour past the window. Neville relaxed into his seat, Trevor the Toad finally settling into a resigned lump in his lap. Hermione launched into a rapid-fire summary of everything she'd learned about Hogwarts from her reading, and Harry listened with genuine interest because she was smart and thorough and clearly delighted to have people who would listen. He was beginning to understand something. Friends weren't something that happened to you. They were something you chose. And Harry was choosing these two, the anxious boy with hidden steel, and the brilliant girl who attacked ignorance like a personal enemy, not because they were useful, not because they were convenient, but because they were real. No pretense. No agenda. Just a boy with a toad and a girl with a book, and Harry liked them immediately. The compartment door opened a third time. "So it's true." The pale boy from Madame Malkin stood in the doorway, flanked by two boys so large they seemed to generate their own gravity. "Harry Potter's on the train. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Neville made a small, involuntary sound. Hermione's expression hardened. "I know who you are," Draco continued, stepping into the compartment with the easy confidence of someone who'd been taught that the world was arranged for his convenience. "My father told me all about you. He says you're the most important wizard of our generation." His grey eyes slid to Neville and Hermione with casual dismissal. "You'll find some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you there." Harry looked at him. Not with hostility, not yet. With the same steady, assessing gaze he'd turned on everything since the night of his birthday. Draco Malfoy was sharp-featured, well-dressed, and practically vibrating with the need to impress. Underneath the arrogance was something more interesting, insecurity. A boy performing a role he'd been rehearsing his whole life. "You're offering to be my guide to Wizarding Society," Harry said. "I'm offering to be your friend." Draco extended his hand. Harry didn't take it. He didn't refuse it either. He just looked at it, then looked up at Draco's face. "I already have friends," Harry said. "But I don't collect enemies, either. So here's what I'll tell you, Malfoy, I'll judge you by what you do, not by what your father told you to say. Come back when you have your own opinions." The compartment went very still. One of the large boys cracked his knuckles, which was apparently his contribution to the conversation. Draco's face went through a rapid series of expressions, surprise, confusion, anger, before settling into a stiff mask. "You'll regret that, Potter." "People keep telling me things like that," Harry said. "It hasn't been true yet." Draco turned on his heel and left. His large companions followed, the door sliding shut behind them. Neville exhaled. That was Draco Malfoy. His father was a Death Eater, one of you-know-who's followers. "My gran says the Malfoys bought their way out of Azkaban." "He's also 11 years old," Harry said. "People aren't their parents." Hermione was studying him again with that unsolved problem expression. "You're not what I expected," she said. "What did you expect?" "Someone more." "I don't know." "Overwhelmed?" "You grew up with muggles, like me. But you act like you've been here before." Harry leaned back in his seat and watched the hills roll past. The ring on his finger pulsed steadily, and the book in his pocket, even shrunken to the size of a playing card, radiated a faint warmth against his chest. "In a way," he said, "I have." Hogsmeade Station was a small platform lit by swaying lanterns, and the air smelled of pine and something ancient, the kind of old that seeped up from the ground and settled into your lungs. Harry stepped off the train and felt the magic of the place wash over him like stepping into a warm current. The ley lines were strong here, running like rivers beneath the earth, converging somewhere to the north where a massive concentration of magical energy pulsed against his awareness like a second heartbeat. Hogwarts. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's voice cut through the chatter. Harry made his way toward the enormous shape silhouetted against the lantern light, Neville and Hermione falling into step beside him. Hagrid spotted Harry and gave him a wide, slightly nervous smile. "All right, Harry." "Fine, Hagrid." "Good. Good." Hagrid's eyes lingered on him for a moment, still that complicated expression, awe and worry braided together, before he turned to address the crowd of first years. "Right, follow me. Mind your step." They followed a narrow, muddy path through dark trees. The first years stumbled and whispered. Neville nearly fell twice. Hermione was reciting facts about the Hogwarts grounds under her breath like a protective spell. The path turned, and the trees fell away, and Hogwarts announced itself. It sat on a cliff above a vast black lake, a castle of towers and turrets and light-filled windows, improbable and magnificent, its reflection shimmering on the water below. The first years gasped, a collective, involuntary intake of breath, and Harry understood why. Even without his enhanced senses, it would have been breathtaking. But Harry could feel it, and feeling it was something else entirely. The castle was alive. Not alive like a person, alive like a forest, like an ocean, like the earth itself. Layer upon layer of magic, woven together over 1,000 years by hundreds of the greatest witches and wizards who'd ever lived. Wards, enchantments, protections, charms, hexes, curses, blessings, all of it integrated into the stone and mortar and timber of the structure until the magic and the building were inseparable. And beneath it all, running through the foundation like roots, older than the founders, older than the school, older than the name Hogwarts, a signature Harry recognized. Merlin had been here. Had built something into the bones of this place. Something that was vibrating now, resonating with the blood in Harry's veins, calling to him with a low, persistent hum that said home, home, home. "Y'all get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called out. "Just round this bend here, we can already see it, Hagrid," Harry said quietly, but Hagrid didn't hear, and Harry supposed the speech was traditional. The boats were small and enchanted, gliding across the black water without oars or sails. Harry shared one with Neville and Hermione and a girl named Hannah Abbott who kept making small, odd sounds. The castle grew larger as they crossed the lake, filling the sky, and Harry felt its attention settle on him like the gaze of something ancient and patient. "I know," he thought. "I'm here." The castle's magic pulsed. Just once. An acknowledgement. They climbed stone steps to a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The door opened, and a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes looked down at them with the expression of someone who had been managing 11-year-olds for decades and had long since lost the capacity for surprise. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall led them into an entrance hall so large you could have fit the entire Dursley house inside it. Torches blazed on stone walls. A marble staircase swept upward. From behind a door to the right came the murmur of hundreds of voices, the rest of the school, already seated for the feast. McGonagall stopped and turned to face them. "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts," she continued. Harry listened with half his attention. The other half was occupied by what he could feel through the stone floor, the wards pulsing, the enchantments humming, and a specific, focused presence on the other side of the great hall doors that was watching for him with careful intensity. Dumbledore. Harry could feel the headmaster's magic the way you could feel a bonfire in a dark room, large, warm, controlled, and deliberately contained. It was impressive. Very impressive. But it was also, Harry now realized, several orders of magnitude less than what was running through his own blood, and the knowledge settled into him without arrogance. Just fact. The way you might note that a river is smaller than an ocean without thinking less of the river. "Now, form a line and follow me." The doors opened. The great hall was a cathedral of candlelight and enchantment. For long tables ran its length, packed with students. Above them, the ceiling showed a clear night sky, an illusion so perfect that Hermione whispered, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," and Harry saw that it wasn't an illusion at all, it was a transparency charm, a window into the actual sky, and the magic that maintained it was intricate and old and beautiful. At the head table, the staff sat in a row. Harry's eyes found Dumbledore immediately, tall, thin, silver-bearded, wearing robes of midnight blue with silver stars, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He was smiling benignly at the procession of first years, but behind the smile and the spectacles, his blue eyes were sharp, and when they found Harry, they went very still. Harry looked back. Directly. Steadily. No anger. No challenge. Just acknowledgement. "I know what you did." Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted, the faintest tightening around the eyes, a microscopic adjustment of the smile. The old man didn't look away. He held Harry's gaze for a long moment, and then, deliberately, carefully, he inclined his head. Not a bow. Not an apology. An acknowledgement of his own. "We will speak." Harry nodded, barely perceptibly, and turned his attention to the front of the hall, where Professor McGonagall had placed a battered old hat on a wooden stool. The hat sang. It sang about the four houses and their founders, about Gryffindor's courage and Ravenclaw's wit and Hufflepuff's loyalty and Slytherin's ambition, and the song was clever and well-constructed, and Harry listened to it while simultaneously reading the magical signature of the hat itself, which was staggering. 1,000 years of accumulated personality, layered over a core enchantment so complex it made the sealing charm look like a card trick. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah, went to Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, the same. Boot, Terry, went to Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, became the first Gryffindor. Harry watched each sorting, feeling the hat's magic reach into each student, gently touching their mind, reading their nature, and making its judgment. The students sat under the hat for varying lengths of time, some just a few seconds, others half a minute, and each time, the hat called out a name and a table erupted in cheers. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically sprinted to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a full minute. Harry could feel its magic probing, considering, debating, before it shouted, "Gryffindor," and Hermione bounced off to the red and gold table with visible relief. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool like a man walking to the gallows. The hat dropped over his eyes. A long pause. A very long pause. Harry felt the hat deliberating, and he felt something else too, Neville's magic, quiet and deep, like an underground spring. Not flashy. Not powerful in the way that demanded attention. But steady. Reliable. The kind of magic that would hold when everything else failed. Gryffindor. Neville nearly fell off the stool. He hurried to the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat and had to jog back to give it to the next student, ears burning crimson, but he was smiling, and when he sat down across from Hermione, he sat up straight. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, "Slytherin," and Draco strode to the green and silver table with the satisfaction of someone whose destiny had been confirmed. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not gradually, instantly, as if someone had cast a muffling charm on every mouth in the room. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on the skinny boy with the lightning scar who walked to the stool with unhurried, certain steps. Harry sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. The brim dropped past his eyes, and the great hall vanished. He was in darkness, and in the darkness, a voice spoke. Not the ancient voice from his birthday, something else. The Sorting Hat's voice, old and dry and sharp, speaking directly into his mind. Well, well, well. Harry waited. In 1,000 years of sorting, I have never encountered a mind like yours, Mr. Potter. Your courage would make Gryffindor weep with pride. Your intellect would give Ravenclaw's ghost something to think about. Your loyalty, oh yes, I can see it, fierce and absolute and very particular about who it's given to, would honor Hufflepuff. And your ambition. The hat paused. Harry felt it reaching deeper, probing beyond the surface of his thoughts, and then recoiling as if it had touched something hot. Merlin's blood. It wasn't a question. The hat's voice had changed, the dry academic tone replaced by something raw and startled. I sorted Merlin himself. Did you know that? 1,000 years ago, when the founders were still alive and this school was 4 buildings and a dream. He sat on this very stool, and I touched his mind, and I saw. Another pause. Longer. The hat's magic was vibrating against Harry's awareness like a struck bell. I see it again. In you. The same thread, the same signature, the same bottomless well of power running down into the roots of the world. You are his heir. Yes, Harry thought. He asked me not to tell anyone. He said the world wasn't ready. He asked me to keep his secret, and I have, for 1,000 years. And now you sit before me, and the secret is no longer mine to keep. What house did you put him in? The hat was quiet for a long moment. Then, something that might have been a laugh. He was the hardest sort I ever did, until tonight. Where to put the boy who could change the world? I don't want to change the world, Harry thought. I want to understand it. And I want to be around people I can trust. Then you already know where you belong. Do I? Courage is not the absence of fear, Mr. Potter. It is the choice to act despite it. You have never been afraid, and that's a different thing entirely. But you have chosen, consistently, deliberately, from the moment your power woke, to protect, to stand, to refuse to be diminished. That is Gryffindor's legacy. Not fearlessness. Defiance. Harry smiled. Then say it. The hat drew itself up. Harry felt it gathering itself, felt the ancient magic swelling, and when it spoke, it didn't just announce to the great hall. It thundered. The hat's voice rang off the stone walls and the enchanted ceiling and the very foundations of the castle, louder than any sorting that had come before, louder than any sorting in living memory, amplified by something that came not from the hat itself but from the castle responding, the ancient stones resonating with the declaration. Gryffindor. The windows rattled. The candles flared. Every goblet on every table vibrated with a clear, ringing tone. And then the great hall erupted. The Gryffindor table went insane. 2 red-haired twins, identical, freckled, and apparently determined to be the loudest people in any room, were on their feet yelling, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Students were stamping their feet, pounding the table, whistling. Even the other houses were applauding, caught up in the energy of the moment, though the Slytherin table's contribution was notably restrained. Harry took the hat off and handed it to a slightly dazed McGonagall. As he did, he glanced at the head table. Dumbledore was applauding politely, his face arranged in a grandfatherly smile. But his eyes, behind those half-moon spectacles, were calculating. Worried. Good, Harry thought. You should be worried. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Neville and Hermione, and the feast began. The food appeared out of thin air, platters of roast beef, mountains of potatoes, boats of gravy, towers of peas, cascading heaps of pudding. The first years fell on it with the focused intensity of people who'd spent 8 hours on a train sustained by chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties. Harry ate steadily, listening to the conversations that swirled around him, building a mental map of his new world. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were across the table and 2 seats down, engaged in a complicated argument about whether it was possible to enchant a toilet seat to sing. Their younger brother Ron, who'd been sorted into Gryffindor just after Harry, was demolishing a chicken leg with single-minded focus and occasionally stealing nervous glances at Harry. A boy named Seamus Finnegan was telling anyone who'd listen about his magical parentage, "Me dad's a muggle." Man didn't tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him, while Dean Thomas, who'd grown up muggle like Harry and Hermione, was asking questions about everything with the wide-eyed enthusiasm of someone who just discovered the laws of physics were more like guidelines. Hermione was reading ahead in Hogwarts, a history between bites of treacle tart. Neville was feeding scraps to Trevor under the table. It was loud and chaotic and thoroughly, wonderfully alive. What was that, with the hat? Ron Weasley asked suddenly, leaning across the table. It's never been that loud before. My brothers have all been through it and they said it usually just talks quietly and then says the name. It must have been feeling dramatic, Harry said. Fred reckons the castle itself reacted. Says the windows haven't done that since, well, ever, he says. Interesting, Harry said mildly, and took a bite of roast potato. Ron studied him with the open, unsubtle curiosity of someone who hadn't learned to be indirect yet. Is it true you've got a scar? From you-know-who? Harry pushed his fringe aside. Ron's eyes went wide. Wicked. The feast wound on. Desserts replaced the main course, ice cream in every flavor, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs. Harry ate a treacle tart and felt the castle's magic settle around him like a warm blanket. Then the food vanished, and Dumbledore stood. The hall went quiet. Dumbledore smiled out at the sea of students with the benign, twinkling warmth of a man who had perfected the art of appearing harmless. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, but we've already had our feast, haven't we? Excellent. Before we retire, then, a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. He paused, and his expression shifted, still smiling, but with a gravity beneath it. I must also tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A few people laughed. Most didn't. Harry noted the warning with interest. He could already feel something on the third floor, a knot of protective magic surrounding something small and powerfully enchanted. Whatever it was, Dumbledore was guarding it here, inside a school full of children, which was either brilliant or reckless or both. Dumbledore led the school in a round of bizarre school song selections, each person singing to their own tune, and then dismissed them to their dormitories. Harry rose with the rest of the Gryffindors and followed a prefect, Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, stiff-backed and self-important, through corridors and up staircases that moved, past portraits that talked and ghosts that drifted through walls, to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. Password, said a large portrait of a fat woman in a pink dress. Caput Draconis, Percy announced, and the portrait swung open to reveal a round, comfortable common room decorated in red and gold, with a crackling fire and squashy armchairs and a warm, sleepy atmosphere that immediately made Harry think of what a home should feel like. The first-year boys' dormitory was at the top of a spiral staircase, 5 four-poster beds with crimson curtains, their trunks already arranged at the foot of each bed. Harry's was next to the window. He could see the grounds from here, the lake gleaming silver under the moon, the dark mass of the forbidden forest, and beyond it all, the mountains rolling into the distance under a sky full of stars. The other boys, Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean, changed into pajamas and climbed into their beds, murmuring sleepily. Within minutes, the room was filled with the breathing of 4 sleeping boys. Only Harry remained awake. He sat on the edge of his bed in the dark, one hand resting on the cool stone of the window frame, and felt the castle breathe. There was something beneath Hogwarts. Not the thing on the third floor, that was surface level, a specific magical object under specific protections. This was deeper. Much deeper. Something woven into the bedrock itself, old beyond comprehension, sealed away with the same signature he'd felt in the vault beneath Gringotts. Merlin's. Harry closed his eyes and reached. The ley lines running beneath the castle converged somewhere far below, knotting together in a nexus of power that thrummed against his awareness. And at the center of that nexus, sealed behind wards that had held for a millennium, was a space. A room. Something waiting. Not yet, he thought. But soon. He opened his eyes, pulled the curtains closed around his bed, and slept. The castle watched over him, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter slept deeply and well in a place that felt like it had been waiting for him. Morning came gold and sharp through the tower windows, and Harry was the first one up. He dressed, pocketed the shrunken book and his wand, and was sitting in the common room reading when the rest of the house began filtering down in various states of consciousness. Hermione appeared at 7, already fully dressed and carrying 3 textbooks. Good. You're awake. What time did you get up? 5. Why? I wanted to explore. Her eyes lit up. Did you find anything interesting? Everything in this castle is interesting. They went to breakfast together, joined by Neville, who'd managed to lose Trevor somewhere between the dormitory and the common room. The great hall was bright with morning light, the enchanted ceiling showing a clear blue sky with high, thin clouds. Owls swooped in with the Morning Post, and Hedwig dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of Harry. He'd subscribed through Hagrid, before settling on his shoulder for a strip of bacon. The first class was Charms, with tiny Professor Flitwick, who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk and spent the first lesson explaining the theory behind basic wand movements. Harry listened attentively. The theory was sound, as far as it went. The prescribed gestures created specific patterns that helped channel magical intent through the wand's core. But it was also, Harry now understood, a set of training wheels. The gestures weren't strictly necessary. They were scaffolding to help young wizards focus their will. Merlin's book had been quite clear on this: magic responded to intent, not ritual. The rituals just made intent easier. Harry performed every exercise perfectly, on the first try, without visible effort. Flitwick's eyebrows climbed higher with each spell until they seemed in danger of departing his face entirely. Extraordinary, Mr. Potter. Extraordinary. Have you practiced before? A bit, Harry said. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was more demanding. She began the lesson by transforming her desk into a pig and back, which made the entire class gasp, and then assigned them the task of turning a match into a needle. Most students couldn't do it at all. Hermione managed to make her match go silver and pointy after 15 minutes. Ron's match caught fire. Neville's match didn't change, but his desk turned slightly metallic. Harry picked up his match, looked at it, and set it down. Where the match had been, a needle lay, perfect, bright, sharp. He hadn't used his wand. He hadn't even moved. The classroom went very quiet. McGonagall, who had been circulating between desks, stopped behind Harry's chair and stared at the needle. "Mr. Potter," she said carefully. "Did you just perform a wandless transfiguration?" "Yes, Professor." "On your first attempt?" "Yes." McGonagall picked up the needle and examined it. Her expression was controlled. She was a woman of formidable composure, but Harry could feel her heartbeat accelerate. "Full transformation," she murmured. "Complete molecular restructuring. Wandless." She set the needle down and looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter, I have taught transfiguration for 39 years. I have never seen a first-year student perform a wandless transfiguration of any kind, let alone a complete one. Should I use my wand?" Harry asked, not sarcastically, genuinely asking if there was a pedagogical reason. McGonagall regarded him for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "For now. Learning wand technique is important even if you don't strictly require it. Discipline is as valuable as power. Understood." She gave him a long, searching look, the look of a teacher reassessing a student in real time, and moved on. Harry felt her magic shift as she walked away. She was going to tell Dumbledore about this. Of course she was. He didn't mind. Let the old man know. Let everyone know. Harry was done being hidden. The confrontation with Snape came on Friday afternoon. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, damp, and lit by torches that seemed to actively resist illumination. Glass jars of preserved specimens lined the walls, their contents floating in murky liquid, and the air smelled of chemicals and old stone. Harry had been looking forward to this class. Potions, from what he'd read, was one of the few magical disciplines that didn't rely on raw magical power. It was methodical, precise, scientific. A great equalizer. Snape entered the classroom like a black cloud descending on a village. He was tall, hook-nosed, greasy-haired, and moved with the kind of deliberate menace that suggested he'd spent years perfecting his entrance for maximum student terror. His dark eyes swept the room, and when they landed on Harry, something ugly flickered across his face. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly, his voice barely above a whisper but somehow audible in every corner of the room. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." A few Slytherins snickered. Draco Malfoy, seated in the front row, smirked. Snape launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that was clearly rehearsed and designed to intimidate. Then he rounded on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met his eyes. He'd read the entire potions textbook in the first 3 days, and Merlin's book had included a section on alchemical foundations that made modern potions look like finger painting. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's expression didn't change. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that will save you from most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also called aconite." The room was silent. Snape stared at Harry. Harry stared back. Here was the thing about Severus Snape that Harry had figured out in approximately 8 seconds, the man hated him. Not disliked, not disapproved of, hated, with a specific, personal venom that had nothing to do with anything Harry had done and everything to do with something Harry represented. His father, probably. Harry could read it in the tension of Snape's jaw, the way his hand gripped the edge of his desk, the faint tremor of his magic, dark, tightly coiled, controlled but angry. Another version of Harry might have shrunk from this. Might have looked away, mumbled his answers, tried to be invisible. But Harry wasn't that boy. The cupboard was behind him. The seal was broken. And he refused, absolutely, categorically, permanently refused, to make himself small for anyone ever again. "Well?" Snape said, and the word was a blade. "Why aren't any of you writing this down?" Quills scratched. Snape swept away to terrorize Neville, who was trying to melt his cauldron through sheer nervous energy. Harry watched Snape berate the boy for 5 solid minutes, cruel, precise, surgical in his targeting of every insecurity, and felt something cold settle in his chest. "Professor," Harry said. Snape turned. "Did I ask you to speak, Potter?" "No. But you did ask Neville to brew a boil-cure potion, and he's doing it correctly. His proportions are right. His stirring pattern is right. He's nervous because you're standing over him, and nervousness doesn't help potion making. If you step back, he'll get it." The dungeon went absolutely silent. The only sound was the gentle bubbling of 20 cauldrons. Snape's face drained of color, then flushed. He crossed the room in 3 strides, robes billowing, and stopped inches from Harry's desk. Up close, his eyes were black and hard and full of a fury that had very little to do with classroom discipline. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape hissed. "For your monstrous arrogance. You are just like your father, strutting around, thinking you're above the rules, thinking the world revolves around." "My father is dead," Harry said quietly. "And I'd thank you not to use him as an insult." The temperature in the room dropped. Not metaphorically, actually dropped. Harry felt it happen and realized, with a distant part of his mind, that his magic was responding to his emotion, pulling heat from the air. He reeled it in. The temperature steadied. But several students had shivered, and Snape had noticed. Snape stared at Harry for a long, loaded moment. Harry could feel the man thinking, recalculating, running through the implications of what he'd just witnessed. When Snape spoke again, his voice was different, still hostile, but edged with something new. Caution. Detention, Potter. Tonight. My office. 8 o'clock. I'll be there, Harry said. Snape held his gaze for another second, then turned away, robes swirling. The rest of the lesson passed in tense silence. Harry brewed a perfect boil-cure potion. Snape didn't acknowledge it. After class, in the corridor outside the dungeon, Neville caught Harry's arm. His round face was flushed, and his eyes were bright. "You didn't have to do that," Neville said. "Stand up for me." "Nobody's ever," he stopped. Swallowed. "He was wrong," Harry said simply. "Your potion was right." Neville nodded quickly, blinking hard, and Harry saw it again, the steel beneath the softness, the courage that didn't know it was courage yet. Hermione appeared at Harry's other side, looking equal parts impressed and horrified. "You just challenged a teacher in front of the entire class. On your first week. You could lose house points, you could get expelled." "He was bullying an 11-year-old, Harry said. "I don't care about house points." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then said something that clearly cost her considerable effort. "You're right. He was." They walked to dinner together, and Harry didn't think about the detention or about Snape or about the points. He thought about the look on Neville's face, surprise, gratitude, and the first stirrings of something that might, with care, grow into the belief that he was worth defending. That was worth more than any number of house points. Harry served his detention scrubbing cauldrons without magic while Snape graded papers and pretended he didn't exist. It was boring and petty, and Harry did it without complaint, because the principle of the thing mattered and the punishment didn't, and because he could feel Snape watching him from behind that curtain of greasy hair, trying to reconcile whatever he'd expected Harry to be with what Harry actually was. At 9 o'clock, Snape said, "Get out," without looking up, and Harry left. He didn't go back to Gryffindor Tower. Instead, he turned left where the corridor branched, and followed the pull of his blood deeper into the castle. Past classrooms and storage rooms and stretches of corridor that seemed unused, forgotten, their torches dark and their dust undisturbed. The castle guided him, he could feel it adjusting around him, a wall here that was slightly more transparent to his senses, a door there that drew his attention. He descended a staircase that he was fairly certain didn't appear on any map. The air grew warm. The stone walls changed texture, rougher, older, carved rather than constructed. He was below the dungeons now, below the foundations, in rock that predated the castle by millennia. The corridor ended at a wall of smooth stone, featureless and dark. Harry placed his hand against it, and the stone rippled like water. Golden lines spread from his palm, the same pattern he'd seen in the Gringotts vault, the same ancient script, the same signature. The wall didn't open. It dissolved, the stone flowing away like sand in water, revealing a doorway framed in pale light. Harry stepped through. The room beyond was circular, perhaps 30 feet across, with a domed ceiling that glowed with soft, warm light from no visible source. The floor was smooth stone inlaid with silver lines that formed a pattern, a diagram of some kind, geometric and precise, radiating outward from a central point. The walls were covered in the same ancient script he'd seen in the vault and in Merlin's book. Shelves lined the upper portion of the walls, holding objects Harry couldn't identify, crystals, instruments, things that defied easy description. In the center of the room, at the convergence of the silver lines, stood a stone pedestal. On the pedestal sat nothing. But the nothing was occupied. Harry could feel it, a presence, not a ghost, not a spirit, but an impression, a recording, a message left in the fabric of the place itself. Whoever had built this room had left a piece of themselves behind, embedded in the stone, waiting. Harry walked to the center and placed both hands on the pedestal. The room spoke. Not in words, not exactly. In images, feelings, understanding. A man standing in this room 1,000 years ago, ancient already, his magic vast and terrible and fading. Building the room around himself like an extension of his own mind. Pouring knowledge into the walls, the floor, the air. A library of magic, sealed in stone, waiting for the blood that would come. Merlin's study. The place where he had done his deepest work, hidden beneath the school he'd helped conceive, embedded in the earth above the ley line nexus where his power was strongest. And here, carved into the surface of the pedestal in letters so small Harry had to lean close to read them, below this room lies the vault of endings. It holds what I could not destroy and could not keep. When the time comes, you will know. Do not open it before you are ready. The price of impatience is everything. Harry straightened up. The room hummed around him, welcoming, expectant. The shelves were full of knowledge he couldn't yet interpret. The silver lines on the floor pulsed with the ley lines beneath, and Harry could feel their power, vast and available, flowing through the nexus like an underground river. He had found Merlin's study. Beneath it was the vault of endings. Above it, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, probably looking at silver instruments and wondering what Harry was doing right now. Harry smiled. He sat down cross-legged in the center of the silver pattern, closed his eyes, and let the room's magic wash over him. It felt like coming home for the second time. The castle above hummed in harmony. The ley lines pulsed. And somewhere deep below, behind ancient wards, something vast and patient stirred in its sleep. Not yet, Harry thought again. But soon. He sat there for an hour, absorbing, learning, letting the room teach him in ways that went beyond words. When he finally rose and made his way back through the dissolving wall and up the hidden staircase and through the quiet corridors to Gryffindor Tower, it was nearly midnight and the common room was empty. He climbed the stairs to his dormitory, changed into pajamas, and lay in bed listening to his roommates breathe. The ring on his finger pulsed in the dark. Tomorrow, there would be more classes. More discoveries. More of this vast, complicated, magical world unfolding before him like a book whose pages were endless. And somewhere in the castle, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, staring at a silver instrument that was spinning wildly out of control, his face pale in the moonlight, his hands very still. "Oh, Harry," the old man murmured to the empty room. "What have you become?" But that was the wrong question, and somewhere deep in his ancient, brilliant, calculating heart, Dumbledore already knew it. The right question was, what did you prevent him from becoming all those years ago, and what will he do now that nothing is preventing him anymore? The castle settled into silence. The torches dimmed. The stars turned overhead, reflected in the black mirror of the lake. And in the bedrock beneath it all, Merlin's study glowed softly in the dark, waiting for its heir to return. Chapter 3, The Weight of Old Stones. Harry returned to Merlin's study every night for a week. He went after the common room emptied, when the fire had burned low and the last stragglers had stumbled off to bed. He moved through the castle without effort, following pathways the building opened for him, shortcuts through walls that thinned to curtains of mist at his approach, staircases that rearranged themselves to cut his journey in half, corridors that bent space so that 30 yards became 3. The castle was helping him. More than that, the castle was pleased to help him, in the way an old dog is pleased when its master's grandchild finally comes home. The study taught differently from the book. The book had given him foundations, awareness, directed will, the theory underlying wandless magic. The study gave him depth. Each night, Harry sat in the center of the silver pattern on the floor and let the room's embedded knowledge seep into him through the ley line nexus. It was like drinking from a river that had been dammed for 1,000 years. Not a flood, the room was careful, precise, feeding him information at a rate his mind could absorb without breaking. But relentless. He learned about the ley lines themselves, not just that they existed, but how they worked. They were the circulatory system of the magical world, channels of raw energy that flowed through the earth in patterns as complex and beautiful as the branching of rivers or the veining of a leaf. Every magical place sat on or near a ley line. Hogwarts sat on 7 of them, converging in the nexus directly below the study, which was why the founders had built here and why the castle's magic was so dense and layered. He learned about wards, real wards, not the comparatively crude protections modern wizards erected. The wards around Hogwarts were good, very good, the work of centuries of talented witches and wizards layering spell upon spell upon spell. But beneath them, interwoven with the foundation stone, was Merlin's ward work, and it operated on an entirely different principle. Modern wards were barriers, walls of magical energy that repelled or redirected threats. Merlin's wards were alive. They sensed, they adapted, they learned. They were connected to the ley lines the way a tree was connected to the soil, drawing power directly from the earth, effectively inexhaustible. And they responded to Harry's blood the way a loyal hound responded to its master's voice. He learned about the nature of his own power. This was the hardest lesson, not because it was complex, it was, staggeringly so, but because it required Harry to confront the sheer scale of what he was. Normal wizards had magical cores, internal reservoirs of power that regenerated over time. Harry had a core too, but it was connected, through his bloodline, to the ley line network itself. He could draw on any ley line within range, pull power from the earth, channel it through his body and his will. The theoretical limit of his magical output was determined not by his internal reserves but by how much energy his body could channel without burning out. That was the danger. That was why Merlin had sealed the bloodline in the first place, and Harry understood it now with a clarity that went beyond the message in the book. Merlin hadn't been afraid of his power being misused. He'd been afraid of it destroying whoever wielded it. The human body, even a wizard's body, was not built to channel the raw energy of the earth. Push too hard, draw too much, and the magic would consume the wielder like fire consuming kindling. Merlin himself had felt it, at the end. The slow burn. The erosion. Harry sat with this knowledge in the silver-lit silence of the study and felt it settle into him. Not fear. Understanding. He had an ocean of power available to him, but he was standing on the shore, not swimming in it. The trick was knowing how deep to wade. On the 4th night, he found the grimoire waiting for him on the pedestal. He'd left it in his trunk, shrunken, in his dormitory. But there it was, full-sized, leather-worn, the clasp already open. Harry picked it up and felt it pulse in his hands, and new words had appeared on the page it fell open to. You found the study. Good. Now learn what the walls cannot teach you. The walls know theory. The book knows practice. Together, they will make you what you need to be. Start with fire. Fire is the simplest expression of will, and the hardest to control. A wizard who can hold fire in his palm without burning has mastered the first principle: magic serves you. You do not serve magic. Harry held out his right hand, palm up, and thought of flame. Fire bloomed. Not a conjured flame, not the kind produced by a wand spell, raw fire, born from the conversion of magical energy directly into heat and light. It danced on his palm, golden white, throwing flickering shadows across the curved walls. Harry felt the heat of it but not the burn. The magic flowed through his blood, into his hand, out into the world as light. He held it for 10 minutes. 20. An hour. The flame never wavered. His hand never burned. The magic flowed as steadily as water from a spring, drawn up through the ley lines, through the nexus, through the silver pattern in the floor, through his body and out. An unbroken circuit. When he finally closed his hand and the flame died, the grimoire's page had changed. Good. Now do it without the ley lines. Draw from your own core. Feel the difference. Harry drew his awareness inward, away from the nexus, away from the rivers of power beneath the floor. He found his own core, a bright, fierce knot of energy behind his sternum, substantial by any wizard standard, vast compared to his classmates, and drew from it alone. The flame that appeared was smaller. Hotter. More personal. It cost him something, a faint drain, like the first tug of fatigue after a long run. This was what normal magic felt like. This was what every other witch and wizard in the world worked with, their own reserves, finite and precious. Harry held both understandings in his mind simultaneously. The ocean and the cup. He could use either. He needed to know both. Balance, the grimoire said. That is the second principle. Power without restraint is just destruction. A sword that cannot be sheathed is not a weapon. It's a hazard. Harry practiced until the small hours. Fire, then ice, the reverse conversion, pulling heat from the air and storing it as magical energy. Then force, raw kinetic projection, the ability to push or pull physical objects with directed will. Then something the grimoire called shaping, which was close to transfiguration but more fundamental, not changing one thing into another, but rearranging the underlying structure of matter itself. He shaped the stone floor into a chair. Not conjured, not transfigured, shaped, the molecules of granite flowing like clay under his will and solidifying into a new form that was still stone, still granite, but now a chair. He sat in it and it held his weight perfectly. The grimoire seemed pleased, if a book could be pleased. You learn fast. Faster than he did, though he'd never admit it. You have an advantage he lacked, you are young, and your mind is flexible, and you have not yet learned the limitations that older wizards believe are real. Harry thought. Merlin. He was 40 when he discovered what he was. You are 11. 40 years of assumptions are harder to unlearn than 11. Harry closed the book and sat in his stone chair and thought about that. 11. He was 11, and he was sitting in a secret room beneath Hogwarts learning magic that hadn't been practiced in a millennium, carrying a bloodline that connected him to the earth itself, and in 4 hours he had to go to herbology. He laughed. The sound bounced off the curved walls and came back to him, and the room's light pulsed warmly, and for a moment the absurdity of his life struck him full force and he laughed until his sides ached. Then he stood, shrank the grimoire, pocketed it, and went to bed. By the second week of October, Harry had established a rhythm. Classes during the day, he attended them all, participated in them all, performed in them all with a quiet excellence that continued to unnerve his teachers and fascinate his classmates. He used his wand in class because McGonagall had asked him to, and because she was right. Discipline was valuable, and learning the formal framework of magic gave him a vocabulary for things the grimoire taught differently. Wand magic was like learning cursive, not strictly necessary in a world with keyboards, but elegant, precise, and useful for its own sake. Evenings in a common room with Neville and Hermione, and increasingly with Ron, who had attached himself to Harry's orbit with the persistent, slightly hapless loyalty of a golden retriever. Ron was funny, blunt, occasionally tactless, and absolutely without pretense, a refreshing quality in a world where Harry was increasingly aware that most people related to him through layers of expectation and myth. And nights in the study, alone with the ley lines and the grimoire and the slow, deep education that was reshaping his understanding of what magic was and what he could do with it. He told Neville and Hermione about the study on the third week. They were sitting by the lake on a Sunday afternoon, the October sun thin and pale, the giant squid occasionally surfacing to wave a tentacle. Harry had been debating how much to share and had decided, characteristically, to share everything. Secrets were Dumbledore's tool, not his. There's a room beneath the castle, he said. Below the dungeons. It was built by Merlin. Hermione's book hit the grass. Neville's sandwich stopped halfway to his mouth. Merlin, Hermione said flatly. As in, the Merlin. Merlin, the most famous wizard in history. That Merlin. That Merlin. And you found a room he built. Beneath Hogwarts. He built it before Hogwarts existed. The founders built the school above it. Hermione picked up her book, set it down, picked it up again, then set it down firmly, as if establishing that this was a conversation and not a reading opportunity. Harry. Explain. From the beginning. All of it. So Harry told them. Not the edited version, not the careful version, the whole truth. The voice on his birthday. The vault at Gringotts. The grimoire, the ring, the bloodline. Merlin's heir. When he finished, the lake lapped gently at the shore and neither of them spoke for a long time. Neville found his voice first. And Dumbledore sealed this? Your bloodline. When you were a baby? That's what I believe. I haven't confirmed it with him yet. Why not? Because I want to understand what was sealed before I confront the man who sealed it. I want to know exactly what was taken from me before I ask him to justify it. Neville nodded slowly. His expression was hard to read, shock, certainly, but also something else. Recognition, maybe. He knew what it was like to have adults make decisions about your life without asking. Hermione, predictably, had questions. Many questions. She wanted to know the mechanics of the bloodline connection, the theory behind ley line channeling, the historical evidence for Merlin's presence at Hogwarts, the taxonomical classification of magic that predated wand use, and approximately 47 other things that would have taken several hours to address. I'll show you the study, Harry said. Both of you. If you want. If I want. Hermione looked at him as if he'd asked whether she wanted to breathe. I'm in, Neville said quietly. Whatever this is, whatever you need, I'm in. Harry looked at him. You don't even know what I might need. Doesn't matter. You stood up for me in potions when nobody else would. You've treated me like I'm worth something since the minute we met. So whatever this is, I'm in. That's it. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not magic, something older and more fundamental. Loyalty given freely, without calculation, without expectation. He'd read about it in books. He'd never experienced it. Thank you, Neville, he said, and meant it more than either word could carry. He took them to the study that night. Hermione's reaction was everything Harry had expected. She stepped through the dissolving wall, took 3 steps into the circular room, and stopped breathing. Her eyes moved from the silver-inlaid floor to the script-covered walls to the shelves of unidentifiable artifacts to the softly glowing ceiling, and her hands came up to cover her mouth, and she made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a sob. This is real, she whispered. This is actually real. 1,000 years. This room has been here for 1,000 years and nobody knew. The castle knew, Harry said. It just needed the right person to show it to. Neville was quieter. He stood in the doorway, looking at the room with wide eyes, and Harry felt his magic, that quiet, deep, steady magic, react to the ley line nexus beneath the floor. A faint tremor. A resonance. I can feel it, Neville said, surprised. Under the floor. It's like a heartbeat. The ley lines, Harry said. They converge right beneath us. You can feel them because your magic is strong, Neville, whether you believe that or not. Neville stepped fully into the room, and the silver lines in the floor pulsed once, gently, like a greeting. He looked down at his feet and then at Harry, and something in his expression changed. A wall coming down. A door opening. My gran says I'm barely magical, Neville said. She worried I was a squib until I was 8. Your gran is wrong. You keep saying things like that. Because they keep being true. Hermione had already migrated to the shelves and was examining the artifacts with the focused intensity of a museum curator discovering an undocumented collection. Harry, these instruments, I don't recognize any of them. This one looks like it might be an astrolabe, but the markings are all wrong. And this, is this a pensieve? I haven't catalogued everything yet. The room reveals things gradually. Reveals things? You mean it's sentient? Not sentient. Responsive. It reads my progress and shows me what I'm ready for. Hermione turned to face him, and her expression was fierce with something that Harry recognized as intellectual hunger, not greed, not ambition, but the pure, driving need to understand. Harry, do you realize what this means? If Merlin built this before the founders, then everything we know about the history of magical education in Britain is wrong. The standard timeline puts the founding of Hogwarts as the first organized magical institution in the country. But if this room predates the castle, then Merlin was teaching here before the founders arrived, Harry finished. And they built Hogwarts on top of his school, not the other way around. Hermione sat down on the floor, simply folded to the ground, as if her legs had decided independently that standing was no longer a priority. "I need parchment," she said. "I need a lot of parchment." Harry smiled. He reached into the air beside him and pulled, gently, a thread of magic through his fingers, and a quill and a roll of parchment materialized on the floor beside Hermione. Not conjured from nothing, drawn from his trunk in the dormitory above, pulled through the castle's helpful corridors and down through the dissolving wall. Hermione stared at the parchment. Then at Harry. "You just summoned objects through solid stone across multiple floors of a castle." "The castle helped. That doesn't make it less impossible. It makes it less impressive, maybe. I'll take the compliment, though." She grabbed the quill and started writing, and Harry let her. He turned to Neville, who was kneeling on the floor, his palm flat against the silver lines, his eyes half closed. "What do you feel?" Harry asked. "Warmth," Neville said. "And, something growing. Like roots. Like the way a plant feels when it's reaching for water." He opened his eyes. "That doesn't make any sense." "It makes perfect sense. Ley lines are the root system of the magical world. You feel them the way you feel plants because that's how your magic works, organic, connected, growing. That's not a weakness, Neville. That's a gift." Neville looked at his hand on the silver floor and didn't say anything, but Harry could feel his magic pulse, stronger, steadier, responding to the encouragement the way a flame responds to oxygen. They stayed in the study for 2 hours. Hermione filled 14 feet of parchment with notes and questions. Neville sat in the center of the silver pattern and meditated, his magic gradually synchronizing with the ley lines until the room's light pulsed in rhythm with his breathing. Harry watched them both and felt something settle in him, the knowledge that he wasn't alone, that the weight of what he was and what he carried could be shared, if not borne, by people who chose to stand beside him. When they finally left, climbing back through the hidden passages and the shifting corridors to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione was vibrating with barely contained excitement and Neville was walking with a straightness in his spine that hadn't been there before. "Harry," Hermione said as they reached the portrait of the fat lady. "This is the most important magical discovery in centuries. Possibly ever. What are you going to do with it?" "Learn," Harry said. "And then we'll see." "And Dumbledore?" "Soon," Harry said. "Very soon." Soon came 3 days later, and it came not on Harry's terms but on Dumbledore's. Harry was leaving breakfast when he felt it, a tightening in his chest, a constriction around his ribcage that had nothing to do with the sausages he'd eaten. It came from inside, from his magical core, and it felt like a hand slowly closing around his heart. Not painful, not yet, but wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. He stopped in the corridor. Students flowed around him, chattering, oblivious. Harry closed his eyes and looked inward. Someone was trying to reseal his bloodline. The magic was subtle, extraordinarily so. It didn't feel like an attack. It felt like a gentle pressure, a careful, incremental tightening, as if someone were slowly, patiently trying to rebottle something that had been uncorked. Layer by delicate layer, binding by precise binding. The work of a master. The work of someone who understood what they were dealing with and was approaching it with respect and caution and absolute determination. Harry recognized the magical signature. He'd felt it every night, that careful probe from the direction of the headmaster's office. Watching. Measuring. Not just watching, it turned out. Working. The anger hit him like a wave, and he let it come. Not the blind, choking rage of the powerless, a focused, crystalline fury that sharpened everything, that made the world go clear and bright and precise. He breathed through it. Let it run through him and settle in his bones. He didn't suppress it. He used it. Then he reached for the bindings Dumbledore was constructing around his core and tore them apart. It was easy. Laughably easy. Dumbledore's magic was formidable, the old man was brilliant, creative, powerful by any reasonable standard, but he was trying to bind something he didn't understand. He was trying to put a river back in a bottle using a cap designed for a jar. Harry's bloodline magic shattered the bindings like tissue paper, and somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore must have felt it, because the pressure stopped instantly. Harry opened his eyes. The corridor was still full of students. Nobody had noticed. The entire confrontation, the sealing attempt, the breaking, the fury, had taken place entirely within Harry's internal magical landscape, invisible to the outside world. He turned toward the headmaster's office. The gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's tower recognized him before he arrived. Harry felt its magic, a simple animation charm, old but effective, and pushed past it without a password. The gargoyle leapt aside, the spiral staircase rotated upward, and Harry stepped onto it without breaking stride. He didn't knock on the office door. It opened at his touch. Dumbledore's office was exactly what you'd expect from a man who had spent 50 years curating the impression of a wise, slightly eccentric grandfather. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindle-legged tables. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling. A scarlet bird, a phoenix, Harry realized with a jolt of recognition, its magic ancient and warm and nothing like anything else in the room, sat on a golden perch beside the desk, watching Harry with intelligent, dark eyes. And behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore sat with his hands folded and his expression carefully, precisely blank. "Harry," he said. "I've been expecting you." "I imagine you have," Harry said. He didn't sit down, though a comfortable chair had clearly been positioned across from the desk for exactly that purpose. He stood in the center of the room and looked at Dumbledore and let the silence stretch. The old man was impressive up close. His magic filled the room, dense, layered, controlled with the precision of a lifetime of practice. His blue eyes were sharp behind the half-moon spectacles. He radiated competence and calm authority. If you didn't know what was underneath, if you hadn't felt the bindings being constructed around your heart an hour ago, you trust this man with your life. "You tried to reseal me," Harry said. Not a question. A flicker crossed Dumbledore's face, surprise. Harry thought, that Harry had identified not just the what but the who so quickly. "Yes," he said. "Why?" "To protect you." "From what?" Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I understand that you're angry. You have every right to be. But what has been unlocked in you is dangerous, not to others, but to you. The power that runs through Merlin's bloodline is vast, and it is not meant for one person. I know. The grimoire told me. Merlin sealed his own line because the power would eventually consume the wielder." Harry took a step closer to the desk. "But here's what I don't understand, Professor. Merlin sealed himself. He made a choice. His choice, about his power. You sealed me. A baby. Without consent. Without knowledge. And then you put me in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years and told the people guarding me that my parents died in a car crash." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, a flinch, deep down, almost invisible. The Blood Wards protected me from Voldemort. They didn't require me to be locked in a cupboard. They didn't require the Dursleys to hate me. They didn't require you to erase my parents' memory, my heritage, my identity. Those were your choices, Professor. Yours. The office was very quiet. The silver instruments whirred softly. The phoenix made a low, musical sound, not distress, not warning. Something more complex. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Without the glasses, he looked older. Tired. The mask of the twinkling grandfather fell away, and what was left was a man carrying the weight of decades of choices made in rooms like this one, alone, in the small hours, convinced of his own rightness. "You're correct," Dumbledore said quietly. "I made choices. And some of them were wrong." "Which ones?" "The Dursleys. I knew they were unkind. I told myself it was necessary, that the blood protection required you to live there, and that the discomfort was a small price for safety. I monitored the situation, but I did not intervene when I should have. That was wrong." "And the seal?" Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. His eyes found Harry's, and what Harry saw in them was not guilt, not regret, but something harder, the steel of a man who still believed, fundamentally, in the rightness of his reasoning even as he acknowledged its costs. "The seal," Dumbledore said, "was necessary. And if I had it to do over again, Harry, I would make the same choice." Harry stared at him. "Explain." "When your parents died, and you survived the killing curse, the magical shockwave was felt by every sensitive instrument in the wizarding world. I arrived at Godric's Hollow within hours. When I examined you, I found what I expected, a remarkable infant who had survived unsurvivable magic through his mother's sacrificial protection. But I also found something I did not expect." Dumbledore paused. "Your mother was Muggle-born. That is what we all believed. But Lily Evans carried a dormant magical lineage that had been sleeping for generations, a squib-line, descended from Merlin's own blood, diluted and hidden through centuries of non-magical descendants until it reconnected with wizarding blood through your mother's spontaneous magical expression. When Lily married James Potter, two ancient bloodlines merged, and the dormant Merlin line reactivated in you. So my mother was Merlin's descendant," Harry said. "Through a line so obscure that no genealogist would have found it. But magical blood has a longer memory than parchment. When I examined you that night, the Merlin signature was unmistakable. You were radiating power that no infant should possess, power that, had it been allowed to develop unchecked, would have drawn every dark wizard, every power-hungry faction, every ancient conspiracy in the magical world directly to your crib." Dumbledore stood. He was tall, taller than Harry had realized, and his presence filled the room in a way that was not magic but force of personality. "You were already marked by Voldemort. Already the subject of a prophecy. Already the target of every remaining Death Eater in Britain. If word had spread that you were also the heir of Merlin, that the most powerful magical bloodline in history had resurfaced in the boy who lived, you would not have survived to see your first birthday, blood wards or no blood wards. So I sealed your heritage. I bound the Merlin bloodline dormant, reinforcing the lock that Merlin himself had placed centuries ago. And I told no one. And you decided this alone," Harry said. "There was no one to consult. Your parents were dead. Your godfather was in prison. The ministry was in chaos. Voldemort's followers were still active, still hunting. I made the decision in a ruined nursery with a dead man and a dead woman on the floor and a screaming baby in my arms, and I made it because I believed, I still believe, that it was the right thing to do." Harry looked at him for a long time. The anger was still there, bright and sharp, but it was no longer blind. He could see Dumbledore clearly, not a villain, not a hero. A man. A frightened, brilliant, arrogant man standing in the wreckage of the worst night in recent magical history, making impossible choices with incomplete information, and getting some of them wrong. "You had no right," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "I did not. You could have told me. When I was old enough. You could have prepared me. Perhaps. But the seal was not meant to break. It was designed to hold until you were of age, 17, at which point I intended to tell you everything and let you choose whether to unlock your heritage. The fact that it broke on your 11th birthday suggests that the power of the bloodline was greater than I estimated, or that some external factor accelerated the awakening." "What external factor?" Dumbledore hesitated. It was the first time Harry had seen the man hesitate, and it told him more than any words could have. "I don't know," Dumbledore admitted. And that concerns me greatly. Harry filed that away. Something had broken the seal early. Dumbledore didn't know what. But something, or someone, had wanted Harry's power to wake up. Don't try to seal me again, Harry said. Harry, don't. Harry's voice was quiet, but the room responded, the silver instrument stuttered, the candles flared, the phoenix spread its wings with a sharp rustling sound. I understand why you did it. I understand the danger. I even understand that you believed it was right. But I am awake now, Professor. The power is mine, and the choice about what to do with it is mine, and if you try to take that from me again, I will stop you. The room settled. The instruments resumed their whirring. The candles steadied. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was new, not calculated, not controlled, but raw. Grief, maybe. Or awe. Or the specific, painful recognition of a man seeing, for the first time, the consequences of his actions standing in front of him with green eyes and a lightning scar. You are remarkable, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. More remarkable than I had any right to expect, given what I took from you. Don't compliment me, Harry said. Earn my trust. He turned and walked to the door. His hand was on the handle when Dumbledore spoke again. Harry. The third-floor corridor. Harry stopped. There is an object hidden in this castle. A powerful object, placed here for safekeeping. It is protected by multiple enchantments, but it is also bait, a trap for someone who is already searching for it. I tell you this because you have earned honesty, and because I suspect you have already sensed its presence. The thing behind the wards on the third floor, Harry said without turning around. Yes. It is called the Philosopher's Stone. It was created by Nicholas Flamel, and it produces the elixir of life. Voldemort, what remains of him, wants it. And there is a person in this castle who is working to retrieve it for him. Now Harry turned. Who? I don't know yet. But I am watching. Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very sharp. I tell you this not to burden you, but because you are no longer a child I can protect by keeping in the dark. You have made that very clear. Harry regarded him. The anger was still there, but beside it, something else was growing, not forgiveness, not yet, but the beginnings of respect. Not for what Dumbledore had done, but for this, the willingness, however belated, to treat Harry as what he was. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. And meant it. He left the office and descended the spiral staircase, and the gargoyle leapt back into place behind him, and Harry stood in the corridor and breathed. The conversation replayed in his mind. The reasons, the justifications, the grief in the old man's eyes. The revelation about his mother, Lily Evans, Muggleborn, carrying an ancient bloodline nobody knew about, reconnecting the line of Merlin with the wizarding world through love and chance and the blind luck of genetics. His mother. The woman who'd died on the floor of a ruined nursery, who'd given her life to protect him, who'd passed down more than just green eyes. Harry pressed his hand against the stone wall of the corridor, and the castle's magic hummed under his palm, warm and constant and old. Thank you, he whispered. Not to Dumbledore. To her. October deepened. The trees on the grounds turned gold and russet, the lake went steel-gray, and the castle settled into the rhythms of the academic year with the comfortable inevitability of a thing that had been doing this for a millennium. Harry attended classes, trained in the study, spent evenings with his friends, and carried the weight of what he knew with a steadiness that surprised even him. He told Neville and Hermione about the conversation with Dumbledore. All of it. The seal, the reasons, the Philosopher's Stone. That manipulative old, Hermione started, and then caught herself, visibly wrestling between her respect for authority and her fury at what Dumbledore had done. He sealed your magic. Without consent. When you were a baby. He also may have saved my life by doing it, Harry said. I don't like it. I don't forgive it. But I can hold both things in my head at once. And the stone. Neville asked. Someone in the castle is after it. Dumbledore thinks so. Who? Harry had been thinking about this. He'd spent 2 evenings expanding his awareness through the castle, feeling the magical signatures of every professor and staff member, mapping their movements and their magic. One signature stood out, not because it was dark, exactly, but because it was double. A wizard carrying something else inside him. Something parasitic, clinging to the back of his skull like a leech. Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Hermione frowned. The defense against the dark arts teacher. But he's terrified of his own shadow. He jumps when students sneeze. The stutter is fake. The timidity is fake. Everything about that man is a performance. Harry paused. And there's something on the back of his head. Under the turban. Something alive. Neville went pale. Alive? A presence. Parasitic. Dark. Harry looked at both of them steadily. I think Voldemort is in this castle. What's left of him? I think he's attached to Quirrell. The common room was empty around them, it was late, past midnight, the fire burning low. The silence that followed Harry's words was heavy. What do we do? Neville asked. Not what should we do or what can we do, what do we do, present tense, active voice, ready. For now, nothing. Dumbledore knows about the stone. He has protections in place. And I want to understand more before I act. If Voldemort is possessing Quirrell, there are implications, how he's surviving, what's keeping him attached to the living world, what his actual capabilities are in this state. And if he makes a move? Hermione asked. Harry looked at her. Then I'll be ready. He said it simply, without bravado, and they believed him because they had both seen what he could do and understood that what they'd seen was a fraction of what he was. The weeks rolled on. Halloween approached, and the castle dressed itself in its yearly finery, floating pumpkins, live bats, the ghosts holding their annual Death Day celebrations. Harry continued his nightly training in the study, his daily excellence in classes, and his quiet monitoring of Quirrell. The defense professor was clever, Harry had to give him that. The performance was nearly flawless, the stutter, the flinching, the garlic-scented turban that he claimed was a gift from an African prince. But Harry could feel the second presence writhing behind Quirrell's facade, and in class, when Quirrell turned to write on the blackboard, Harry's scar burned. Not badly. Not yet. Just a warning. A proximity alert, blood recognizing blood, because there was a connection there too, Harry realized. The curse that had killed his parents and failed to kill him had left more than a scar. It had left a link, a thread of dark magic connecting Harry to the thing that had been Voldemort. The grimoire mentioned it in passing, in a section on magical contamination. When one wizard attempts to destroy another and fails, the magic of the attempt can create a bond, a bridge between hunter and prey. Such bridges carry traffic in both directions. Traffic in both directions. Harry could feel Voldemort. Could Voldemort feel him? He'd deal with that later. For now, he watched and waited and learned. On Halloween night, everything accelerated. The feast was spectacular, 1,000 live bats, pumpkins the size of garden sheds, mountains of candy. Harry was sitting between Neville and Hermione, eating treacle tart and listening to nearly headless Nick describe his 500th Death Day party, when the doors of the Great Hall burst open and Professor Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew, face white with terror. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into pandemonium. Dumbledore restored order with a sound like a cannon blast from his wand. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me to the dungeons." Harry didn't move. Around him, students surged to their feet and began filing toward the doors in organized panic. Neville grabbed his arm. "Harry, come on, Quirrell let the troll in," Harry said. "What? The feint is fake. The panic is fake. This is a distraction. He wants the teachers in the dungeon so he can go to the third floor. Hermione's face went white. The stone. Stay with the group, Harry said. Both of you. Get back to the tower. Like hell, Neville said, and the steel in his voice was audible now, no longer hidden, forged through weeks of discovering that he was more than anyone had told him. You're not going alone. Harry looked at him. Then at Hermione, whose jaw was set and whose eyes were bright with fear and determination in equal measure. The troll is real, Harry said. Even if Quirrell let it in as a distraction, there's an actual mountain troll loose in the castle. Students are in danger. Then we deal with the troll, Hermione said, and then we deal with Quirrell. Harry could have argued. Could have insisted they stay safe, stay back, let him handle it. But that would have been Dumbledore's move, protecting people by sidelining them, making decisions for them, treating their courage as something to be managed rather than respected. Together, then, Harry said. They slipped away from the Gryffindor procession at the second-floor corridor. Harry could feel the troll, a massive, dense, dim presence moving through the lower levels, its magic primitive and strong, like a boulder rolling downhill. It was heading away from the dungeons, not toward them. Moving up. Toward the first-floor girls' bathroom. Harry felt something else, a small, frightened presence in that bathroom. Someone who hadn't been at the feast, hadn't heard the warning. There's a student in the first-floor bathroom, Harry said, and started running. They found the troll at the same time it found the bathroom. 12 feet tall, granite gray, with a club the size of a tree trunk. It smelled like an open sewer and moved with a lumbering, terrible momentum. The bathroom door splintered under its first swing, and a scream, high, terrified, a girl's scream, rang through the corridor. Harry didn't slow down. He raised his right hand and the troll's club stopped mid-swing. Simply stopped, frozen in the air, held by a force the troll's dim brain couldn't comprehend. The creature grunted, confused, and pulled at the club. It didn't move. Harry held it with directed will, drawing from the ley line that ran beneath this corridor, and it was effortless, like holding a feather against a breeze. The troll turned its small, stupid eyes toward Harry and roared. The sound was deafening in the stone corridor. Neville stumbled back. Hermione pressed against the wall. Harry didn't flinch. He flicked his wrist, a gesture he didn't need but found aesthetically satisfying, and the troll lifted off the ground. All 12 feet and 1 ton of it, rising into the air with the same gentle precision as his trunk on the Hogwarts Express. The troll flailed, confused and furious, its legs pumping uselessly in the air. Harry set it down outside the bathroom. Gently. Then he put it to sleep. No incantation, no wand. Just a pulse of magic directed at the creature's tiny brain, a soft command, sleep. The troll's eyes glazed, its legs buckled, and it collapsed to the stone floor with a crash that shook dust from the ceiling. Its club clattered down beside it. The whole thing had taken about 8 seconds. Harry stepped over the troll's outstretched arm and into the bathroom. A girl was huddled under the sinks, shaking, tear-streaked, her dark hair wet from a burst pipe. First year. Slytherin robes. He recognized her from the sorting, Tracy Davis. You're safe, Harry said, offering his hand. It's asleep. She took his hand and let him pull her up. She was shaking so hard her teeth chattered. How did you, long story. Can you walk? She could. He led her out of the bathroom and into the corridor, where Neville was standing guard with his wand drawn and his jaw set, and Hermione was staring at the unconscious troll with an expression of complete cognitive overhaul. You levitated a mountain troll, Hermione said. Wandlessly. And then you cast a sleeping charm on a creature that is famously resistant to magical suggestion. I asked it politely, Harry said. Harry. It was more of a firm request. The thundering of approaching feet announced the arrival of the teachers. McGonagall came first, followed by Snape, limping slightly, Harry noticed, with a bloody gash on his leg, and then Quirrell, who took one look at the unconscious troll and did a very convincing impression of nearly fainting again. But Harry was watching Quirrell's eyes, and behind the performance, behind the stammer and the pallor, those eyes were sharp and calculating and fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with surprise and everything to do with assessment. He's measuring me, Harry thought. Or whatever's behind his face is measuring me. What happened here? McGonagall demanded, her voice tight with fear and fury. Harry told her. Most of it. A student was in danger. They went to help. The troll was subdued. He left out the part about knowing Quirrell was behind it, because that card was worth more face down. McGonagall's expression cycled through anger, disbelief, and something that might have been reluctant pride. 5 points each from Gryffindor for sheer foolishness. And 20 points each to Gryffindor for, she looked at the sleeping troll, looked at Harry, and seemed to give up on finding the right word. For extraordinary magical ability under pressure. Snape said nothing. He was staring at Harry with his dark eyes, and Harry felt the man's mind pressing against his own, not an attack, but a probe, delicate and skilled. Legilimency. Snape was trying to read his thoughts. Harry looked at him and the probe shattered. Not with force, with density. Harry's mind was simply too layered, too deep, too thoroughly reinforced by weeks of training in Merlin's study, for Snape's intrusion to find purchase. It was like trying to read a book that had been written in a language you'd never seen. Snape blinked. Something crossed his face, surprise, then reassessment, then something that looked disturbingly like the beginning of respect. Quirrell hurried away down the corridor, clutching his turban. Harry watched him go and felt the scar on his forehead pulse once, a single beat of heat, like a signal. I know you're there, Harry thought. And I know what you're after. He walked Tracy Davis back to the Slytherin common room entrance, ignoring her stammered thanks and Neville's quiet pride and Hermione's 67 unasked questions. At the entrance to the dungeons, Tracy turned to him. You saved my life. I was in the neighborhood. She almost laughed. Almost. Then she disappeared through the stone wall, and Harry turned back toward Gryffindor Tower with his friends flanking him. In his office, behind his silver instruments, Dumbledore watched through an enchanted mirror and felt the full weight of what he had unleashed, or rather, what he had tried and failed to keep contained. The boy had handled a mountain troll with less effort than most adult wizards would expend on a stunning spell. He'd done it wandlessly. He'd done it calmly. He'd done it with the measured precision of someone who understood his own power so completely that even in crisis, even with lives at stake, he remained in absolute control. Dumbledore set down the mirror and stared at his hands. He had sealed a baby's magic to protect it. He had told himself it was right. And now that baby was 11 years old and more powerful than anyone Dumbledore had ever met, and the seal was ash, and the boy was angry, and the world was about to change. Fawkes, Dumbledore said to the phoenix on its perch. I believe I have made a very great mistake. Fawkes sang a single note, low, clear, and sad, and the sound of it hung in the office like a confession. That night, Harry didn't go to the study. He sat in the common room long after everyone else had gone to bed, staring into the dying fire with the ring warm on his finger and the grimoire in his pocket and the memory of the troll's stupid, confused face as it floated helplessly in the air. He'd handled it easily. Too easily. The power had come when he called it, vast and immediate, and he'd used it without strain, without cost, without even needing to think. That should have been comforting. Instead, it was sobering. Because if he could do that to a troll at 11, what could he do at 17? At 30? At 50? Where was the ceiling? Was there a ceiling? The power in your veins is not a gift. It is a choice. Every day. Every moment. Merlin's words. Written 1,000 years ago by a man who had faced the same question and eventually decided that the answer was too dangerous to leave in the world. Harry wasn't going to seal himself. He'd already decided that. But he understood, sitting in the firelight with the smell of trolls still faintly in his clothes, that Dumbledore's fear and Merlin's fear were not irrational. They were the reasonable response to an unreasonable amount of power concentrated in a single, fallible, human vessel. The question wasn't whether the power was dangerous. It was. The question was whether Harry Potter was equal to it. He didn't know the answer yet. But he knew this: he would rather face the question honestly than have someone else answer it for him. The fire burned low. The castle settled. And somewhere deep below, in the study where old light met older stone, the silver lines pulsed in the dark, patient and steady as a heartbeat, waiting for their heir to return. Chapter 4. The Hollow Court. November came to the Highlands like a slow exhalation, the landscape going grey and spare, the lake turning the colour of hammered tin. Rain fell in sheets that seemed personal, and the castle responded by turning inward, fires roaring in every hearth, the corridors filling with the smell of damp wool and hot cider and the particular whetstone scent of a building that had been weathering Scottish winters for 1,000 years. Harry's days had settled into a pattern that felt sustainable, if not exactly normal. Classes in the morning, where he continued to perform with a quiet excellence that his teachers had stopped commenting on because there was nothing left to say. Afternoons in the library with Hermione, who had taken on the project of cross-referencing everything Harry was learning in Merlin's study with the existing magical canon and was producing increasingly agitated footnotes about gaps in the historical record. Evenings in the common room with Neville and Ron and the slow, warm work of building friendships that felt real. Nights in the study, going deeper. The grimoire had moved past elemental magic and into something it called resonance, the art of reading and influencing the magical signatures of other people. Not mind reading, nothing so crude. More like, emotional sonar. By sending out a carefully calibrated pulse of his own magic and reading the return signal, Harry could determine a person's emotional state, their magical strength, their intent. It was extraordinarily useful and profoundly unsettling, because it meant that in a room full of people, Harry knew who was lying, who was afraid, who was angry, and who was hiding something, and the knowledge was relentless and unavoidable. He learned to filter. To turn the sensitivity down, like lowering the volume on a radio, until it became background noise rather than a constant stream of data. But he kept it open enough to track the two things that mattered most: Quirrell's movements through the castle, and the faint, dark, oily signature of whatever was living on the back of the man's head. Quirrell had been quiet since Halloween. No more troll incidents. No obvious moves toward the third floor. He taught his classes with the same stammering incompetence, assigned the same tepid homework, and gave no outward indication that he was anything other than the least threatening professor in the building. But Harry could feel the thing behind the turban growing stronger, feeding on something, Quirrell's own life force, maybe, or the ambient magic of the castle, and he could feel it reaching, testing, probing the defenses around the Philosopher's Stone with a patient, methodical intelligence that was far more dangerous than brute force. Harry watched. And waited. And trained. It was Hermione who found the first reference to the Hollow Court. She came to breakfast on a Tuesday morning in the third week of November with dark circles under her eyes and a book so old its binding was held together with magic and optimism. She sat down across from Harry and Neville, set the book on the table between the toast and the marmalade, and said, "I found something." "You look terrible," Ron said helpfully from 3 seats down. Hermione ignored him with the ease of long practice. "I was in the restricted section last night." She held up a hand to forestall the obvious question. "Professor Flitwick gave me a pass. I told him I was researching pre-Hogwarts magical education for extra credit. Which is true, technically." She opened the book to a page she'd marked with a torn strip of parchment. "This is a chronicle of ancient magical societies by Bathilda Bagshot, the early edition, before the ministry made her remove certain chapters. Look." Harry looked. The text was dense and archaic, but the passage Hermione indicated was clear enough. Among the societies that arose in the centuries following Merlin's disappearance, perhaps the most enigmatic was the Order of the Hollow Court. Founded, by their own account, by wizards who had been Merlin's own students, the Hollow Court dedicated themselves to the preservation and eventual recovery of Merlin's sealed magical legacy. They believed that the power Merlin had locked away, the deep connection to the ley lines, the ability to shape raw magic without intermediary, was not the property of one bloodline but the birthright of all magical peoples, and that Merlin had committed an act of profound selfishness by sealing it within his own blood rather than sharing it with the world. The Hollow Court persisted, in one form or another, through the medieval period and into the early modern era. Their methods were often extreme. They were implicated in at least 3 attempts to locate and forcibly unseal Merlin's descendants, but their philosophical position was not without sympathizers. The question of whether magical power should be inherited or distributed has never been fully resolved within the magical community. By the 18th century, the Hollow Court had vanished from public view. Whether they disbanded, went underground, or simply changed their name remains unknown. Harry read the passage twice. The ring on his finger pulsed, not warmth this time, but a sharper sensation. Warning. They hunted Merlin's descendants, Neville said, reading over Harry's shoulder. His voice was carefully neutral. 3 documented attempts, Hermione said. But Bagshot says those are just the ones that made it into the historical record. The Hollow Court operated in secret. There could have been dozens more. And you think they're still active, Harry said. Hermione met his eyes. I think an organization that survived for 700 years doesn't just disappear. I think they went underground, like Bagshot suggested. And I think that if they had any way of detecting the reactivation of Merlin's bloodline, they detected it on July 31st. The great hall buzzed with the ordinary noise of breakfast. Students ate, laughed, argued about Quidditch. Owls swooped in with the Morning Post. The enchanted ceiling showed low, heavy clouds. And at the Gryffindor table, 3 11-year-olds sat with an ancient book between them and contemplated the possibility that there was a centuries-old conspiracy hunting one of them. Dumbledore mentioned something, Harry said slowly. When he explained why he sealed me. He said that if word got out about the bloodline, it would draw every power-hungry faction to me. He might have been thinking of this specifically. We need more information, Hermione said. Bagshot's account is second-hand at best. I want primary sources. Try the study, Harry said. Merlin might have left something about them. If they were his students originally, he would have known about them. Hermione's eyes lit up. She closed the book, tucked it under her arm, and was halfway out of her seat before Harry caught her sleeve. Tonight, he said. Not now. You have transfiguration in 10 minutes. Hermione sat back down with the expression of someone being asked to delay Christmas. They went to the study that evening, all 3 of them. Hermione had spent the day in a state of barely contained anticipation that manifested as answering every question in every class with even more thoroughness than usual, which several professors clearly hadn't thought possible. Neville had been quiet and watchful, the way he got when he was processing something important. The study recognized them now. The wall dissolved at Harry's touch, and the room's warm light brightened as they entered, the silver lines in the floor pulsing in greeting. Harry had shaped 2 more stone chairs since his first visit, and they sat in a rough triangle around the pedestal while Harry opened the grimoire and asked. The book responded. New text appeared, flowing across the page in Merlin's elegant, archaic hand. You found the court, or they've found you. Both were inevitable. They were my students. The first. Before the founders, before Hogwarts, before the formalization of magical education, I taught. 12 of them, the brightest young witches and wizards of the age, gathered in this very room. I taught them everything I could, which was, I now understand, a mistake. Not because they were unworthy. They were brilliant, every one. But brilliance and wisdom are not the same thing, and I taught them the shape of power without teaching them its weight. When I sealed my bloodline and withdrew from the world, they saw it as a betrayal. They believed I was hoarding what should be shared. They could not understand that I was not hoarding, I was containing. They formed the court in my absence. Their mission, to find my heir, break the seal, and distribute the power of the ley line connection to all magical peoples. A noble goal, perhaps. But the method requires a vessel, a living heir through whom the power flows, and the process of extraction would destroy that vessel utterly. They are not evil. They are wrong. There is a difference, but the result, for you, would be the same. Be careful. Harry closed the book. The room was silent. They want to extract your bloodline magic, Hermione said, her voice flat and precise in the way it got when she was very frightened and very focused. And the extraction would kill you. That appears to be the case. Harry, this isn't like Quirrell. This isn't one possessed professor fumbling toward a magic stone. This is an organization that's been planning this for 1,000 years. I know. You need to tell Dumbledore. Harry considered this. His relationship with Dumbledore had settled into something functional since their confrontation, a wary mutual respect, a cautious exchange of information when their interests aligned. Dumbledore had stopped trying to seal him. Harry had shared some of what he'd learned about Quirrell. They were not allies, exactly, but they were no longer adversaries. I will, Harry said. But not yet. I want to know if they're already here. What do you mean, here? I mean at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said the seal broke early, that something accelerated the awakening. What if it wasn't accidental? What if someone triggered it? Neville, who had been listening with his hand flat on the floor and his eyes half closed, spoke without opening them. The ley lines shifted about an hour ago. Just a ripple. Like something tested the wards from outside. Harry and Hermione both looked at him. Neville opened his eyes, startled by his own observation. I've been practicing, he said, faintly embarrassed. What you showed me, about listening to the lines. I'm not as sensitive as you, but I can feel the big movements. Harry stood. He closed his eyes and reached out through the nexus, following the ley lines outward from the castle into the surrounding countryside. The wards were intact, Dumbledore's modern wards, layered over the Founder's protections, layered over Merlin's deep-set defenses. But Neville was right. At the boundary of the ward line, at the point where Hogwarts territory ended and the wild magic of the Highlands began, there was a disturbance. A pressure. Something pressing against the edge, testing it the way you test a fence for weak spots. It was subtle. It was patient. And it was intelligent. Neville's right, Harry said. Someone's probing the wards. From outside. Very carefully. Hermione stood too. Can you identify them? Harry pushed his awareness further, past the ward line, into the magic of the land beyond. The probe was coming from the direction of Hogsmeade, not from the village itself, but from the hills beyond it, the wild, sparsely inhabited uplands where the magical world thinned into the Muggle one. He found the source, a single magical signature, disciplined and contained, sitting in the landscape like a spider in a web. One person, Harry said. Watching. Testing. Not trying to break in, just mapping the defenses. A scout, Hermione said. A scout, Harry agreed. He pulled his awareness back. The study's light pulsed, and the grimoire's pages rustled, not wind, the book responding to something. Harry opened it. One word on the page, soon. The scout was gone by morning. Harry checked 3 times during the night, extending his awareness to the ward line and beyond, and each time found nothing, just the clean, cold magic of the Highland winter and the steady pulse of the ley lines beneath the frozen ground. But the test had been real, and the implication was clear, the Hollow Court knew where he was, and they were getting ready. Harry told Dumbledore that afternoon. He went to the headmaster's office directly after herbology, still smelling faintly of dragon dung fertilizer, and laid out what Hermione had found and what he'd sensed at the ward line. Dumbledore listened without interruption. His face gave nothing away, but Harry could feel the old man's magic shifting, tightening, focusing, the way a predator's muscles tighten before a sprint. "The Hollow Court," Dumbledore said when Harry finished. "I had hoped they were extinct." "You knew about them." "I know about most things that might threaten you, Harry. It was, my job to know." He steepled his fingers. "I reinforced the seal on your bloodline partly because of them." The last confirmed Hollow Court activity was in 1743, when they attempted to extract the bloodline from a woman named Elspeth Greengrass, a distant descendant of Merlin through a cadet line. She survived because the bloodline in her was too dilute to be useful. The court retreated. There has been no verified activity since. Until now. Until now. Dumbledore stood and crossed to the window. The grounds lay below, grey and windswept, the Quidditch pitch empty, the lake a dull mirror under the overcast sky. "If they have detected your awakening, they will come. The question is when and how." "I can handle myself," Harry said. Dumbledore turned from the window. His expression was careful. "I do not doubt your power, Harry. But the Hollow Court has 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, resources, and planning. They are not a troll to be levitated and put to sleep. They are the most sophisticated magical organization in history, and their goal, extracting your bloodline connection, requires your capture and your death. They will not come at you directly. They will be subtle. They will be patient. And they will exploit any vulnerability they can find. Then I won't have vulnerabilities. Everyone has vulnerabilities, Harry. Yours are sitting in the Gryffindor common room right now, doing homework." The words landed like a stone in still water. Harry looked at Dumbledore and felt, for the first time, a chill that had nothing to do with the November weather. "Are you threatening my friends?" "I am warning you about yours," Dumbledore said sharply. "The court will not target you directly, you are too powerful, and they know it. They will target the people you care about. They will use your loyalty against you. That is what intelligent enemies do." Harry stood very still. The ring on his finger was cold for the first time since he'd put it on, and the chill spread up his arm and settled behind his sternum like a shard of ice. Dumbledore was right. He hated it, but Dumbledore was right. Power didn't make you invulnerable. It made you a target, and the people around you became the pressure points. "I'll protect them," Harry said. "You can't protect everyone all the time. Watch me." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, and Harry saw something in the old man's eyes that he hadn't expected, not worry, not calculation, but recognition. The look of a man seeing his own younger self in someone else, the same fierce, absolute refusal to accept the unacceptable. "Very well," Dumbledore said quietly. "Then let me help you." It was the first time Dumbledore had offered help rather than control. Harry noted the distinction. "I'll strengthen the wards," Dumbledore continued. "The modern ones, they're within my remit as headmaster. And I will alert my contacts in the ministry and abroad. If the Hollow Court is mobilizing, there will be signs. And Merlin's wards. Those are yours," Dumbledore said, and it cost him something to say it. Harry could feel the effort, the swallowed instinct to control, to manage, to keep the power in reliable hands. "They respond to your blood. I cannot strengthen them. Only you can." Harry nodded. "Then I will." He left the office and went straight to the study. The grimoire was waiting on the pedestal, open to a section Harry hadn't seen before. The heading, written in larger script than usual, read, "On the warding of places and the protection of those within." Harry sat down and began to read. And then he began to work. It took him 3 nights. The first night, he mapped the existing ward structure. Every layer, every enchantment, every protection that had been laid down since the castle was built. He sat in the center of the silver pattern and sent his awareness outward through the ley line nexus, tracing the ward lines the way a doctor traces veins under the skin. Dumbledore's wards were the outermost layer, strong, well-maintained, keyed to the headmaster's authority. Beneath them, the Founder's protections, for distinct magical signatures woven together in a harmony that was both beautiful and slightly adversarial, like four musicians who respected each other enormously but couldn't quite agree on the key. And beneath that, Merlin's wards, the deepest layer, connected directly to the ley lines, drawing power from the earth itself. Merlin's wards were mostly dormant. They'd been sleeping for centuries, maintaining a baseline level of protection through sheer inertia, like a guardian dog that had dozed off but still growled in its sleep. Harry could feel their potential, vast, immense, enough to make the castle virtually impregnable, but they needed to be woken, refreshed, and given new instructions. The second night, he woke them. It was like restarting an engine that had been idle for 1,000 years. Harry drew power from the Nexus, carefully, steadily, not too much, remembering the grimoire's warnings about channeling more than his body could handle, and fed it into the dormant ward lines. The wards stirred, resisted, then recognized his blood and opened. Power flowed through channels that hadn't been active since Merlin himself had walked these halls, and the castle responded. Harry felt it happen in real time. The walls thickened, not physically, but magically, the stone becoming denser, more resistant to intrusion. The boundaries sharpened. The detection capabilities expanded. And the wards began to learn again, actively processing threats instead of passively repelling them. By midnight, every teacher in the castle had noticed something. McGonagall felt the change as a sudden warmth in her office walls. Flitwick's ward's textbook fell off its shelf when the ambient magic in the room spiked. Snape, in his dungeon office, looked up from his grating and frowned as the protective enchantments on his stores of potion ingredients suddenly doubled in strength without his doing anything. Dumbledore, in his tower, felt the change most acutely. He stood at his window and watched the castle's magic visibly brighten, a faint golden shimmer in the air, perceptible only to a wizard of his sensitivity, spreading outward from a point deep beneath the foundations. Merlin's wards, waking after a millennium of sleep. "My word," Dumbledore murmured. The third night, Harry refined. He keyed the refreshed wards to specific threats: dark magic, hostile intent, unauthorized entry. He created exceptions for the students and staff, weaving their magical signatures into the ward structure so the castle would recognize them as friendlies. And he added something new, a warning system, connected to his own awareness, that would alert him immediately if anyone or anything tried to breach the defenses. When he finished, in the small hours of the third morning, he was tired for the first time since his power had awakened. Genuinely, physically tired, the kind of fatigue that came from sustained effort rather than excess. He'd drawn from his own core for the final adjustments, not wanting to rely entirely on the ley lines, and the drain was noticeable. He sat in his stone chair and breathed and felt the castle settle around him, newly armored, newly aware. Hogwarts hummed with a strength it hadn't possessed in centuries, and the wards sang in the dark like a choir of stone voices, and Harry allowed himself a small, exhausted smile. Let them come, he thought. Let them test these walls now. December arrived, and with it the kind of cold that felt like a personal vendetta. The lake froze solid. The grounds disappeared under a foot of snow. Students moved between classes in bundled, shuffling groups, and the castle's heating charms worked overtime, the fireplaces burning with magical flames that put out twice the heat of normal fire. Harry was leaving Transfiguration on a Thursday afternoon, walking with Neville and Hermione through a corridor on the second floor, when his ward alarm triggered. It wasn't at the boundary this time. It was inside the castle. Harry stopped mid-stride. The alarm was a cold spike at the base of his skull, sharp, insistent, the wards registering something that shouldn't be there. He closed his eyes for half a second and triangulated. The astronomy tower. Someone had entered the castle through a window at the top of the astronomy tower, bypassing the external wards with a technique Harry didn't recognize, not breaking them, not disabling them, but folding through them, finding the space between the layers and slipping through like thread through the eye of a needle. Sophisticated. Very sophisticated. Harry. Hermione said, watching his face change. Someone's in the castle. Astronomy tower. They came through the wards. Neville's hand went to his wand. Hollow court? I don't know. Stay here. Harry, but he was already moving. Not running, moving with a speed that wasn't entirely physical. The castle bent around him, corridors shortening, staircases reorienting, and Harry flowed through the spaces the building opened for him like water through a channel. 3 floors and half the castle's length in under a minute, and then he was at the base of the astronomy tower, looking up the spiral staircase into the cold, dark height. The intruder was still there. A single signature, disciplined and contained, waiting at the top. Not hiding. Not fleeing. Waiting. As if they wanted to be found. Harry climbed. The astronomy tower classroom was empty, no lessons on Thursday afternoons. The telescopes stood in neat rows, their brass fittings gleaming dully in the weak winter light. The sky beyond the open windows was iron gray, and the wind was bitter, and standing by the far window, calm and composed and utterly unafraid, was a woman Harry had never seen before. She was perhaps 50, with iron gray hair cut short and severe, and a face that was striking rather than beautiful, high cheekbones, dark eyes, a mouth that looked like it hadn't smiled in recent memory. She wore traveling robes of deep charcoal, unadorned, practical. No visible wand. Her magical signature was dense and controlled, the signature of someone who had spent decades honing their power to a fine, sharp point. Harry Potter, she said. Her voice was cool, precise, with an accent he couldn't place. Merlin's heir. I was beginning to think you'd take all day. Harry stopped 10 feet from her. The ring on his finger was cold, pulsing a steady warning. The wards pressed against the woman's presence, agitated, wanting to expel her. Harry held them back. He wanted to hear what she had to say. You got through the wards, he said. Through the old ones, yes. The new ones, yours, nearly caught me. You've done remarkable work for an 11-year-old. Who are you? My name is Isolde Vane. I am the voice of the Hollow Court. She said it without drama, without menace, a simple statement of fact, the way you might say I am a teacher or I am a mother. I am here to deliver a message from my brother, Erasmus. A message you couldn't send by owl. A message that required me to see you in person. To confirm what the ley lines told us in July. She tilted her head, studying him with those dark, intelligent eyes. You are the heir. I can feel it from here. The deep current. The connection. Stronger than Elspeth Greengrass. Stronger than any vessel we've identified in 7 centuries. A pause. Stronger than Merlin himself, perhaps. Is that your message? No. Isolde reached into her robes, slowly, deliberately, giving Harry every opportunity to see that she wasn't drawing a weapon, and produced a small, dark object. A stone, smooth and round, about the size of a walnut. She set it on the nearest telescope stand. This is a communication stone. It allows two-way speech over any distance. My brother would like to talk to you. He believes you deserve to hear our position directly, not through the filter of Dumbledore's prejudices or Merlin's self-serving warnings. Merlin's warnings were about the fact that your extraction process would kill me. Isolde's expression didn't change. Merlin's warnings were about the process as it existed 1,000 years ago. We have had a millennium to refine it. Have you? Erasmus will explain. Use the stone or don't. But he asks you to listen before you judge. Harry looked at the stone. It sat on the brass telescope mount, dark and smooth and inert. His awareness probed it, clean, no curses, no tracking charms, no compulsions. Just a communication device, exactly as described. You broke into a castle full of children to deliver a rock, Harry said. I broke into a castle to see with my own eyes whether the air was real. You are. Isolde moved toward the window, the same window she'd entered through, the one that looked out over the sheer drop to the grounds below. The court does not wish you harm, Harry Potter. We wish to free what was locked. If there is a way to do that without destroying the vessel, we will find it. That is what Erasmus has spent his life working toward. And if there isn't a way? Isolde paused at the window. The wind caught her short hair and the hem of her robes. Then we will have a very difficult conversation. She stepped backward into the open air and vanished. Not apparition, that was impossible within Hogwarts, but something else, a folding technique that compressed space and moved her through it, the same method she'd used to penetrate the wards. Harry felt her signature streak away from the castle, through the ward line, and out into the wild magic of the Highlands. He picked up the communication stone. It was warm in his hand, slightly heavier than it looked. He put it in his pocket and stood at the window for a long moment, looking out over the frozen grounds. The Hollow Court had found him. They'd sent an emissary. And the emissary had been polite, rational, and terrifyingly competent. Not a ravening fanatic. Not a cartoon villain. A person with a position and a plan and the resources to execute both. That was much more dangerous than a troll. He told Neville and Hermione that evening in the study. He told Dumbledore the following morning. Then he used the stone. He did it alone, in the study, at midnight. Not because he didn't trust his friends to be there, but because he wanted to hear Erasmus Vane's pitch without the emotional interference of other people's reactions. He wanted to evaluate the man cold. He set the stone on the pedestal and pressed his thumb to its surface. It warmed, vibrated once, and a voice emerged, clear, resonant, with a depth that suggested a large man and a precision that suggested a sharp mind. Harry Potter. Thank you for using the stone. I am Erasmus Vane. I know who you are, Harry said. Your sister was very informative. Isolde is efficient. It's her best quality, and occasionally her worst. A faint, self-deprecating humor in the voice. I imagine you've done your research. Merlin's warnings. Bagshot's account. Dumbledore's perspective. You've heard the version of the court's history where we are obsessive fanatics hunting down Merlin's descendants to drain them of their magic. Is that version wrong? It's incomplete. The way a shadow is an incomplete picture of the object that casts it. Vane's voice shifted, not louder, but denser, carrying the weight of conviction. Let me tell you the full version, Harry. Let me tell you what Merlin took from the world. I'm listening. 10,000 years ago, every magical being on Earth had what you have. The ley line connection. The deep current. Magic drawn from the world itself, vast and limitless, available to anyone with the gift. There were no wands, no incantations, no formalized spell systems. There was just magic, raw, direct, as natural as breathing. Wizards shaped the world with their will, and the world responded. And then Merlin happened. The most powerful wizard of his age. Perhaps the most powerful ever. He discovered that the ley line connection could be concentrated, focused through a single bloodline, amplified, made stronger. He pulled the threads of the deep current into himself. Not all of them, but enough. Enough to become something unprecedented. Something that other wizards couldn't match. He didn't take the connection from others, Harry said. The grimoire says the connection faded naturally as wand magic became dominant. The grimoire says what Merlin wanted it to say. The truth is more complicated. Merlin's concentration of the deep current into his bloodline accelerated the fade. It didn't cause it entirely, but it tipped the balance. Before Merlin, the connection was weakening slowly over centuries. After Merlin, it collapsed within generations. Wand magic arose to fill the gap, a prosthetic for a lost limb. Harry sat with this. The study's light pulsed gently, and the grimoire lay on the pedestal, closed, silent. Either it had nothing to say about this claim, or it was letting Harry draw his own conclusions. Even if that's true, Harry said, the extraction process kills the vessel. Your sister didn't deny it. Isolde told you the truth, the old method would destroy you. But I have spent 40 years developing an alternative. A ritual that would disperse the concentrated bloodline magic back into the ley lines themselves, releasing it from your blood, returning it to the earth, making the deep current available to all magical beings again. Not draining it into ourselves. Returning it to its source. And the effect on me? You would survive. You would retain your personal magical core, everything you are beyond the bloodline. But the ley line connection would be severed. You would become, in terms of raw power, an ordinary wizard. An ordinary wizard. An extraordinary one, actually. Your core is formidable independent of the bloodline. But yes, the vast, unlimited power you currently possess would be distributed. Shared. Returned to the world. Harry said nothing for a long time. The study hummed around him. The silver lines in the floor pulsed with the ley line current, the same current vein was asking him to give up. You want me to surrender my power voluntarily, Harry said. I want you to consider whether one person should possess what belongs to everyone. I want you to ask yourself whether it's right, morally, ethically, in whatever framework you choose, for a single child to hold the birthright of an entire species. And if I say no? A pause. Longer than the others. When Vane's voice returned, it was quieter. Then we will have the difficult conversation my sister mentioned. I don't want that, Harry. I genuinely don't. I have spent my entire life trying to find a way to do this without violence. But the court has waited 1,000 years, and not everyone within it shares my patience. That sounds like a threat. It's a reality. I control the court. For now. But I am not immortal, and the members who come after me may not be as committed to a peaceful resolution. Harry picked up the stone and held it in front of his face, as though Vane could see him through it. He couldn't, of course. But the gesture felt right. I'll think about it, Harry said. But I want you to understand something, Erasmus. I don't respond well to pressure. I don't respond well to timetables. And if anyone from your court, anyone at all, threatens the people I care about, I will not have a difficult conversation with you. I will end you. Do you understand? Silence. Then, I understand. Good. I'll use the stone when I have something to say. He pressed his thumb to the surface and the connection died. The stone went dark and cold in his hand. Harry set it down on the pedestal and stared at it. Vane was persuasive. Dangerously so. Not because he was lying, Harry's resonance sense had been active throughout the conversation, reading the emotional signature transmitted through the stone, and Vane had been sincere. The man genuinely believed in what he was doing. Genuinely believed that Merlin's power should be shared. Genuinely preferred a peaceful resolution. And the argument itself was not without merit. Should one person hold the birthright of an entire species? If the ley line connection had once belonged to all magical people, and Merlin's actions had concentrated it, was there not an argument for returning it? The question sat in Harry's mind like a stone in a stream, and the current of his thoughts flowed around it. But the ring on his finger was warm again, and the grimoire's pages rustled, and the study's light pulsed with a steadiness that felt like reassurance, and Harry decided that he would think about it, genuinely, honestly think about it, but he would not be rushed, and he would not be guilt, and he would damn well verify every claim Erasmus Vane had made before he trusted a single word of it. 2 weeks before Christmas, the Hollow Court made their next move. It wasn't what Harry expected. He was sitting in the library on a Saturday afternoon, reading a third-year defense textbook because Quirrell's classes were useless and he'd long since exhausted the first-year material. Hermione was beside him, working through a stack of books on ancient magical history that reached nearly to her chin. Neville was at the far end of the table, writing an essay for herbology and occasionally pausing to feel the ley lines under the floor, a habit he'd developed and that Harry quietly encouraged. The library was quiet. A few students scattered among the shelves, studying or pretending to. Madame Pants, the librarian, patrolled the aisles with the territorial vigilance of a hawk. Harry's ward alarm triggered. Not the external wards this time. Not the astronomy tower. The alarm came from the boundary of the Hogwarts grounds, near the Forbidden Forest, and it wasn't a breach. It was a signal. Something reaching out from the castle, past the wards, broadcasting a magical signature into the surrounding countryside. Someone inside Hogwarts was signaling the Hollow Court. Harry set down his book. "Stay here," he said to Hermione and Neville. "Both of you. Don't move." "What? Someone inside the castle is communicating with the court. I need to find them." He left the library and moved through the castle with the focused, fluid speed the building afforded him. The signal was coming from the 7th floor, a part of the castle Harry hadn't explored much, a corridor of empty classrooms and disused offices. He followed the magical trace through the corridors, up a staircase, around a corner, and stopped. The signal was emanating from a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor. No door. No window. Just stone. But behind the stone, Harry could feel a space, a room that existed and didn't exist, that was there and wasn't, that appeared only when someone needed it. The room of requirement. He'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history. A room that became whatever the user needed. And right now, someone was using it to send a message past the castle's defenses. Harry placed his hand on the wall. The castle recognized him and opened the room, not to its current occupant's specifications, but to his. The wall dissolved and Harry stepped through. The room was small, bare, lit by a single floating candle. A mirror stood against the far wall, not an ordinary mirror, but a communication device, similar in principle to the stone Isolde had left but far more powerful. And standing in front of the mirror, hand raised mid-gesture, face caught in an expression of surprise that was rapidly becoming fear, was a boy Harry recognized. Theodore Nott. 2nd year. Slytherin. Quiet, thin, dark-haired. Son of a known Death Eater. And, apparently, an agent of the Hollow Court. "Potter," Nott said. His voice was steady, but Harry could feel the fear radiating from him, sharp, acidic, the fear of someone who'd been caught doing something they knew was wrong. "You're sending messages to the Hollow Court," Harry said. Not a question. Nott's hand dropped from the mirror. His face was pale but composed, the practiced composure of a boy raised in a house where showing weakness was dangerous. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do." Harry stepped into the room. The door sealed behind him. "You're using a Fidelius-linked communication mirror to broadcast past the castle's wards." The ward signature identified the recipient as somewhere in the Highlands, approximately 20 miles north. "That's within the range Isolde Vane used when she visited 2 weeks ago." Nott stared at him. "How could you possibly know? The wards are mine, Theodore. Every magical signal that passes through them, I feel. Every communication, every breach, every probe. You've been doing this for at least 3 weeks, haven't you? Since just after Isolde's visit." Nott's composure cracked. Just a fraction, a tightening of the jaw, a flicker in the eyes. "My father arranged it. Before the term started. I didn't have a choice. Everyone has a choice. Easy for you to say." "You're not," Nott stopped. Swallowed. "You don't know what they're like. The court. They've been in my family for generations. My father, his father, back to the founding. You don't leave the Hollow Court. You don't say no." Harry looked at the boy, 12 years old, thin, frightened, caught between a centuries-old conspiracy and a wizard whose power he couldn't comprehend. Another version of Harry might have been angry. Might have dragged Nott to Dumbledore, or confronted him with force, or treated him as an enemy. But Harry had lived in a cupboard for 10 years, and he knew what it was to have no choices, and he looked at Theodore Nott and saw not an enemy but a prisoner. "What have you told them?" Harry asked. "Your schedule. Your movements. Who you spend time with." Nott's voice was barely above a whisper. They wanted to know about your friends. The cold returned. The shard of ice behind Harry's sternum. They will target the people you care about. Have they acted on the information? I don't know. They don't tell me their plans. I'm a set of eyes. That's all. Harry looked at the mirror. His awareness probed it, the same folding technique Isolde had used, built into the mirror's enchantment, allowing communication to slip between the ward layers. Clever. Dangerously clever. He raised his hand and the mirror shattered. Not violently, it simply came apart, the glass separating into individual molecules, the enchantment unraveling like thread pulled from a seam. The fragments dissolved into dust and the dust dissolved into nothing. Where the mirror had been, there was only empty air. Not flinched. Here's what's going to happen, Harry said. You're going to stop communicating with the court. You're going to tell me everything you know about their operations, personnel, locations, methods, plans. And I'm going to make sure they can't reach you anymore. They'll kill me. If I betray them, they'll kill my father and then they'll kill me. They won't touch you. Not inside this castle. Not while I'm here. You can't promise that. Harry looked at him. The room's single candle flickered, and for just a moment, the air around Harry shimmered with something that was not quite visible, a density, a presence, the vast power of the ley lines humming just below the surface of his skin. Yes, Harry said. I can. Not stared at him for a long time. Then something in the boy broke, not dramatically, not with tears or collapse, but quietly. A softening of the shoulders. An exhale. The look of someone who'd been holding a weight for too long and was being offered, for the first time, the possibility of setting it down. Okay, Nott said. I'll tell you everything. What Nott told him was concerning. The Hollow Court was larger than the historical account suggested. Not an army, perhaps 50 to 60 members, spread across Europe, but every one of them was a trained, capable witch or wizard with specific skills and specific roles. They had resources, safe houses, communication networks, sympathizers in several ministries, and access to magical knowledge that had been accumulated over 1,000 years of continuous operation. Their current base of operations was a property in the Scottish Highlands, roughly 20 miles north of Hogsmeade. A manor house, heavily warded, used as a staging ground for the operation to reach Harry. Erasmus Vane ran it with his sister Isolde and an inner circle of 8 senior members. And they had a timeline. Nott didn't know the specifics, but he knew the court intended to act before the end of the school year. The awakening of Merlin's heir had created urgency. The longer Harry had to develop his power, the harder he would be to contain. They wanted him before he reached his full potential. Harry absorbed all of this in the room of requirement while Nott talked in the empty space where the mirror had been served as a reminder of what happened to instruments of the court's intelligence. When Nott finished, Harry walked him back to the Slytherin common room. At the entrance, Nott turned. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. "I spied on you. You were coerced by people who should have protected you. That's not the same as choosing to be my enemy." Nott looked at him with an expression Harry recognized, the look of someone rearranging their understanding of the world to accommodate new information. "You're not what I expected. People keep saying that." Nott almost smiled. Almost. Then he disappeared into the Slytherin common room, and Harry stood in the dungeon corridor and planned. He called a meeting that night. Not in the study, in the room of requirement, which Harry configured into a comfortable, secure space with chairs and a fire and ward so dense that a thunderclap outside the door wouldn't be audible inside. Neville and Hermione came. So did Dumbledore, at Harry's invitation, which surprised the old man enough that he arrived 2 minutes early and said nothing for the first 30 seconds, simply looking around the room that Harry's will had shaped. Harry laid out everything Nott had told him. The court's size, structure, location, timeline. He held nothing back. "They intend to act before the end of the school year," Harry said. "They want me before I'm too powerful to take. They may already be too late for that, Dumbledore said quietly. Maybe. But they don't know that for certain, and uncertainty makes people do reckless things. Dumbledore nodded slowly. What do you propose? 3 things. First, I continue strengthening Merlin's wards. Every day, I can make the castle harder to breach. Second, Not becomes our asset instead of theirs. He feeds the court what we want them to know, modified schedules, false information about my capabilities, whatever gives us the advantage. And third? Harry looked at each of them in turn, Neville, steady and firm. Hermione, bright-eyed and fierce. Dumbledore, old and sharp, and finally, grudgingly, treating Harry as a partner rather than a piece on a board. Third, I stop waiting for them to come to me. What does that mean? Hermione asked. It means that sometime in the next few weeks, the Hollow Court is going to do something to force my hand. They'll take someone, threaten something, create a crisis that draws me out. That's their pattern. Hermione found 3 historical precedents. They target the heir's people to get the heir. You want to preempt them, Dumbledore said. I want to be ready. When they move, I don't want to be reacting. I want to be there first. The fire crackled. The room hummed with the layered protections Harry had woven into it. Outside, the castle slept, vast and ancient and newly armored. This is very mature strategic thinking for an 11-year-old, Dumbledore observed. I had to grow up fast, Harry said. Someone put me in a cupboard. The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, pain, guilt, acceptance, and then he inclined his head. Touché, the old man said softly. They planned until 2 in the morning. Neville fell asleep in his chair at one point and woke up embarrassed, but Harry told him that the ability to sleep during a crisis was a tactical advantage, and Neville wasn't sure if he was joking. When they finally dispersed, Dumbledore to his tower, Hermione and Neville to their dormitories, Harry stayed behind in the room of requirement. He stood at the window the room had provided, looking out over the dark grounds, the frozen lake, the distant mountains silhouetted against the stars. The Hollow Court was coming. Voldemort was lurking on the back of Quirrell's head. Dumbledore was an ally now, but an imperfect one. And Harry was 11 years old, carrying the weight of a 1,000-year-old legacy in his blood, surrounded by people he loved in a castle he'd claimed as his own. He pressed his hand to the cold glass and felt the castle respond, a pulse of warmth, of recognition, of alliance. The ancient stones knew what was coming. They'd been waiting for it, in their patient, geological way, since the day they were laid. We'll be ready, Harry told the castle. The castle hummed its agreement. And far to the north, in a manor house nestled in the Highland Hills, Erasmus Vane sat by his own fire and stared at a map of Hogwarts grounds and weighed the cost of patience against the cost of action, and made his decision. The clock was ticking. For everyone. Chapter 5, Blood and Stone. Christmas came to Hogwarts like a gift the castle gave itself. Snow blanketed the grounds in pristine white, the towers wore caps of ice, and the great hall sprouted 12 enormous Christmas trees overnight, decorated with live fairies and enchanted icicles and golden baubles that sang carols in thin, tinkling voices when you walked past. Most students had gone home for the holidays, and the castle felt vast and echoing and intimate all at once, like a cathedral with only a handful of worshippers. Harry stayed. Neville stayed, because his grandmother was visiting a cousin in Prague. Ron stayed, because his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione went home, reluctantly, extracting promises from Harry and Neville that they would document everything that happened in her absence, and then extracting a second set of promises when she decided the first set hadn't been specific enough about what constituted everything. The holiday quiet suited Harry. With fewer people in the castle, his awareness could stretch further without the noise of hundreds of magical signatures competing for attention. He spent his mornings in the study, his afternoons exploring the castle's hidden spaces. It had thousands of them, rooms and corridors and chambers that revealed themselves to him like an old house showing its secrets to a new owner, and his evenings by the Gryffindor common room fire with Neville and Ron, playing chess and talking and doing the ordinary things that ordinary boys did in the extraordinary place they lived. Ron, it turned out, was a chess genius. This shouldn't have been surprising. The boy thought in patterns and contingencies, saw 3 moves ahead without effort, and had the kind of spatial intelligence that didn't show up in academic performance but was devastating across a checkered board. Harry, who was used to excelling at everything magical, found himself consistently and thoroughly defeated, and the experience was both humbling and delightful. Knight to e5, Ron sat on Christmas Eve, lounging in an armchair with the boneless confidence of a player who knew the game was already over. Check. Harry studied the board. Ron's knight smashed his bishop across the face and dragged it off the board. There was no counter. There hadn't been a counter for 6 moves, but Harry had been too stubborn to see it. "I resign," Harry said. "That's 12 in a row," Ron said, grinning. The great Harry Potter, Merlin's heir, undone by a Weasley and a bunch of tiny horses. "They're knights, Ron. They look like horses." Neville laughed from the other armchair, where he was reading a book on rare magical plants that Harry had found for him in the studies collection. The fire crackled. Snow fell silently past the windows. The castle was warm and content, its magic humming at a low, steady frequency that felt like a cat's purr. Harry hadn't told Ron about Merlin's bloodline, or the study, or the Hollow Court. He'd considered it. Ron was loyal, brave in his own chaotic way, and genuinely kind beneath the insecurities. But Ron was also 11, and he wore every emotion on his face like a flag, and the information Harry carried was the kind that required discretion. Not because Ron couldn't be trusted, but because the burden of knowing was its own weight, and Harry didn't want to load it onto someone who hadn't asked for it. Ron knew Harry was powerful. Everyone in Gryffindor knew that. He'd accepted it the way he accepted gravity, as a fact of life that didn't require examination, and treated Harry like a normal person anyway, which was arguably the greatest gift anyone had given him. Christmas morning brought presents. Harry woke to a pile at the foot of his bed and stared at it for a long moment, because nobody had ever given him a Christmas present before, and the sight of wrapped packages with his name on them made something ache in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute that played by itself when you held it. Ron's mother, whom Harry had never met, had sent a hand-knitted green jumper and a box of homemade fudge. Hermione had sent a book on advanced magical theory with a note that read, "I expect a full report on chapters 3 to 7 by the time I get back. Happy Christmas." Neville had given him a rare plant cutting, a sprig of Alahatsi, which induced uncontrollable laughter if handled improperly, presented in a self-contained glass case with a small card that read, "In case you ever need to make someone laugh. N." And there was one more gift. No card, no tag, no indication of the sender. A package wrapped in silvery, weightless cloth that shimmered when Harry touched it. He unwrapped it. A cloak spilled out, fluid, mercurial, catching the light in ways that defied the physics of fabric. Harry held it up and his hand disappeared. An invisibility cloak. A note fluttered from the folds, written in a narrow, slanting hand Harry didn't recognize. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry recognized the magical signature embedded in the parchment. He'd felt it in Dumbledore's office, in the old man's handshake, in the wards the headmaster maintained around the castle. Dumbledore. Harry held the cloak and felt his father's magical residue woven into the fabric, faint, old, warm. James Potter had worn this cloak. Had wrapped it around himself and vanished into adventures, into mischief, into the night. Harry pressed the fabric to his face and breathed in, and for just a moment, he could almost smell something beneath the silvery nothing, aftershave, maybe, or broomstick polish, or whatever 11-year-old orphan boys imagined their fathers smelled like. He put the cloak on. It wasn't just invisibility. Harry felt the cloak settle around him and immediately understood that this was no ordinary magical garment. The enchantment was old, ancient, in fact, older than Hogwarts, older than any artifact he'd encountered outside of Merlin's vault. And it didn't just make him invisible. It made him absent. His magical signature vanished. His presence disappeared. To every form of detection Harry knew about, sight, sound, magical awareness, ward sensitivity, he simply ceased to exist. This was Death's cloak. One of the deathly hallows. Harry knew this not because the grimoire had mentioned it, but because his blood knew it, the same deep recognition that had opened the vault in Gringotts, that had awakened Merlin's wards, that connected him to the fundamental currents of the magical world. The hallows were old magic. Merlin-era magic. And the cloak recognized his blood the way the castle did, the way the ley lines did, as kin. Harry folded the cloak carefully, placed it in his trunk, and went down to Christmas breakfast with a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with ancient artifacts and everything to do with the fact that people had given him presents, and that somewhere in the castle, an old man who had wronged him was trying, in his flawed and insufficient way, to make amends. The holidays ended. Students returned. Hermione arrived in a flurry of unpacking and immediate demands for updates, which Harry and Neville provided over the course of a 3-hour session in the study that left Hermione with 17 pages of new notes and a look of deep dissatisfaction that she'd missed 2 weeks of research time. January settled in, cold and dark and heavy. The castle hunkered down against the Highland winter. Classes resumed. Harry continued his dual education, formal magic by day, Merlin's deeper curriculum by night. His control was growing sharper by the week. He could draw from the ley lines with the precision of a surgeon now, taking exactly what he needed and no more, channeling it through his body without strain. The grimoire had moved into territory it called shaping the real, magic that operated not on objects or elements but on the underlying structure of reality itself. The fabric of space, the flow of time, the boundary between what was and what could be. Harry approached this with caution. The power to alter reality was not something to be wielded casually, and the grimoire's warnings were stark: reality is not a toy. It is not a weapon. It is the stage on which everything else happens. Damage the stage and the play cannot continue. Shape with care, or do not shape at all. He practiced small things. Compressing space so that a 10-foot distance became one, the same technique Isolde had used to penetrate the wards, he realized, and suddenly her feat was less mysterious and more a matter of known methodology. Slowing time in a small area, just a fraction, enough to watch a falling drop of water hang suspended in the air for a heartbeat longer than it should. Nothing dramatic. Nothing dangerous. Just getting the feel of it, the way a musician learns to play softly before playing loud. February brought rain and the first signs that the Hollow Court's patience was running out. It started with Not. The Slytherin boy came to Harry on a Tuesday evening, pale-faced and tense, with a message he'd received through a backup communication channel the court had apparently established without his knowledge, a modified two-way parchment, slipped into his school bag by means unknown. "They want a meeting," Not said. They were in the room of requirement, which Harry had configured with his usual paranoid thoroughness. Erasmus Vane. Face to face. With you. In Hogsmeade, during the next Hogsmeade weekend. First years aren't allowed in Hogsmeade, Harry said. Not gave him a look that clearly communicated his opinion of this particular rule's relevance to the situation. When is the next Hogsmeade weekend? February 14th. Valentine's Day. Not paused. I think they chose it because security will be relaxed. Students everywhere, lots of movement, hard to track individuals. Clever, Harry admitted. What's the meet point? The Hog's Head. Private room. Vane says he'll come alone. Harry thought about it. The communication stone was still in his pocket, he'd kept it as a potential asset, and used since the first conversation. A face-to-face meeting with Erasmus Vane was both an opportunity and an obvious trap, and the question was which aspect outweighed the other. Tell them I'll be there, Harry said. Not blinked. Just like that. I want to see him. I want to read him in person. The stone transmission was filtered, I could get his emotional state but not the details. In person, I can determine exactly how much of what he told me was true. And if it's a trap, then it's a trap for someone who controls the ley lines under Hogsmeade. Harry smiled. It wasn't a reassuring smile. I'll be fine, he told Dumbledore, naturally. The old man's reaction was measured, a long silence, a careful steepling of fingers, and then a nod. I will have order members in Hogsmeade, Dumbledore said. Discreet. You won't see them unless you need to. I appreciate that, Harry said, and meant it. Their working relationship had evolved into something functional over the winter months, not friendship, not mentorship, but a mutual respect between two people who understood that the situation demanded cooperation regardless of personal history. Harry, Dumbledore said as Harry rose to leave. Erasmus Vane is one of the most intelligent wizards alive. He will attempt to persuade you, and his arguments will be compelling. Be cautious of the truth when it's wielded by someone who has an agenda. The same could be said of you, Professor. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Indeed it could. He told Neville and Hermione as well. Their reactions were predictable. Neville wanted to come, Hermione wanted to come and also wanted to argue about whether coming was a good idea while simultaneously planning for every contingency. You can't go to Hogsmeade, Harry said. You're first years. I'm a first year. The logistics alone, you have an invisibility cloak, Hermione pointed out. Which makes me invisible, not you. Then we'll follow under a disillusionment charm. I've been practicing, mine is almost perfect. Almost perfect is visible. Then make us invisible, Neville said quietly. You can do that, can't you? Harry looked at him. Neville looked back with that steady, unflinching expression he'd been growing into all year, the face of someone who had found his courage and was done pretending he hadn't. Yes, Harry said. I can do that. On Valentine's Day morning, Harry, Neville, and Hermione left the castle under a triple layer of concealment, Harry's invisibility cloak over himself, and a weave of light-bending magic over the other two that was, if Harry was being honest, significantly more effective than the cloak. The cloak made you invisible. Harry's magic made you not there, a void in the perceptual landscape, an area where observers' eyes slid away without registering why. They walked the path to Hogsmeade in the cold February sunshine, surrounded by chattering older students who didn't notice the three invisible first years moving through their midst. Hogsmeade was picture postcard charming under a dusting of snow, thatched roofs, crooked chimneys, shop windows steamed with warmth. Students dispersed into Honeydukes and Zonkos and the Three Broomsticks, and Harry guided his friends to the far end of the high street, where the Hog's Head pub squatted like a surly toad, its sign creaking in the wind. Wait here, Harry told Neville and Hermione, positioning them in an alcove across the street with a clear view of the pub's entrance. If something goes wrong, don't engage. Go straight to the castle and tell Dumbledore. If something goes wrong, we're coming in, Neville said flatly. Neville, you told me once that everyone has a choice. This is mine. Harry looked at him, then at Hermione, whose jaw was set in a particular way that meant arguing was pointless. He didn't argue. He dropped the invisibility cloak and walked into the Hog's Head. The pub was dim, dirty, and smelled like goat. The barman, tall, grizzled, with blue eyes that were startlingly familiar, gave Harry a look that lingered a beat too long before jerking his chin toward a staircase at the back. Harry climbed it, feeling the barman's gaze on his back, and pushed open the door at the top. The private room was small, low-ceilinged, and furnished with a table, 2 chairs, and a fireplace that coughed out more smoke than heat. Sitting in the far chair, hands folded on the table in front of him, was a man Harry had never seen but recognized immediately from his magical signature. Erasmus Vane was not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined someone imposing, tall, severe, the kind of person who filled a room with their presence. Instead, Vane was average height, lean, with a forgettable face and mild brown eyes behind unremarkable spectacles. His hair was thinning and brown. His robes were nondescript. If you passed him on the street, you wouldn't look twice. He looked like a librarian, or an accountant, or someone's pleasant but uninteresting uncle. And that, Harry understood immediately, was precisely the point. Erasmus Vane had made himself invisible in plain sight, not through magic, but through the careful cultivation of unremarkability. A man you'd never suspect. A man you'd underestimate. The most dangerous kind. Harry, Vane said, and his voice was the same as through the stone, warm, resonant, carrying an intelligence that his appearance was designed to contradict. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. Harry sat. He didn't relax. His awareness expanded through the building, the barman downstairs, 2 other patrons in the main room, nobody else on this floor. Outside, he could feel Neville and Hermione in their alcove, and further out, 2 unfamiliar magical signatures that moved with the deliberate casualness of professionals trying to look casual. Dumbledore's Order members. And beneath the streets of Hogsmeade, the ley lines ran strong and clear, available to him at a thought. Harry was not sitting in this room unarmed. He was sitting on an arsenal. You look younger than I imagined, Vane said. Though I suppose that's obvious. 11. 12 in July. Still. A child. A child who can feel every magical signature in this village and draw on more power than everyone in it combined. Let's not pretend age is the relevant variable here. Vane smiled. It was a genuine smile, warm and slightly sad, and Harry's resonant sense confirmed what his instincts suggested: this man was not performing. This was who he was. A true believer. A zealot, maybe, but a sincere one. Fair enough, Vane said. I'll speak plainly. I came to persuade you, Harry. I won't insult your intelligence by pretending otherwise. Then persuade me. Vane leaned forward. The ritual I've developed, the one I told you about through the stone, it works. I've tested it. Not on a living heir, obviously, but on simulated ley line constructs, on artificial bloodline channels, on every analog I could create. The math is sound. The magical theory is verified. If you submit to the ritual voluntarily, the concentrated ley line connection in your blood will be dispersed back into the earth, returned to the network, available to every magical being on the planet. Your personal magical core will be untouched. You will survive. You've tested it on simulations, Harry said. Not on a person. There is no person to test it on. You are the only living vessel. So the first real-world test of your ritual would be performed on me. Vane held his gaze. Yes. And if the simulations were wrong? I've spent 40 years on this, Harry. I've accounted for every variable. Nobody accounts for every variable. That's what variables are. Something flickered in Vane's expression, not anger, not frustration, but the particular discomfort of a man whose certainty was being questioned by someone who had every right to question it. You're right. There is a risk. I won't deny that. But the potential benefit, the restoration of the deep current to all magical peoples, is worth that risk. Easy to say when you're not the one risking. I know. Vane's voice softened. I know how this sounds. I know what I'm asking. Believe me, Harry, I did not spend my life working toward this moment only to treat it lightly. You are not a sacrifice. You are not a means to an end. You are a boy, and I am asking something enormous of you, and if there were any other way, there is another way, Harry said. I keep my power. I use it responsibly. I live my life. And the world continues as it has. The world continues diminished, Vane said, and now there was heat in his voice, not anger, passion. Every witch and wizard alive is operating at a fraction of their potential. The deep current was their birthright, and it was taken from them. Not by malice, by one man's decision, 1,000 years ago, to hoard what should have been shared. You carry that inheritance, Harry. The question is whether you'll perpetuate the hoarding or end it. Harry sat with this. The fire coughed. The room was cold. Vane's words hung in the air with the weight of genuine conviction, and Harry felt the pull of them, the moral force, the simple justice of the argument. Why should one person have what belonged to everyone? What right did blood give to power? But beneath the argument, beneath the rhetoric and the passion, Harry's resonant sense was reading deeper, into Vane's emotional substrate, into the layers of feeling beneath the words. And what he found there was more complicated than a crusader's zeal. Fear. Not of Harry, of failure. Erasmus Vane was afraid of dying before he accomplished his life's work. He was afraid that the court would pass to someone less patient, less principled, less committed to a non-violent solution. He was afraid that Harry would refuse and that what followed would be blood. And beneath the fear, so deep it was almost subterranean, doubt. A hairline fracture in the bedrock of the man's certainty. The doubt of someone who had built everything on an untested theory and was beginning, in the quiet hours, to wonder if the theory would hold. "You're not sure it will work," Harry said. Vane went still. Very still. The warmth drained from his face, and what was left was the sharp, dangerous intelligence that his unremarkable appearance was designed to hide. "I beg your pardon. The ritual. You've tested the simulations, you've verified the math, you've spent 40 years. But you're not sure. There's a part of you, deep down, where you don't let yourself look too often, that knows the simulations might not be enough. That the real thing might be different. That I might die on your ritual table and the power might not disperse at all, might just dissipate. Wasted. Gone." The room was very quiet. "How," Vane said carefully, "could you possibly know that?" "Because I can read you, Erasmus. Not your mind, your magic. Your emotional state. The resonance of your being. And you are a man who believes in what he's doing with everything he has, except for one small, terrified part that has never been able to answer the question, what if I'm wrong?" Vane stared at him across the table. Harry watched the man's composure fracture and reform, the cracks appearing and sealing in real time, the discipline of decades reasserting itself over the raw, exposed vulnerability of a doubt he'd never spoken aloud. "You're remarkable," Vane said quietly. "Truly. More remarkable than the bloodline, more remarkable than the power. You are 11 years old and you see people more clearly than anyone I have ever met. I've had practice. People have been lying to me my whole life. I'm not lying. No. You believe every word you've said. But belief and truth aren't the same thing, and your ritual might kill me, and we both know it." Harry leaned forward. "Here is what I will give you, Erasmus. I will consider the question. Genuinely. Whether one person should hold this power, whether there's a way to share it, whether the deep current should be returned. Those are real questions and they deserve real answers. But I will not submit to a ritual that might kill me based on untested theory, and I will not be pressured by timelines or threats or the impatience of your court. Harry, I'm not finished. I have one more thing to say, and I need you to hear it very clearly." Harry held Vane's gaze with the full force of his attention, and the air between them thickened, the ambient magic responding to his intent. "If anyone from the Hollow Court hurts my friends, my allies, anyone I care about, in an attempt to pressure me, to draw me out, to force my hand, I will dismantle your organization. Not defeat it. Not scatter it. Dismantle it. Every safe house, every operative, every resource you've accumulated over 1,000 years. I will take it apart piece by piece, and when I'm done, the Hollow Court will be a paragraph in a history book. Do you believe me?" Vane looked at him for a long time. The mild brown eyes behind the unremarkable spectacles were very bright. "Yes," Vane said. "I believe you." "Good." Harry stood. "I'll be in touch." He walked to the door. Behind him, Vane said, "Harry." Harry stopped. "The doubt you sensed. You're right. It's there. I've lived with it for years." A pause. But the alternative to trying is accepting that the world stays broken. And I can't do that. Harry looked over his shoulder. The world isn't broken, Erasmus. It's just different from what you want it to be. Those aren't the same thing. He left the room, descended the stairs, and walked out of the Hog's Head into the pale February sunshine. Neville and Hermione materialized beside him the moment he was clear of the building. Well? Hermione asked. He's sincere. He's intelligent. He's dangerous. And he's not entirely sure his plan will work. Harry started walking back toward the castle. Which makes him more dangerous, not less. March came. The days lengthened. The ice on the lake began to crack and groan. And the thing on the back of Quirrell's head grew stronger. Harry had been monitoring the defense professor all year, a background process running constantly beneath his conscious attention. Quirrell's movements, his magic, the oily dark signature of the passenger he carried. Since Christmas, the pattern had shifted. Quirrell was spending more time on the third floor. Not entering the guarded corridor, the protections were still intact, but circling it, probing, testing. The Dark Lord fragment was impatient, Harry could feel it, straining against whatever control Quirrell exercised, pushing the host body toward the stone with increasing urgency. And there was something else. Something Harry had been aware of since November but had only recently begun to understand. The Horcrux. Not Quirrell's passenger, the fragment in Harry's own scar. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had embedded itself in Harry on the night his parents died. It had been quiet since the awakening, suppressed by the sheer volume of power flowing through Harry's blood, like a candle flame overwhelmed by sunlight. But it was still there. Harry could feel it, a cold, dark splinter lodged behind his scar, a foreign body in his magical system, connected by a thin, invisible thread to the thing on Quirrell's head. The grimoire had a section on parasitic soul magic. Harry read it in the study on a Tuesday night in early March, and the words were clinical and precise and devastating. A soul fragment, forcibly detached and embedded in a living host, will anchor itself to the host's magical core. It feeds on the host's magic to sustain itself, creating a symbiotic, or more accurately, parasitic, relationship. The fragment cannot be removed by conventional means without risking the host's life. However, in a vessel connected to the deep current, the fragment is vulnerable. The ley line energy is anathema to fragmented soul magic, it is whole, and wholeness rejects division. A sustained channel of ley line energy, directed with precision, can burn a soul fragment from its anchor without damaging the host. The process is painful. The process is not without risk. But it can be done. Harry read the passage 3 times. Then he closed the grimoire and sat in the silver-lined silence of the study and pressed his fingers to his scar. He could feel it. The cold splinter. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, embedded in his flesh and his magic since he was 15 months old. A passenger he'd never asked for, a connection to a monster he'd never chosen. He could burn it out. The thought was vast, and he sat with it until the candles guttered and the room's light dimmed to a nighttime glow. Then he made his decision. Not yet. Not until Quirrell and the stone were dealt with. The Horcrux removal would be intense, the grimoire was clear about that, and Harry couldn't afford to be weakened or distracted while active threats were in play. Quirrell first. Then the scar. One thing at a time. The Hollow Court moved on a Thursday in mid-March, and they moved against exactly the target Dumbledore had predicted. Harry was in charms when he felt it. A spike in his ward awareness, sharp and cold, not at the castle boundary but inside it. Someone had breached the outer wards using Isolde's folding technique, slipped through the inner wards during the gap between patrols, and entered the castle through the same astronomy tower window. But this time, they hadn't come alone. Harry counted 3 signatures. Professional, disciplined, contained. They moved through the upper corridors with practiced efficiency, heading not toward Harry but away from him. Toward the greenhouses. Toward Neville. Harry was on his feet before the thought fully formed. "Professor Flitwick," he said, his voice cutting through the tiny professor's lecture on softening charms, "I need to leave. Now." Flitwick looked at him. Whatever he saw in Harry's face was enough. "Go," he said. Harry went. The castle opened around him, walls thinning, corridors compressing, staircases realigning. He covered the distance from the charms classroom to the greenhouses in 45 seconds, bursting through the side door into the cold March air, the castle spitting him out onto the path that led to Professor Sprout's domain. The greenhouses were glass and iron, fragile-looking but reinforced with decades of protective charms. Greenhouse 3, where the first years had herbology, was at the end of the row. Harry could see students moving inside, tending to their plants. Neville was at the third bench from the left, elbow-deep in soil, his wand tucked behind his ear. The three intruders were between Harry and the greenhouse. Not visible, concealed under some form of advanced camouflage, superior to a standard disillusionment charm. Harry couldn't see them. But he could feel them, three disciplined magical signatures moving in formation toward the greenhouse door. Harry didn't shout a warning. Didn't hesitate. Didn't stop to plan. He reached down through the earth, through the frozen topsoil and the clay beneath and the bedrock below that, and found the ley line that ran under the greenhouse path. He drew power, a sharp, focused pull, more than he'd ever channeled in a single burst, and shaped it. The ground between Harry and the greenhouse erupted. Not violently, not dangerously, precisely. A wall of earth rose from the path, 3 feet thick and 8 feet tall, cutting the intruders off from the greenhouse. The concealed figures scattered, their camouflage flickering as the sudden obstruction disrupted their formation. For a fraction of a second, Harry could see them, 3 figures in dark robes, hoods raised, moving with trained efficiency. One of them turned toward Harry and cast. The spell was fast, a bolt of crackling blue light that crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat. Harry felt it coming before it arrived. He didn't dodge. He raised his hand and the spell stopped 3 inches from his palm, held in a web of directed will, its energy crackling and spitting against the invisible barrier. Harry closed his hand. The spell died. The 3 intruders stopped. Even through their concealment, Harry could feel their shock, the sudden, visceral recalibration of people who had expected a target and found a predator. "You have 3 seconds to leave," Harry said. His voice carried across the grounds with a clarity that had nothing to do with volume. "After that, I stop being polite." One of the intruders, the leader, Harry guessed, from the way the others oriented toward them, raised a hand. A gesture. Not surrender, coordination. The 3 of them moved simultaneously, casting in unison, a triangulated attack pattern that was clearly rehearsed. 3 spells, 3 angles, converging on Harry's position. Harry pulled from the ley line again. The earth wall behind him flattened itself back into the ground, and the earth beneath the intruder's feet came alive. Roots, actual roots, from the plants in the greenhouses, augmented and accelerated by ley line energy, burst from the soil and wrapped around the attacker's legs. They were strong, fast, and very, very thorough. Within 2 seconds, all 3 intruders were bound from ankle to waist in a writhing cage of vegetation. Their spells hit Harry's shield, a dome of compressed air and magic that he'd raised with a thought, and deflected harmlessly into the sky, 3 streaks of light arcing over the forbidden forest and winking out. Harry walked toward them. The roots tightened as he approached, responding to his proximity, and the intruders struggled and cast severing charms that the roots simply grew around, replacing cut tendrils with new ones faster than they could be destroyed. He reached the nearest one and pulled down their hood. A woman he didn't recognize. Middle-aged, hard-faced, with the lean, alert look of someone who'd spent their life in dangerous work. Her eyes were wide with a fear that was rapidly being overtaken by fury. "Who sent you?" Harry asked. She spat at his feet. Harry looked at the spit on the ground, then at her, and the roots around her tightened by an inch. Not enough to hurt. Enough to communicate. Erasmus Vane, she said through gritted teeth. Standing orders. Acquire leverage. Leverage, Harry repeated. You mean Neville? The Longbottom boy. We were told he was your closest associate. Harry looked toward the greenhouse. Students were pressed against the glass, watching with wide eyes. Professor Sprout was at the door, wand drawn, her face white. And behind her, Neville was standing perfectly still, his hand raised, and Harry realized with a start that the roots hadn't come from him. They'd come from Neville. Harry had drawn on the ley line and shaped the earth. But the roots, the living, growing, furiously protective roots that had bound 3 trained court operatives in seconds, those were Neville's magic. Instinctive, powerful, explosive. The boy who'd been told he was barely magical had reached into the soil and called forth a defense that had worked in perfect concert with Harry's own magic, without coordination, without communication, without hesitation. Neville met Harry's eyes through the greenhouse glass. His face was pale but his jaw was set, and the hand he'd raised was steady. Harry smiled. Not a happy smile, a fierce one. A proud one. He turned back to the bound intruders. Here is what happens now. I am going to release you. You are going to leave Hogwarts. You are going to return to Erasmus Vane and deliver a message. The message is this: he promised me he would pursue a peaceful resolution. He promised that no harm would come to the people I care about. He broke that promise. There will be consequences. He released the roots. The 3 operatives dropped to the ground, gasping, and scrambled to their feet. The leader, a tall man whose hood Harry pulled down to reveal a scarred, weathered face, hesitated, and Harry felt him consider violence. Consider attacking, one last desperate play. Harry met his eyes. The air around him shimmered, a visible pulse of magic, the first time he'd ever let the full force of what he was become perceptible to the naked eye. The ley line energy crackled along his skin, dancing across his fingers, making the air hum. The ground beneath his feet trembled. The tall man ran. His companions followed. They hit the ward boundary and folded through, messy, panicked, nothing like Isolde's elegant entry, and were gone. Harry let the magic settle. The shimmering faded. The ground stilled. He stood on the path between the greenhouses and breathed, and the cold March air tasted clean and sharp and real. Neville came out of the greenhouse. He walked straight to Harry, and his face was doing something complicated, fear and exhilaration and something new, something that looked like the final, irreversible realization of his own worth. The roots, Harry said. That was you. I didn't think about it. I felt them coming, and I felt you move, and the plants just responded. That's because you're powerful, Neville. That's because you're my friend, and they were trying to take me, and I was angry. Neville's voice cracked on the last word, and he swallowed hard. Nobody's taking me anywhere. Not the Lestranges. Not the court. Not anyone. Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. They stood there for a moment, 2 boys on a muddy path, and the castle hummed around them, and the ley lines pulsed beneath their feet, and something fundamental solidified between them, not just friendship but alliance, the kind forged in fire and sealed with the knowledge that when the moment came, neither of them had hesitated. We need to talk to Dumbledore, Harry said. Yeah, Neville agreed. And then I need to write my Gran a very long letter about what she can do with her opinions about my magic. Harry laughed. It felt good. Necessary, even, after the adrenaline and the fury and the terrible clarity of combat. They walked back to the castle together, and the greenhouse students watched them go with the shell-shocked expressions of people who had just witnessed something they would be telling their grandchildren about. The confrontation with Dumbledore was brief and decisive. Vane broke his word, Harry said. He sent operatives into the castle to kidnap Neville. Dumbledore's face was very still. I will increase security. Additional wards, patrols, order members, that's not enough. They got through your wards, Professor. Through mine, too. The folding technique, they have at least 3 operatives who can use it. Physical defenses aren't sufficient. What do you suggest? I suggest we stop playing defense. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Vane is in the Highlands. 20 miles north. A manor house, heavily warded. I can feel it from here. It sits on a minor ley line, which they're using to power their operations. If I sever their access to that line, their wards collapse, their communications fail, and they lose their staging ground. You can do that from here. Sever a ley line 20 miles away. No. I'd need to be closer. But I can reach that far through the network, not to sever, but to map. I know their defenses. I know their power source. And I know something they don't. Harry paused. The ley line they're sitting on feeds into the Hogwarts nexus. It's a tributary of the system I control. They built their base on my territory, Professor. They just didn't know it. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were sharp, calculating, running scenarios. You want to shut them down. I want to make it clear that threatening my people has consequences. I told Vane I would dismantle his organization if he crossed the line. He crossed it. And you intend to follow through. Tonight. A long silence. Dumbledore rose from his desk and crossed to the window, where the late afternoon light painted the grounds in gold. Harry could feel the old man thinking, weighing risks, costs, consequences. The instinct to control warring with the recognition that control was no longer his to exercise. You don't need my permission, Dumbledore said quietly. No. But I'd like your support. Dumbledore turned from the window. Something passed between them, a look, a moment of understanding. 2 powerful wizards, a century apart in age, united by circumstance and separated by history, finding the narrow bridge between what had been and what needed to be. You have it, Dumbledore said. Harry did it from the study, at midnight, sitting in the center of the silver pattern with the ley line nexus humming beneath him. He reached out through the network. Not his awareness this time, his power. A focused, controlled stream of ley line energy, guided by his will, flowing through the underground channels like water through pipes. He followed the tributary north, 20 miles through bedrock and soil, until he found the Hollow Courts Manor. He could feel it clearly now. The wards were strong but parasitic, they drew power from the ley line without contributing to it, a one-way extraction that weakened the flow. The manor sat on the line like a tick on a vein. Inside, Harry could sense perhaps 20 people, their magical signatures muted by the wards. Vane was there. Harry recognized his signature, mild, controlled, the doubt buried deep beneath layers of conviction. Isolde was beside him. And others, unfamiliar, the inner circle of a 1,000-year-old conspiracy. Harry didn't attack them. He didn't need to. He simply took back what was his. He reached through the ley line and found the junction where the tributary met the court's ward anchor, the point where their defenses drew power from the earth. It was a crude connection, forced rather than given, the magical equivalent of a pipe drilled into a water main. Harry wrapped his will around it and squeezed. The connection severed. 20 miles away, every ward on the Hollow Courts Manor collapsed simultaneously. Harry felt it happen, the sudden silence where the wards had been, the exposure, the vulnerability. He felt panic ripple through the manor's occupants as their protections vanished in an instant, as communication stones went dead, as enchanted defenses fell like dominoes. 20 trained witches and wizards, suddenly naked, suddenly visible, suddenly aware that the power they had been drawing on was not theirs and never had been. He held the severance for 10 seconds. Long enough for them to understand what had happened. Long enough for the reality to sink in. Then he released it. The ley line resumed its flow. The court's ward anchor remained severed, they could rebuild it, eventually, but the process would take weeks, and they would know, with absolute certainty, that the connection could be cut again at any time, from any distance, at the whim of the boy whose birthright they had been stealing from. Harry opened his eyes. The study's light pulsed warmly. The grimoire lay open on his lap, the pages blank, no commentary needed. He'd made his point. He picked up the communication stone and pressed his thumb to it. It took 30 seconds, longer than before. When Vane's voice came through, it was strained in a way Harry had never heard it. "What did you do?" "Took back what's mine," Harry said. "Your wards are down. Your communications are severed. Your staging ground is compromised. I could have done worse." Vane's voice caught. Steadied. "You severed a ley line connection from 20 miles away. That shouldn't be possible. A lot of things shouldn't be possible. I keep doing them anyway." Harry's voice was calm, controlled, carrying none of the fury he'd felt that afternoon. This wasn't anger. This was consequence. "You sent people to take my friend, Erasmus. After you promised you wouldn't. After you looked me in the eye and said you wanted peace. The decision was not mine alone. The court voted, then the court voted wrong, and you failed to stop them, which means your control is weaker than you claimed. That's your problem, not mine. Here is what happens now. You rebuild your wards if you can. You regroup. And you don't come near Hogwarts or anyone I care about again until you have something to offer me besides threats dressed up as philosophy. Harry, the ritual that might kill me. Based on simulations you're not sure will hold. That ritual?" Harry let the words land. "I told you I'd think about the question of sharing the power. I meant it. I'm still thinking about it. But every time you or your court threatens the people I love, the answer gets closer to no. Do you understand?" A long silence. Then, very quietly, "I understand. One more thing," Harry said. "You told me through the stone that Merlin sealed his own bloodline. Dumbledore confirmed it. But there's something neither of you mentioned, something I found in the grimoire last week. Merlin didn't just seal the bloodline because of the danger. He sealed it because he was dying. The power was consuming him. Not metaphorically, literally. His body was breaking down. The ley line connection was burning him from the inside out." Another silence. Longer. Harry could feel Vane's emotional signature through the stone, the doubt, cracking wider, the certainty fracturing. "If your ritual disperses the power," Harry continued, "it has to go somewhere. Back into the ley lines, you said. But the ley lines are already full. They carry the world's magical energy in a balanced system. Dumping a concentrated bloodline's worth of additional power into that system, have you modeled what that would do? The cascading effects. The disruption to every ley line on the planet?" Silence. "You haven't," Harry said. "Because your models assumed the ley lines could absorb the dispersal. And maybe they can. But maybe they can't. And if they can't, you won't just have killed me. You'll have destabilized the magical infrastructure of the entire world." He pressed his thumb to the stone and killed the connection. The study was quiet. Harry sat in the silver light and felt the ley lines pulse beneath him, steady, vast, balanced. The system that powered the magical world, that had powered it for millennia, flowing through the earth in patterns as old as geology. He wasn't going to let anyone break it. Not Vane, not the court, not Voldemort, not Dumbledore. The power in his blood was dangerous, yes. It was a burden, yes. But it was also a responsibility, and Harry was done letting other people decide how to handle it. From now on, the decisions were his. The study's light dimmed to its nighttime glow. Harry stretched, stood, and climbed back through the hidden passages to his dormitory. He was tired, genuinely tired, the deep fatigue of sustained magical effort, and for once, the tiredness felt good. Earned. The fatigue of someone who had done something hard and necessary and done it well. He fell asleep to the sound of the castle breathing, and in his dreams, the ley lines sang, and the song was his. Chapter 6, the heir's choice spring hit the highlands like an ambush. 1 week the grounds were iron and mud, and the next the grass was green, the trees were budding, and the lake had shed its ice in great cracking sheets that the giant squid celebrated by surfacing and waving tentacles at anyone who happened to be watching. The castle shook off winter like a dog shaking off water, and the students poured out of its doors into the sunshine with the desperate enthusiasm of people who'd been living in a stone refrigerator for 5 months. Harry barely noticed. He was deep inside a problem that had no clean edges. The Horcrux in his scar had been getting louder. Not in words, it didn't speak, didn't whisper, didn't do anything so dramatic. But its presence had sharpened since the confrontation with the Hollow Court, as if the massive expenditure of ley line energy had agitated it, shaken it loose from whatever suppression Harry's awakened power had been providing. The cold splinter behind his forehead pulsed at odd hours. In potions, when Snape's dark eyes found his across the dungeon. In defense against the dark arts, when Quirrell's back was turned and the thing beneath the turban strained toward Harry like a plant toward light. At night, in the moments between waking and sleep, when Harry's defenses were thinnest and the fragment reached for his dreams with cold, grasping fingers. He didn't let it in. The ley line connection made his mind a fortress, layers of energy, constantly refreshing, too dense and too alive for a dead man's soul fragment to penetrate. But holding the wall required attention, and attention was a finite resource, and Harry was spreading it across too many fronts. Quirrell. The court. The Horcrux. The stone. Something had to give. He made his decision on a Monday morning in April, sitting in the study with the grimoire open on his lap and the ley lines humming beneath the floor. The grimoire's pages had been showing him the same passage for 3 days, which was its way of telling him to stop avoiding the subject. A sustained channel of ley line energy, directed with precision, can burn a soul fragment from its anchor without damaging the host. The process is painful. The process is not without risk. But it can be done. Harry read it one more time. Then he closed the book and said, to the empty room, tonight. The room's light pulsed. Agreement. Encouragement. Or maybe just acknowledgement. The study had never been sentimental. He told Neville and Hermione at lunch. They were sitting at the far end of the Gryffindor table, away from the crowd, and Harry cast a privacy ward around them with a casual gesture that Hermione tracked with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped being surprised by casual impossibilities months ago. "I'm removing the Horcrux tonight," Harry said. Hermione set down her fork. "The soul fragment. In your scar." "Yes. The grimoire says it's painful and risky. The grimoire says a lot of things. It also says it can be done. Have you practiced?" "You can't practice removing a soul fragment, Hermione. You either do it or you don't." She pressed her lips together. Not arguing, processing. Calculating. Running scenarios the way she always did, her brilliant mind turning the problem over like a gem, looking for the angle that everyone else had missed. "What do you need from us?" "I need you to be there. In the study. Not to help, there's nothing you can do during the process itself. But afterward, depending on how it goes, I might need someone to make sure I'm still me." Neville frowned. "What do you mean, still you?" "The fragment has been in my head since I was 15 months old. It's been part of my magical landscape for almost my entire life. Removing it might, I don't know. Change something. The way I think, the way I feel, the way my magic works. Probably not. But I want someone there who knows me well enough to tell the difference." They looked at each other. The kind of look that people who've been through something together exchange, the silent calibration of shared understanding. "We'll be there," Neville said. They went to the study at midnight. Harry sat in the center of the silver pattern. Neville and Hermione sat against the far wall, close enough to see, far enough to be safe. The room's light was steady, neither bright nor dim, and the ley lines pulsed with a calm, deep rhythm that felt like the earth's own heartbeat. Harry closed his eyes. He turned his awareness inward. Past the surface thoughts, past the emotional noise of the day, past the constant hum of his magical senses, down into the deep architecture of his being. His magical core, vast, bright, connected to the ley line network through 1,000 threads of ancient blood. His mind, organized, defended, layered with the training the grimoire had given him. His body, young, healthy, thrumming with more energy than any human vessel had a right to contain. And there, nestled behind his scar like a tick behind an ear, the Horcrux. He'd avoided looking at it directly for months. Now he turned the full force of his attention on it and saw it clearly for the first time, a knot of dark magic, small but dense, pulsing with a sickly greenish light. It was anchored to his magical core by tendrils of cursed energy that had grown into his system the way a tumor grows into healthy tissue, not part of him, but integrated. Removing it would require surgical precision. Cut too deep and he'd damage his own core. Cut too shallow and the tendrils would remain, and the fragment would regenerate. Harry reached for the ley lines. Power flowed up through the nexus, through the silver pattern, through the stone floor, through his body. He let it fill him, not to capacity, never to capacity, but enough. A steady, sustained flow, warm and clean and impossibly vast. The energy of the earth itself, channeled through the blood of Merlin's line, focused by Harry's will to a point as fine as a needle. He directed it at the Horcrux. The fragment reacted immediately. It felt the approaching energy the way a parasite feels the approach of medicine, with blind, instinctive terror. It contracted, pulled its tendrils inward, tried to make itself small. The sickly green light flared and pulsed, and Harry felt a pressure against his mind, the fragment pushing outward, trying to escape, trying to find a way through his defenses into his conscious thoughts where it could hide, could burrow, could become so entwined with his identity that removing it would mean removing part of himself. Harry didn't let it. He held his defenses steady and brought the needle of ley line energy to bear on the first tendril. The pain was immediate and extraordinary. Not physical pain, though his scar erupted in white-hot agony. This was magical pain, the sensation of foreign magic being burned out of his system, cauterized at the root, and his own magic screaming in protest at the violence being done within its territory. The tendril blackened, shriveled, and dissolved under the ley line energy, and the Horcrux shrieked. Not audibly. Inside his head. A sound like tearing metal, like a voice that had once been human screaming in a register that no human throat could produce. Harry flinched, couldn't help it, and in the room around him, every light flared and every surface vibrated and Neville and Hermione pressed back against the wall as the ambient magic in the study went haywire. Harry gritted his teeth and cut the second tendril. More pain. More screaming. The fragment was fighting now, thrashing against his inner landscape, throwing up images and emotions in a desperate attempt to disrupt his concentration. He saw flashes, a dark room, a high cold laugh, green light, his mother's voice screaming "Not Harry, please, not Harry," and he understood that these were the fragment's memories, the echoes of the night Voldemort had tried to kill him, weaponized and hurled at his conscious mind like grenades. He let them come. Let them wash over him without flinching, because they were his mother's last moments and he would not turn away from them, not even when they were being used against him. He held the images in his mind and felt them, the grief, the fury, the love so fierce it had stopped death itself, and he used that love as fuel. The ley line energy brightened, sharpened, and Harry cut the third tendril with a savage precision that left no room for regeneration. 4 tendrils left. 3. 2. The fragment was weakening. Its light had gone from sickly green to a dim, flickering gray. The screaming had faded to a whimper. But the last 2 tendrils were the deepest, the oldest, the ones that had been anchored in Harry's core since the night of the attack. They were entangled with his own magic at a fundamental level, and cutting them required a delicacy that made everything else he'd done look crude. Harry took a breath. In the room, his body was sweating, trembling, his scar bleeding freely, actual blood, running down his face in a thin red line. Neville and Hermione were watching with white faces and clenched hands. He narrowed the ley line energy to its finest possible point. A scalpel of pure, clean, ancient power. He found the junction where the second-to-last tendril met his core, a point so small it was almost theoretical, and cut. The tendril separated. His core shuddered, a wave of disruption rippling through his magical system, and for one terrible moment he felt his connection to the ley lines waver, the flow stuttering, the vast ocean of power trembling at the edges. Then it steadied. The connection held. The tendril dissolved. One left. The final tendril was wrapped around the deepest part of his core, the place where his magic began, the original spark, the fundamental essence of who he was as a magical being. The Horcrux had buried itself here deliberately, Harry realized. This was its last redoubt, its final defense. If Harry cut here and his hand slipped, even fractionally, he wouldn't damage his core. He'd sever it. He'd lose his magic entirely. The fragment knew this. He could feel its satisfaction, dim, fading, but real. A dead man's final gambit. Kill me and kill yourself. That's the only way. Harry looked at the tendril. Looked at his core. Looked at the infinitesimal margin between them. Then he did something the grimoire hadn't suggested. Something that came not from Merlin's teachings or the study's embedded knowledge or any theory or practice he'd learned in the past 8 months. Something that came from him. Just him. Harry Potter. 11 years old. A boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and learned, the hard way, that the world didn't give you clean choices. You had to make your own. He didn't cut the tendril. He dissolved the boundary between his core and the ley line network. For one instant, one blinding, terrifying, transcendent instant, Harry Potter was not a boy with a connection to the Earth's magical system. He was the system. The ley lines flowed through him without barrier, without filter, without the bottleneck of his physical form. He was the nexus. He was the current. He was every ley line under Hogwarts, under Scotland, under Britain, a web of power so vast that the fragment, the tiny, pathetic, parasitic remnant of a broken man's broken soul, was not burned away. It was simply rendered irrelevant. Like a grain of sand in an ocean. Like a shadow in the sun. The Horcrux dissolved. Not with a scream, not with a fight. It simply ceased to exist, overwhelmed by a wholeness so complete that division could not survive within it. Harry snapped the boundary back into place. The ley lines retreated to their channels. The power contracted back to its normal scope, flowing through him in its usual steady current, no longer the ocean itself but once again a boy standing on the shore. He opened his eyes. The study was silent. The lights had steadied. His scar had stopped bleeding. Neville and Hermione were staring at him with expressions that combined terror and awe in roughly equal measure. "Harry?" Hermione said. Her voice was barely a whisper. Is it?" Harry raised his hand to his forehead. His fingers found the scar, still there, still raised, the lightning bolt shape unchanged. But behind it, where the cold splinter had lived for 10 years, there was nothing. Clean, empty space. His own magic, uncontaminated, flowing through healthy channels. He was free. "It's gone," he said. Neville made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Hermione's face crumpled and she pressed both hands to her mouth and her eyes filled with tears, and Harry understood that they'd been more frightened than they'd shown, that watching him bleed and tremble and fight something they couldn't see had been its own form of torture. "I'm okay," he said. "I'm me. I'm still me." "Prove it," Hermione said, her voice thick. "Say something only you would say." Harry thought about it. "Your handwriting is atrocious for someone who takes so many notes." Hermione burst out laughing. It was a wet, shaky, slightly hysterical laugh, but it was real, and Neville joined in, and then Harry was laughing too, sitting in the center of a 1,000-year-old magical study with blood drying on his face and his 2 best friends laughing and crying on the floor, and the weight of Tom Riddle's soul was gone from his mind forever. He felt lighter. Not just magically, existentially. As if he'd been carrying a stone in his chest for so long he'd forgotten it was there, and now it was gone, and the absence was a kind of joy. The grimoire's pages rustled. Harry glanced down. New text, just 2 words, well done. The days after the Horcrux removal were strange and luminous. Harry's magic, freed from the parasitic drain of the soul fragment, surged. Not dramatically, he was already powerful beyond any reasonable measure, but in clarity. Everything was sharper, cleaner, more precise. The ley line connection felt different too, not stronger, but clearer, as if a film had been removed from a lens. He could perceive further, sense finer, shape with more delicacy. The contamination had been subtle, a low-grade infection he'd adapted to without knowing it was there, and now that it was gone, the difference was revelatory. The scar stopped hurting. Completely, permanently. When Quirrell turned his back in defense against the dark arts, Harry felt nothing, no burn, no pulse, no whispered echoes. The connection was severed. He was free. Quirrell, however, was not. Whatever Voldemort was, shade, spirit, parasitic fragment, it was still attached to the back of Quirrell's head, still striving for the stone, still desperate for the physical form that the elixir of life could provide. And without the Horcrux in Harry's scar acting as a bridge, the shade seemed to have lost its ability to sense Harry in return. Harry could feel this, the way Quirrell's eyes no longer tracked him with that hidden intensity, the way the turban-wrapped passenger no longer strained in his direction during lessons. Voldemort was blind to him now, and the advantage was enormous. April rolled into May. The castle bloomed. Exams approached, and the student body descended into the annual frenzy of revision, with Hermione at the epicenter radiating stress like a small, bushy-haired sun. Harry took his exams with the focused competence he brought to everything, scored perfectly in every subject, and spent his evenings in the study preparing for what he knew was coming. Quirrell would make his move for the stone soon. The school year was ending. Whatever was left of Voldemort couldn't afford to wait another summer. And the Hollow Court was still out there. Chastened, yes. Their wards had been down for 3 weeks before they'd managed to rebuild a fraction of their former protections, and Nott had reported, through carefully managed channels, that the mood in the court had shifted from confident anticipation to something closer to alarm. Harry's demonstration of power had shaken them. But Erasmus Vane was still alive, still dedicated, and still convinced that his ritual was the answer to a 1,000-year question. The doubt Harry had sensed was growing, but it hadn't yet reached the tipping point where the man would abandon his mission. Harry had a plan for Vane. But it required the stone situation to be resolved first. One thing at a time. Always one thing at a time. Quirrell moved on a Thursday night in the last week of May. Harry felt it happen in real time, sitting in the common room after dinner, pretending to read a Quidditch magazine while Ron argued with Seamus about the Chudley Cannon's playoff chances. The wards on the 3rd-floor corridor shifted, not broken, but bypassed. Someone with intimate knowledge of the protections was moving through them in sequence, disabling each one with a competence that suggested rehearsal. A lot of rehearsal. Quirrell had been planning this for months. Every stammering lesson, every flinching performance, every garlic-scented display of timidity had been cover for a man methodically solving the puzzle of the stone's defenses. He'd had all year. He'd used it well. Harry closed the Quidditch magazine and stood. Neville looked up from his herbology textbook. He'd developed an almost preternatural sensitivity to Harry's moods over the course of the year, the way people who've been through danger together learn to read each other's rhythms. One glance at Harry's face and his hand was on his wand. Now? Neville asked. Now. Get Hermione. Tell Dumbledore. Where are you going? 3rd floor. Quirrell's going for the stone. Neville stood. I'm coming with you. Neville, you told me once that you wouldn't be Dumbledore. That you wouldn't sideline people to protect them. Did you mean it? Harry looked at him. Neville Longbottom, 12 years old and 3 months, standing in the Gryffindor common room with his wand in his hand and his jaw set, and not a trace of the anxious, uncertain boy who'd boarded the Hogwarts Express 9 months ago. The boy who'd called roots from the earth to defend his friend. The boy who'd sat in Merlin's study and felt the ley lines answer to his touch. "I meant it," Harry said. "Then stop trying to protect me and let me help." Harry nodded. "Hermione goes to Dumbledore. You come with me." "Ron," he turned to where Ron was sitting, mouth open, Quidditch argument forgotten. "Go with Hermione. Make sure she gets to the headmaster's office." "What's happening?" Ron asked, bewildered. "Short version, there's a dark wizard going for a powerful object on the 3rd floor and I need to stop him." Ron stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he stood up. "Right. Let's go." They split at the fat lady's portrait. Hermione and Ron went up. Harry and Neville went down. The 3rd floor corridor was dark and already breached. The door that Fluffy, Hagrid's 3-headed dog, had been guarding stood open. Music drifted from within, a harp playing itself, and through the door Harry could see the massive dog asleep, all 3 heads snoring in a pile of drool and heavy breath. They dropped through the trapdoor into the devil's snare below. The tentacular plant surged around them, and Neville raised a hand and it recoiled, not because he burned it or cut it, but because he asked it to move, and the plant recognized the request of someone who understood it at a fundamental level. They dropped through to the chamber below. The key room. Hundreds of winged keys fluttered near the ceiling, and a broomstick hovered in the center. Harry didn't bother with the broom. He reached out with directed will and the correct key, old, silver, with a bent wing, drifted down into his hand. They moved through the door. The chess room. A giant wizard's chess set, life-sized pieces in white and black stone, blocking the way. Harry assessed it in a second, an obstacle designed to be solved through strategy, through play, through the slow and costly process of winning a game. Clever, for most people. For Harry, it was a matter of asking the castle for permission. "These are your stones," he said, not aloud, through the ley line connection, speaking to the castle the way he'd learned to speak to it over months of mutual recognition. "Let me pass." The chess pieces stepped aside. Both sides, simultaneously, clearing a path through the center of the board with the synchronized precision of soldiers on parade. Neville stared. "Did the castle just do what you asked?" "The castle and I have an understanding." They moved through the door into a chamber where a troll even larger than the Halloween one lay unconscious on the floor. Already dealt with. Quirrell had been thorough. Through the next door, a room full of bottles and a logic puzzle written on a sheet of parchment, Snape's contribution, and a good one. Harry solved it in 30 seconds and drank the correct potion. There was only enough for one. "This is where you stay," Harry told Neville. Neville opened his mouth to argue, and Harry put a hand on his shoulder. "There's one dose of potion and one door. I'm not sidelining you. I'm acknowledging logistics. Stay here. If something comes back through that door that isn't me, run." Neville's jaw worked. Then he nodded, once, tightly. "If something comes through that door that isn't you," Neville said, "I'm not running. I'm coming in after you." Harry squeezed his shoulder and walked through the flames. The final chamber was circular, stone, lit by torches that burned with a cold, purple light. In the center stood the Mirror of Eriste, a massive, ornate mirror with an inscription carved across its top that Harry didn't bother to read because he already knew what it said and because the man standing in front of it demanded his full attention. Quirrell had dropped the act. The stutter was gone, the timidity was gone, the garlic-scented turban was still in place, but the man wearing it stood differently, straighter, harder, his face stripped of its habitual nervous anxiety and replaced by a cold, focused intelligence that Harry recognized as the real Quirrell. The man behind the mask. "Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was different without the stutter, low, precise, almost pleasant. "I was wondering when you'd arrive." "You've been busy," Harry said, scanning the room. The wards down here were Dumbledore's, layered and clever, but Quirrell had navigated them all. The only remaining protection was the mirror itself, which Harry could feel pulsing with an enchantment so elegant it could only be Dumbledore's finest work. The stone was inside the mirror, and the mirror would only give it to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. A beautiful piece of magical engineering. Quirrell couldn't solve it. The mirror is the last obstacle, Quirrell said, confirming Harry's assessment. I can see the stone, I can see myself holding it, but the mirror won't release it. He turned from the mirror to face Harry fully, and his expression was a complicated thing, frustration, fascination, and something that looked almost like respect. You could get it. The mirror would give it to you. Probably. Then we have a negotiation. We really don't. A voice spoke. Not Quirrell's. A voice that came from somewhere behind Quirrell's head, muffled by the turban but unmistakable, high, cold, thin as a blade. Let me speak to him. Quirrell flinched. Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this. Quirrell's hands rose to his turban. He unwrapped it slowly, methodically, the purple cloth falling away in loops, and when the last fold dropped, he turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. Not because it was monstrous, it was barely there at all. A face in the strictest sense, eyes, nose, mouth, pressed flat against Quirrell's skull like a mask of white putty. The eyes were red. The skin was grey-white. It looked like something that had been human once and had stripped the humanity away, piece by piece, in pursuit of something it thought was better. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The red eyes focused on Harry with an intensity that should have been terrifying. We meet again. Harry looked at the face. Felt nothing from his scar, no pain, no pressure, no connection. The bridge was gone. The fragment was ash. He was looking at what remained of Tom Riddle with clear eyes for the first time, and what he saw was not a Dark Lord. What he saw was a man who had been so afraid of death that he'd torn his own soul apart to avoid it, and had lost everything that made life worth living in the process. You look awful, Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. Insolent child. You have no idea what I am. You're a parasite on the back of a man's skull. You're a shade. You're a fragment of a person who was already a fragment of who he could have been. You're afraid, and you're desperate, and you're running out of time. The chamber was very still. The purple torches flickered. Quirrell's body trembled, the strain of hosting Voldemort's spirit was visible, the man's frame thinner and more worn than it had been in September, the parasitic relationship consuming him from within. Get me the stone, Voldemort hissed, and I will let you live. No. Get me the stone, or I will kill you where you stand. You can try. Harry shifted his weight, settling into a stance that was relaxed and ready simultaneously. But I should tell you something first. The Horcrux in my scar, the piece of your soul you left in me, I removed it. Burned it out. It's gone. Which means the piece of you attached to Quirrell is one fragment lighter, and the piece in the diary and the piece in the ring and whatever other fragments you scattered across the country are all that's left. You're dying, Tom. You've been dying for 14 years. The stone won't save you. It'll just slow the process. The red eyes went wide. Harry felt the shock ripple through the chamber, genuine, unfeigned shock, the response of a being confronted with information that shattered its operating assumptions. Voldemort hadn't known Harry could sense the Horcruxes. Hadn't known the scar fragment could be removed. Hadn't expected any of this. How? Voldemort whispered. How could you? Because I'm something you don't understand, and don't have a framework for. Because the power in my blood is older and deeper than anything you've ever touched, and it rejects what you are on a fundamental level. You tried to cheat death by dividing your soul. My magic is wholeness itself. We are, on every possible level, incompatible. Kill him. Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell's body whirled, wand raised. The spell that left Quirrell's wand was the killing curse. Green light, the same color as Harry's eyes, crossing the chamber with the finality of a falling axe. Harry didn't dodge. He reached down through the stone floor, through the bedrock, through the ley line nexus far below, and drew. Power surged through him, not the careful, measured draw he'd been practicing all year, but a deep, full pull, the kind the grimoire had warned him about, the kind that risked burning out the vessel. He channeled it into a shield. The killing curse hit the shield and stopped. In the history of magic, the killing curse had been blocked exactly once, by Lily Potter's sacrificial love, converted into a protection of blood and soul. It was unblockable. Every textbook said so. Every wizard knew it. Harry's shield held it the way a mountain holds a raindrop. The green light splashed against a barrier of raw ley line energy so dense it was visible, a wall of golden white light, blazing in the purple-lit chamber, the power of the earth itself condensed into a point of absolute refusal. The curse dissipated. The light faded. Quirrell stared. Voldemort stared. Harry dropped the shield and the ley line energy settled back to its normal level, and he was breathing hard, the first time he'd been genuinely winded all year. "That's not possible," Quirrell whispered. "I get that a lot." Quirrell raised his wand again, and Harry moved. Not with magic, with speed, crossing the distance between them in 2 strides, his hand closing around Quirrell's wand wrist. The effect was immediate and devastating. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the man's flesh blistered. Not metaphorically, actually blistered, the skin reddening and cracking and peeling away as if Harry's touch was fire. Quirrell screamed. His wand clattered to the floor. Harry didn't let go. He understood what was happening, his mother's protection, the sacrificial love that had saved him as a baby, was still in his blood. It had been there all along, beneath the Merlin bloodline, beneath the ley line connection, a simpler and more fundamental magic. Love. The thing Voldemort couldn't touch, couldn't understand, couldn't defend against. And when Harry's love-protected blood met the vessel carrying Voldemort's spirit, the result was destruction. Quirrell thrashed, screamed, tried to pull away. Harry held him. Not with cruelty, with necessity. Voldemort's shade was fighting to maintain its grip on its host, and Harry could feel the struggle, the dark spirit clinging to Quirrell's dissolving body with desperate, furious tenacity. "Let him go," Harry said. "Not to Quirrell, to Voldemort. You're killing him. Let him go and leave." "I will never, you're going to die in this room if you don't. Not the kind of death you can come back from. The ley line energy in my blood will burn what's left of you the same way it burned the Horcrux. You don't have enough soul left to survive that. Let him go." A terrible moment of silence. Then Voldemort's face, the grey-white mask on the back of Quirrell's skull, contorted in a rictus of fury and fear, and something dark tore itself free. A shadow, shapeless and screaming, ripping away from Quirrell's body and streaking across the chamber. It passed through Harry, a moment of blinding cold, the last contact, and then through the wall, and then it was gone, fleeing up through the castle and out into the night, diminished and desperate and alive only in the loosest possible sense of the word. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him and lowered him to the ground. The man was barely conscious, his face a ruin of blisters and burns, his body wasted by months of parasitic possession. But he was breathing. The dark presence was gone, and the man beneath it, the real Quirrell, whoever that was still alive. "Stay with me," Harry said. "Help is coming." Quirrell's eyes found his. Unfocused, glazed with pain. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I couldn't, he was too strong, I couldn't stop him, I know. The stone's safe. Don't worry about the stone." Harry held the man's head and waited. Above them, through hundreds of feet of stone, he felt Dumbledore coming, moving through the castle with the urgent speed of a man who'd just received very alarming news from a breathless bushy-haired girl and a terrified redhead. Neville was in the potion room, waiting, his wand drawn and his back to the wall. The castle hummed around them all, steady and alert, its renewed wards blazing with protective energy. Dumbledore arrived in a blaze of blue robes and controlled fury, and behind him came McGonagall and Snape, and behind them came Neville, who had apparently decided that waiting was not his strong suit and had followed the professors through the fire. "Harry," Dumbledore said, taking in the scene, Quirrell on the ground, the empty turban, the scorch marks on the floor. "Are you injured?" "No. Quirrell needs medical attention. Voldemort's shade was possessing him, it's gone now. Fled. The stone is still in the mirror." Dumbledore's eyes moved to the mirror, then back to Harry. Something passed behind those blue eyes, a rapid, complex calculation, the kind of thinking that happened at a level most people couldn't access. Then the old man knelt beside Quirrell and began casting diagnostic spells with the gentle efficiency of someone who had healed more people than most Medewitches. "The shade," Snape said. He was standing in the doorway, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with that particular intensity that had characterized their relationship all year, hostility, respect, and an unwilling fascination all braided together. "You drove it out. I gave it a choice. It chose to leave. You gave the Dark Lord a choice. Everyone gets a choice, Professor. Even monsters." Snape stared at him. Then, so slightly that you'd miss it if you weren't watching for it, the corner of his mouth twitched. Not a smile. The Snape equivalent of a standing ovation. McGonagall was helping Dumbledore with Quirrell. Neville was standing beside Harry with his wand still drawn, looking at the chamber with wide eyes. In the mirror, the Philosopher's Stone pulsed gently, safe in its clever prison. "Harry," Dumbledore said without looking up from Quirrell. "The stone should be destroyed." Nicholas agrees. "It served its purpose, and its existence is a liability." "Then destroy it," Harry said. "It's not mine to decide." Dumbledore did look up then. A long, steady look, heavy with things unsaid. "No," the old man agreed. "It isn't. But I wanted you to know." Harry nodded. The chamber was cold and purple-lit and smelled of burned flesh and spent magic, and he wanted very badly to be somewhere else, somewhere warm, with his friends, with a cup of tea and the castle's heartbeat steady beneath his feet. "I'm going to bed," Harry said. "You just defeated the most dangerous dark wizard of the century," Neville said, slightly incredulously. "And now I'm tired. Come on." They left the chamber together, stepping through the flames and back through the gauntlet of protections, and climbed out of the trapdoor past a stirring Fluffy who opened one eye, decided Harry wasn't worth waking up for, and went back to sleep. The third-floor corridor was empty. The castle was quiet. The stars turned overhead, visible through the tall windows, and the ley lines pulsed beneath the stone with the steady rhythm of an ancient, satisfied heartbeat. The last week of term arrived in a blur of sunshine and exam results and the particular giddiness of students who could see summer on the horizon. Harry's confrontation with Quirrell had been explained to the school, carefully, selectively, by Dumbledore, as a failed attempt by a dark wizard to steal the Philosopher's Stone, foiled by the school's protections and a group of extraordinarily brave first-year students. Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron each received special awards for services to the school. Neville's grandmother sent a howler so loud with pride that it set off the fire alarm in the Great Hall. The stone was destroyed. Flammel and his wife accepted their mortality with the quiet grace of people who'd had 600 years to prepare for it. Quirrell survived, barely, and was transferred to St. Mungo's for long-term care. Dumbledore assured Harry that the man would not face prosecution, he'd been a victim, not a villain. Voldemort was gone. Not dead, Harry knew that, could feel the truth of it in the gaps where the Horcruxes still existed, out there somewhere, anchoring the shade to the mortal world. But diminished. Weaker than ever. A problem for another day. The Hollow Court was quiet. Not reported, no communications, no orders, no activity. The manor in the Highlands still stood, its rebuilt wards a fraction of their former strength, its occupants subdued. Harry had made his point, and the silence that followed was the particular silence of people reassessing their assumptions. Harry had one more thing to do before the year ended. He went to the study on the last night of term. Alone, this time. The castle was full of the buzz of packing and goodbyes, but the deep places were quiet, and the study welcomed him with its warm, steady light and the pulse of the ley lines beneath the floor. He sat in the center of the silver pattern and opened the grimoire. "You've had quite a year," the text read. "I have," Harry said aloud. "The Horcrux is gone. The shade is banished. The court is checked. The old man is learning. Not bad for 11. 12 in July. Still. You carry a weight that would crush most adults. I want you to know that you've carried it well." Harry looked at the words on the page, Merlin's words, left 1,000 years ago for an heir he'd never meet, encoded in magic and leather and hope. He felt the connection between them, not the bloodline, not the power, but something simpler. The understanding of a man who'd borne an impossible burden and wanted the next person to carry it to know they weren't alone. "I have a question," Harry said. "Ask." "The Vault of Endings. Below this room. You said it holds what you couldn't destroy and couldn't keep. What's in it?" A long pause. The pages rustled. When the text appeared, it was slower, the letters forming one by one as if the grimoire was choosing each word with great care. "The vault holds the excess. The power I couldn't contain and couldn't release. When I sealed the bloodline, I didn't just lock the ley line connection into my blood, I compressed it. Concentrated centuries of accumulated energy into a single, sealed reservoir. The vault is that reservoir. It contains enough raw magical energy to reshape the world. Or destroy it. Erasmus Vane's ritual, if he ever perfected it, would theoretically tap the vault. Disperse the reservoir into the ley line network. Return the deep current to all magical beings. But the energy in the vault is too much, too concentrated, too old. The ley lines cannot absorb it. I tried. I spent the last years of my life trying. The math does not work. The energy would overwhelm the network, destabilize the lines, and the cascading failure would strip the magic from the earth itself. Not just the concentrated power. All magic. Everything. That is why I sealed it. That is what I couldn't destroy and couldn't keep. The price of my power, locked in a vault, waiting for an heir wise enough to know what to do with it." Harry stared at the page. The weight of the words settled on him like stones. Vane's ritual would end magic. If connected to the vault, yes. The dispersal would cascade. Every ley line on the planet would overload and burn out. Within a year, magic would be a memory. Wizards would become muggles. The creatures of the magical world, dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, centaurs, would wither and die. The statute of secrecy would become irrelevant, because there would be nothing left to be secret about. Does Vane know this? Vane knows his ritual. He does not know about the vault. No one does, except you. The vault's existence has been hidden since the day I sealed it. Dumbledore doesn't know. The court doesn't know. The grimoire has never revealed it until now, because no heir has ever progressed far enough to need the information. Why tell me now? Because you're going to open it. Harry's hands went still on the pages. Not to release the energy. Not to disperse it. To do what I could not, find a solution. I ran out of time, Harry. I was dying. The power was consuming me, and I didn't have enough years left to solve the problem. So I locked it away and hoped that someone, someday, would be strong enough and wise enough to finish what I started. You don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it soon. The vault has been sealed for 1,000 years. It will keep. But someday, when you're ready, when you've learned enough, when you've grown into the full measure of what you are, you will descend into the vault and you will face the choice I couldn't make. What to do with the weight of the world. Harry closed the grimoire slowly. The study hummed around him, the silver lines pulsing, the old light steady and warm. He sat with the knowledge, the vault, the reservoir, the impossible problem sealed beneath his feet, and felt the weight of it settle into the place where all his other weights lived, the place in his chest where a boy kept the things that were too big to carry but too important to set down. Then he stood up. He placed the grimoire on the pedestal. He pressed his hand to the study's wall and felt the ancient stone warm beneath his palm. "Thank you," he told the room. The light pulsed. "You're welcome," it said, in the only language stone knows. Harry climbed back through the hidden passages, up through the sleeping castle, past the portraits that snored on their walls and the ghosts that drifted through the corridors and the suits of armor that stood at attention as he passed. He emerged into Gryffindor Tower and found the common room empty, the fire burned to embers, the windows dark. He didn't go to bed. He climbed the stairs to the top of the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle, the place where the wind was sharpest and the stars were closest, and stood at the railing and looked out over the grounds. The lake was silver under the moon. The forest was dark and deep. The mountains rose in the distance, their peaks still white with snow. And beneath it all, invisible but present, the ley lines ran through the earth like the circulatory system of the world, carrying the magic that made everything possible, flowing and branching and converging in the nexus far below where Harry stood. He could feel all of it. Every current, every flow, every pulse. The castle's magic humming in harmony with his blood. The wards he'd raised blazing at the boundaries. The study, far below, glowing in its patient, ancient way. And deeper still, sealed and silent, the vault of endings, holding the weight that Merlin had set down 1,000 years ago and no one had picked up since. Until now. Harry breathed the cold night air and felt the castle breathe with him. He was 12 in 6 weeks. He was the heir of Merlin, the boy who lived, a Gryffindor, a friend, a student, a boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and found his way to this tower through stubbornness and courage and a refusal, fierce, absolute, unshakable, to be anything less than what he was. He thought about the summer ahead. The Dursleys, who would leave him alone now because they were smart enough to fear what they didn't understand. The Hollow Court, which would regroup and reconsider and eventually come back, because thousand-year obsessions didn't evaporate because of one setback. Voldemort, who was still out there, still anchored by his remaining Horcruxes, still planning, still dangerous. And the vault beneath the castle, sealed and waiting, the problem that would define his life. He thought about his friends. Neville, who had discovered his own power and his own courage and would spend the summer growing into both. Hermione, who would read 300 books and come back in September with a plan for everything. Ron, who would play chess and eat his mother's cooking and be exactly the uncomplicated, loyal, thoroughly human presence that Harry needed in his life. He thought about Dumbledore. The old man who had wronged him and was trying, clumsily and imperfectly, to make it right. They would never fully trust each other. The seal, the cupboard, the decade of silence, those things couldn't be undone. But they could work together. They could build something functional on the ruins of what should have been, and that was enough. It had to be enough. He thought about his parents. James and Lily, who had died in a ruined nursery to give him a chance. Who had given him more than life, they'd given him love, the deepest magic, the one thing Voldemort couldn't touch and the Hollow Court couldn't steal and Dumbledore couldn't seal. It was in his blood, older than Merlin, simpler than ley lines, stronger than any power the vault could hold. The wind blew. The stars turned. The castle settled into its nighttime rhythms, ancient and patient in content. Harry Potter stood at the top of the astronomy tower and looked out over the world he'd been born to protect, and he didn't feel afraid, and he didn't feel burdened, and he didn't feel alone. He felt ready. The summer would come. Second year would follow. The vault would wait. The court would move. Voldemort would scheme. And Harry would be there, standing in the middle of it all, drawing from the deep current, anchored by the people he loved, carrying the weight of old stones and ancient blood and 1,000 years of sealed hope. Not because he had to. Because he chose to. The moon hung over the highlands like a lantern. The castle hummed its ancient song. And somewhere far below, in a room of silver lines and warm light, the grimoire's pages turned by themselves in the dark, and new words appeared on a blank page, words that no one would read until September, when the heir returned, year 1, complete. The foundation holds. I am proud of you, Harry. Now rest. The road ahead is long. But you will not walk it alone.